experiences to just see that dog, do its thing.
Yeah, and they said that Misk did such a good job. They were thinking about replacing one of us with a border collie.
Yes. What I was saying is like one of the hardest things at a tournament is organizing dinners.
Yeah.
If we had that border collie, she'd be there, just be like, go, let's go. The Chili's is that way. Yeah.
Even part of the judging staff, right? The round is starting.
Yeah, the round is starting. Let's go. Absolutely. And we're so inspired that both Craig and I also sheared ourselves. So we're very smooth today. But yeah, we've got a wonderful, wonderful tournament today. 3 rounds of solo CC is what we're calling this. And again, the rules are you can only build a deck with heavy hitters cards. You have access to everything within heavy hitters, but now it's going to get a little bit more intense. I think yesterday a lot of the smiles, the giggles, the fun are over. Now it's now we mean business potentially.
Well, and this is such a wide open format. No one's done this before. So it's not like you have a baseline to start with and work off of. So a lot of our players were scrambling, even late into the night, trying to figure out what they wanted to play today.
Yeah, Brodie tried to pull a fast one on. He's like, I'm kind of tired. I think I'm going to skip dinner. We're like, we know what you're up to. He was brewing all night, but so were many. Yep. I was in the lobby until 2 a.m. having some laughs with the 1-2 Juice crew, and in the corners you see everybody brewing, everybody doing their thing, kind of sharing notes. But that's what we're going to see today. But you're totally right. No baseline. There's no experience to lean on when it comes to these cards. You can't even say, well, okay, that's going to be the tunic, right? No, none of that. So that's what we get to see today.
I'm excited, and then after that we have. Living Legend format.
Now I'm excited.
Where it's all the rules are out the window, right? The most powerful heroes doing the most powerful possible things.
Yes.
And I expect that to be particularly exciting.
And what's fascinating about this also is that this is going to be our first taste of a post Starvo nerfing to a degree. Does he still have his kicks? Does he still have that potential, that power level? We don't know, but he's really had his own coach shorn off to a degree.
Sure.
And I was talking with a lot of the players, and I'm just trying to get a beat on what are you bringing, what are you playing? And they're all very secretive amongst themselves. They didn't want to give anything away, but I can tell that it's not the Living Legend format that we saw in Barcelona.
It's not, but I think Starvo still defines the format right now. Until we get definitive proof that it's not good,
yes.
Everyone's assuming that there's going to be a lot of Starvo in the field.
That's fair. You're taking away. So once again, if you want to know how Starvo got kind of nerfed a little bit, only 1 Crippling Crush, only 1 Okanold, and only 1 Starstruck. So we're going to see how that plays out. But we're going to get to the first match of the day. Again, this is solo CC heavy hitters, classic constructed, but you can only play with. With heavy hitters cards. So we've got Kelvin Law, 6-1 versus Kid Wonderbread himself. Brodie Spurlock, also 6-1. Betsy versus Kayo. And a lot of the conversation was people like, do I play this? What do I play? Is this the right move? Is Kassai a little bit too complex without a wider berth of cards to play with? So there's a lot of interesting debates that were had. And ultimately now we're going to see Brodie on Kayo and Kelvin on Betsy.
And I think one interesting dynamic to this format is that we have a lot of 4 block cards. And a lot of these heroes show up with very high attack values. So do you really want to be clashing with these 4 blocks and potentially losing clashes left and right?
You're not wrong. And all these new keywords, these new mechanics, you and I are along for the ride here as well. This is like a first look of competitive heavy hitters within an isolated environment, of course, but just learning of what these heroes can do and seeing what they can do, and the true power of constructed clash, constructed wagering, and all that jazz. But I believe there's no defense reactions. I don't think sort of floating around.
I believe we've got 1 defense reaction in this set. And there's a couple of instances that we would need to look out for.
Yes. So, but there's none of this. Is that a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal? Is that a Sink Below? Those really tried, tested, and true staples of constructed and competitive play. None of that's happening. So as you can see, Brodie and Kelvin Law here just having a laugh here before things get serious. And I would suspect that, like I said, all the smiles and jovial nature of yesterday is gonna fade a little bit as the records start to matter a little more. It's a round robin.
Yep.
But the prize, what's at stake here?
So we have sitting in front of us this gorgeous trophy, and the winner of the event not only gets this trophy, but they get to make a card of their own design, an action card, and then have their likeness in the artwork of the card. Which, it's crazy. I've played competitive games my whole life. To have something like that is so special and unique and really just a one-time opportunity.
Do you want to know what my Brodie card is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so here's my Brodie card. It's a 4 for 0. It says, if this hits, wait 5 minutes, then go again.
Sure. Yeah, bathroom breaks for everyone.
Yes, you got to get the bathroom break. It's the pee-pee pause, go again. But Brodie Spurlock has, he showed me, we're going to show you all the cards that were submitted today, I believe, and some of them were so intriguing. I got to look at some of them, but the one that Brodie showed us went through more revisions than a science textbook. It started off as this gigantic tome.
So I saw you guys kind of looking at it on someone's phone, and they had to scroll up in order to get all of the card text, and I was like, oh no, this is a problem.
Like, I think Brodie was thinking like, oh, well, you guys do dual-sided cards, right? He's like, yeah, but not like that, Brodie. It's not just two, it's like your cards shouldn't have chapters, but it was a very intriguing design, and he worked a little bit with some others with like Josh Scott and such to actually pare it down to make it a little bit more concise. But there's some very, very intriguing cards out there, and we're going to show you what the players have submitted as their own custom cards. So it's off to the races over here as Kelvin Law begins with playing Betsy here. We've got against a Kayo, which I think, in my opinion, of all these, I was talking yesterday about how great Victor Goldbane is, but seeing Kayo play yesterday in the BlitzCons, I thought that was really great.
Yeah, really impressed you?
I wouldn't say impressed. I think that it intrigued me to the capacity that there was a lot of capability within it.
All right, Kelvin had when you're going first, he had one of the better starts to the game where he gets to deploy one of these auras. And then on the other side of the board, Brodie similarly had a very solid start where he got to pitch one of the wind-up cards, making a token that's going to be there going into his own turn.
Auras, there's a lot of them in this set, or they do exist in this set, and we're going to see them in action over here. And a lot of the new equipment as well, as you can see featured at the bottom right of your screen, some of these legendaries, the Apex Bonebreaker.
Love it.
That is a 90s wrestling squad name, if I've ever, like a tag team, the Apex Bonebreakers, for sure. Facing off against Legions of Doom or something, for sure.
Oh, this is a great start.
All right, so again, creating these new tokens, the vigor and might and agility. This is a great way to start. And again, Kayo kind of limited to being a one-handed hero. And again, a lot of these cards are new to us, so we're still learning. The muscle memory for us as well is still kind of getting kicked into high gear.
So I believe this is runner, and if it has go again, it creates an agility token. He had an agility token to start the turn, so it's basically just swinging these continuous go again attacks turn after turn, which is exactly what you want to be doing if you're the brute player.
Great card name as well. A little bit of a poker reference there, as if you've ever been a poker player. I know you are. I am. Brian is. Runner. If you got go again, let's go again. Finishing up here again, a lot of these cards being dual cards. Runner being a warrior and a brute dual class card. So just taking it on the chin here is Kelvin Law, and you got to think that he's packing heat here if he's going to be taking it on the chin that way.
Yeah, he has to have a massive turn if he's not blocking any of this damage.
So getting some work done early here is Brodie Spurlock. Kelvin down to 29. These are both 40-point heroes. And now Betsy has a very fascinating element. Now we talk about, like, I'm a Guardian guy. I love Guardian, and we see how old school Bravo has the ability to push through damage with Dominate. When it comes to Betsy, basically whenever an attack is wagered, you can pay 2, similar to the Dominate cost, which gets the attack gets +1 and overpower. So it's a way to kind of cheat through damage to really make it difficult to withstand. So we're going to see how Kelvin responds here. It's lead with power, a non-attack action, which is the next attack is going to get +3, but you get that might token for the follow-up.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. When Kelvin is wagering with some of these big attacks and uses Betsy's ability to give it overpower, I think Brodie might have a turn in the game where he can put all of his armor plus a card in front of it to stop it, but he only has the ability to do that once. So it's going to be a delicate balance for him to decide, is this the time I need to use all of my equipment to stop this? Or do I save it for an even more threatening attack in the future?
We're going to see on display some of the majestics of this game and this set particularly, and how they can really push the tempo. We saw Runner already, a really great card. And more of these tokens: might, agility, vigor. There's so many, but this is a 10, 12-point hammer. Why not?
Look at this board. He already generated multiple tokens for next turn. It looks like he's wagering another one. This is great.
Yep, so High Riser is the weapon of choice here for the Guardian. Basically, standard fare, pay 3, but if you've drawn a card this turn, it gets +1. High Riser is not necessarily the weapon of choice for all the Guardians, but if you can reliably start drawing cards here, that's kind of what you want to do. And we're wagering tokens here, and that's a new... this is a new mechanic that Josh Scott, Rules and Policy Manager, was on yesterday to kind of talk to us a little bit about how it functions and a little bit of the procedural aspects of wagering, the etiquette and such. All right, so 12 attack hammer here. Brodie is feathering through his cards to see what he wants to toss in front of it, what's expendable. He's already got a little bit of some work done. He's got an 11-point lead here. So if he's got some, something that he wants to throw back, he might actually just absorb some damage here and maintain a lead.
Well, and this is interesting that, once Brodie has that agility token, he's very incentivized to try to make 2 large attacks on the next turn, but he needs all the requisite cards to do that, obviously. So we end up in this situation where both players are saying, my hand attacks so well that I don't want to be blocking, and they just boat race. So
the question here is, in your early estimation, we saw the pre-cons yesterday. It was a little bit of a more grindy affair. Do you think that this is going to be more of a haymaker style? Let's get to the finish, whoever gets there first, or do you think that this is going to be more of a value grind out type of format?
We might see some early turns like we do here, where both players are just kind of smashing into each other. But as the game starts to evolve and we get into the nitty gritty, there's going to be a lot more blocking.
You love to see dice rolling, especially from a Guardian player.
Yeah.
It's rare. All right, 7 attack, go again. This is Bear Fangs. Again, draw, discard. We saw this yesterday. It's if you tailor your hand properly, this is a very brute thing. You kind of like randomness is just how you decide it to be to a degree. How you can tailor the odds, and brute players are very good at creating certainties with randomness. In this case, the discarding of the 6, but Kayo's got a little bit of an edge when it comes to discarding cards.
Yeah, I'd say it's a big edge, right? That additional bump that he gets on all of his attack actions when they're not on the combat chain means you can play a much wider array. Even this yellow bear fangs, if this is one of the cards that you're discarding, gets the KO bonus, counts as a 6.
Yeah, and that opens up a lot because all the players who are like, well, I need a 6 and it has to be a red, so I'm forced to play blues that maybe I don't want to play or not ideal. This might open up a lot more cards for a brute player to have to discard, but gives them a little bit more change in their pocket that they can pay with. That red is now a yellow in a degree. That yellow is now a blue, so it does open up. This is a hero that I told you yesterday, I told you today. Kayo is, in my opinion, the most intriguing. I just like Victor Goldman because the dude looks like a badass.
I mean, the name's awesome, right?
Yes, it is cool. I hope that we see some constructed Victor Goldman. I want to see just how high that pile of gold can be. But here it is, blocking out this attack here and following it up with
your favorite card in the set,
the Ball Breaker. Yeah, you go.
Ball Breaker.
We love it here. Again, on the discard, you're able to get the +1. And we saw yesterday how there was Reiner was using Fangs. The Mandible Claw and the Ball Breaker.
Yep.
And it's a nice option because this is kind of closing out the chain versus the double Mandible Claws, which would open up a wider combat chain here. So Ball Breaker here is, it's kind of like a plus value hammer to a degree, if you can get the certainty of discarding those 6s.
And obviously KO, armed and dangerous. Only one arm, can only have one weapon.
But still dangerous.
Still dangerous.
Yes. 8 attack following back here. Guardians do it big. This is an attack value here. Concuss obviously is the one where if you have a greater attack than its base, it is going to come in at the 2 because it got the 2 might tokens.
2 might tokens, yeah.
This is excellent value. Now we're seeing where these might tokens become great because past Guardian attacks that were 8, that were red for 8 attacks, red pitch, usually cost you 4, your choke slams and such. This is one where you're paying 3. So the card economy is a blue, but look how over the top it is. Not to mention, this has a built-in pummel to it to a degree.
Well, you need to have your deck designed around it, right? You can't just show up and play this card by itself. You have to have some of those might tokens. You have to have some of those auras that pop at the start of your turn to pump your attack. And in that way, you're getting that advantage. The 2-card hand becomes very effective.
So Brodie's got to think about this and going to put 2 cards in front of it. And there we go. We're going to finish it off there. And that's one of those instants.
No fear.
And yeah, so Kelvin Law is going to read the card again. We're going to see a lot of this. We're going to be doing it as well. You at home, if you want to see, there's the no fear. It's a brute instant. Basically, as additional cost, banish any number of cards with 6 or more from your hand. Beginning of the end phase, return them to your hand. Now, basically, what it says is the number of cards that you banish is 2 plus, is going to be that much plus 2, prevent that much damage. So you could just play it, banish 0, and prevent 2. So he covered this up very efficiently.
Yeah, so he's basically saying, I'm taking no damage. I'm going to arsenal this card for the next turn. And you have no tokens going into the following turn. So it's pretty doubtful that you'll be able to threaten such a powerful attack again.
Both players here have been sending it, but also playing a little bit conservatively with their life totals. I mean, we saw some fireworks back and forth. Both players were kind of happy to take it off the chin to sort of send it back. But now we're seeing a little bit more of defensive postures blocking out there. The hands might not be perfect how they want them. But
I think the turns have played out pretty effectively for both players. And now Kelvin gets the 4-card hand plus the arsenal. Looking at his list, he's got a ton of blues in it, which means he's going to be able to deploy potentially a large wager attack and use Betsy's ability. And, once he starts doing that, chaining it turn to turn, it can really put the screws to Brodie.
Blues, Guardians, it's kind of...
Yeah, tale as old as time, right?
Basically, yeah, you need them. I mean, when this set was announced, before we saw any of the cards, I kind of was mentioning about, hey, I'm like, Brian, is this just going to be a set where I'm looking for any kind of, blue pitch 3-block Guardian card that I can just use to fuel the other stuff? He's like, no, I'm telling you, there's going to be some cool stuff in here. And I think that Concuss is one of those cards that I think is going to be great because you can play it for the 6 value, but it's one of those cards where if, much like the old Anathos switcheroo, where it's coming in for 4, but if you pummel it, it's a 10. It's the same thing with Concuss. If you go ahead and pummel the Concuss, it's a 2-card discard, which can absolutely ruin your day. So seeing how some of these cards are going to mix into the existing meta and how those heroes have been played traditionally, it's not just about more blues for Guardian. It's about more attacks, more variety.
I do like that you're seeing what we're have on the screen for heavy hitters constructed, and your mind's just going all over the place for classic constructed in the future.
Well, you got to, right?
Yeah,
and that's the thing. And my brain is just constantly thinking about, I'm like, wow, Concuss. I'm like, okay, we saw Concuss yesterday and how it can fit with the might token and having how great that, or how those types of interactions are a little bit more difficult to pull off because it's in a pre-con. But now we're seeing it in a little bit more of a wider environment, which is this heavy hitters solo CC only heavy hitters cards. And then the next step is like, let's release it into the wild, let's see how it goes.
Well, I mean, you listed pummel, which is like, I think that's the easiest place to go where it's like, yeah, this just makes so much sense. We're going to see a lot of this, right? Well, Kelvin earlier in the game had pitched what I would call the poor man's pummel in lunging press. And that's something that Brodie's going to have to keep kind of in the back of his mind as this game goes on.
Well, do we remember yesterday, my friend?
I don't remember yesterday.
No? Okay. No? How much wine did we have? So there was the old lunging press that you said never happens.
Never happens.
And then it happened immediately afterwards.
Immediately.
Yes, the universe gave me a birthday gift. It was amazing. But that's it. You can think, it's like pummel is, no problem. Like, it's iconic. It's very useful. It's devastating. But you can just lunging press on top of a Concuss and ruin a day.
Yeah.
So this is Wallop. And basically, when you win a clash, revealing Wallop, create a Vigor token. We're not, right now on the board, that text is irrelevant. It's just a 5 attack that Brodie's going to have to digest here. He's going to toss a couple cards in front of this. I don't think he's looking to Those are 2 reds. I don't know what he was able to do with the rest of his hand here, but he's going to come back with something. I mean, Kelvin Law didn't exactly present a very uncomfortable turn there.
No, I mean, if I'm Kelvin in that position, that's a disappointing turn, right? You have the 4-card hand, you have your arsenal. The opponent previously just went arsenal pass. So you wanted to have multiple plays in a turn like that.
So here's a cool one. Cast Bones. Brute action, reveal the top 6 cards of your deck. Create a might token for each card with 6 or more revealed this way. So he's going to create some might tokens here. He's going to get some value on the next turn attack. Now, you said that it's not kind of he may have not been happy just sending a wall up, but at the same time, you think that there's some silver lining there where that innocuous attack actually peeled 2 cards out of Brodie's hand. So there's some good information there. You didn't have a big hand, so I don't think you're going to come back too strong. And Cast Bones is pretty much all he's doing, but I think he's just loading up for a fat turn next.
He really is. Cast Bones is a very interesting card in the new set because it's if you think about it as points of power that you apply to the following turn, it doesn't have go again, right? That's the biggest drawback to the card, but it gives you a very powerful play to make on your off turns. So Brodie's in a situation where he's blocking, he uses Cast Bones. If he has the right hand, he can just take some damage from Kelvin and then come back for a very big turn.
I have seen some some Brute games where I think it's like Beast Within where you reveal off the top and take damage until you hit what you need. I have seen some 8 damage self-sabotage with that, and I'm curious here. Cast Bones is not going to have necessarily a downside, but it does have a very high upside. If you create 6 might tokens, they'll throw in the agility for free. Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think 2 is very disappointing. 2 is like I would guess his average number of hits would be closer to 4.
Yeah, but you got to think also within this environment, right? It's probably going to be less. I think you're probably going to average like 3 to 4. I think you're fine. But like again, let's think about this in a more classic constructed, more universal environment in sort of that standard meta. You're going to be peeling 6s off the top like crazy. Now, the other question is if you're revealing off the top, does Kayo boost those up?
Yes.
So there you go. So you can put the 5s and 6s in there.
Exactly.
So I'm really intrigued. I really hope that Kayo becomes prevalent in the meta because I want to see the consistency of a card like Cast Bones. I want to see, an average of 4 to 5. And if you do hit the 6, it's a big celebration. It's kind of like rolling a 5 or 6 as KO, right? Like that's what I want to see. I want to see those kinds of scenarios. Here's a concuss. Again, no buffing of the damage on this. So no threat, but you did mention there was a lunging press lurking about. Yep. Is there 1? Is there 2? Is there 3? We don't know. I'm going to have a look here at Kelvin's deck. How many lunging presses does he play? He plays a 3-pack.
Wow, the full complement.
Yeah, he's got.
I like it.
Well, he saw what happened yesterday. He's like, let's do that 3 times.
We're going to get Craig with this one.
You got Craiged. So 6 attack over here, but there are 3 lunging presses lurking about, which would basically for 0 cost add instant speed. It's attack reaction speed. It would basically buff up an attack by 1, which seems very harmless. But when anything has an on hit and, for 6, it's like, all right, let's just throw 2-3 blocks in front of it and feel good about our lives. That card in Arsenal, if that's a lunging press, it only needs to happen to you once to basically lose sleep for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and with a card like Concuss, when it has greater power, it gets that discard trigger. Like, this is exactly the type of trick that you're looking for.
Definitely. All right, so a little judge call here. We're just going to get some clarification. Not quite sure what they're discussing, but again, new cards, new formats, new environment. You want to be sure that you're playing by the rules here. That's Amanda Coots. She's going to be here.
One of the best.
One of the best, if not the best, who's our head judge at the event right here. You've got Nick Kayo, the other judge that's going to be out there. Rules and policy manager Josh Scott is just kind of lurking about.
He's making sure everything's on the up and up.
Yeah, we talked about it. We're in line at the gondola coming up. We're just discussing. I think as Brodie mentioned, he had never seen a Bond movie. So, wow, we'll get to that. But I was saying, wouldn't it be funny if, because yesterday Josh has the beard, and he's thinking about just kind of shaving, and he's like, I kind of want to do like a Bond villain thing. And I said, I'm like, here, he's like the head judge, and then we're coming up with all the quips and stuff. It's like, you have just been disqualified, Mr. Bond. And then things like that, you know.
That is the best way to deliver news like that is when
Yeah.
you look like a Bond villain.
Oh, for sure. So I wonder if he's ever going to actually shave that beard. I actually offered the guy at the sheep shearing station $10 to just
To clean him up a little bit?
He's just there. He's just like, don't worry, this doesn't hurt him. Yeah, he's actually very calm right now.
I have antiseptic spray in case I nick him.
The dog's there, just making sure he doesn't go anywhere. Yeah.
It's keeping us all away.
Oh boy, this set is so awesome. I'm really, really into this set. Not because there's Guardian stuff in it, but there's 6 very cool heroes. I mean, Reiner we've seen before, but the 5 new heroes here. My curiosity, Craig, is we were talking with a lot of players, and a lot of them were so high on Kassai. Mm-hmm. They really wanted to play it, but a lot of them were a little bit nervous because she plays very, like, you need to have a fine balance. You need to set up. You have to have the graveyard a certain way. It's a lot of combination play. Brian actually was saying, he's like, it's one of the most satisfying heroes when it's a well-oiled machine. Yep. But with this card pool, without everything else, I think a lot of players were actually a little bit nervous to actually commit to that hero without some of the outside card, like the quote-unquote legacy card support for it.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, where there's a lot of moving parts to the deck. And in this particular event, there's 2 resources that you don't have enough of to work with. So you don't have a big enough card pool, and you don't have enough time to just figure out the right play patterns for this deck. And Kassai is a little more nuanced and difficult of a hero to put out there. So I think over time, the players are going to discover just how powerful Kassai is. But when you're given 1 day, 2 days to put together a deck, it's just not enough time.
All right, so I think what Brodie asked the judge was, hey, if I throw a 13, can I still stay at the tournament if I was this evil? So okay. 13 attack, bare fangs, why not? Kelvin Law looking down the barrel of a big, tall boy attack here. Throwing the hat in front of it. That is the chapeau. That is the good times chapeau. But I don't think Kelvin's having too much of a good time when he's got 13 damage looking staring him in the face.
Yeah, this format looks so fun with these haymakers that just kind of get thrown back and forth.
So bare fangs again, draw discard. If you discard a 6+, it'll get +2. But it also is getting a nice boost off of might tokens that were generated from the Cast Bones turn ago, and some other non-attack actions that are just pumping its tires as well. We're throwing the Stonewall Impasse here, which is a clash mechanic card.
So they had clashed on the previous turn. So Kelvin felt very comfortable blocking again because he knew the top card of Brodie's deck. So
good information again.
Yeah, perfect time to clash again, right?
These are the kinds of, when you're talking about what makes an average player a good player, what makes a good player a great player, sometimes it's just paying attention to details and taking those mental notes, knowing taking note of all the little bits of information, and maybe they're irrelevant, but if they do come into play, such as knowing what the top card of your opponent's deck is, and you might think that, okay, if I need to clash, that's information that gives you that extra edge.
All right, this is what we wanted to see. I believe we're looking at the Betsy specialization here, and Kelvin's attacked with it and used Betsy's ability because he's going to wager a bunch.
Yeah, so bet big, Betsy specialization. This is one of the Majestics. I think if you're going to be a Betsy player, you're going to want these. You're going to want them in foil. You're going to want them to look shiny. So basically, when you attack a hero with this card, you can wager a gold, might, and a vigor, and a vigor token. So it's feast or famine here. You're basically betting the farm on this one, because if this hits, you are getting loot.
Yeah, but if it doesn't, you're in a boatload of trouble, right?
Yeah, you don't exactly want to sort of have this across the table for you, right? So, but let's talk about Betsy's ability.
Yep, 9 overpower here. That's what we're looking at. And these are the situations where I said Brodie really wants to be conserving his armor just in case he needs to cover a really big attack like this.
This is the kind of play you make when you're like, hey, I got the flush. There's one card that can beat me. I got the king high flush. If you got the ace, then I'm beat. But I'm going to play these odds. I'm going to go for it. And in this particular format, I'm not sure that Brodie's got the tools here to get away from this unscathed. Overpower is not quite as potent as dominate, but in certain format, it feels just as oppressive.
Yeah, it can be just as good. And it'll be interesting to see if Brodie has another no fear I think would really help him cover this. If he could put a 4 block and a no fear and maybe 1 piece of armor, then he's going to come out of this unscathed and get to steal those 3 tokens from the opponent. But just based off of the way he's shuffling his cards and thinking about this for so long, it seems like Kelvin's going to end up with these tokens after this attack resolves.
And look, Kelvin with the poker face too. You see him staring across. It's
Yep.
kind of like you're making the big bet on the river, and you're just looking at your opponent. And Brodie's here just evaluating, like, what do you got? What is this? But it's all on the table. There are no more secrets here for Kelvin. Unless
He has that arsenal card rolled up, right? And lunging press does cost 0. So I'm sure that's part of what Brodie is thinking about here.
And you got a 3-pack of them in the deck too. Brodie, if he's paying attention, you got to think, okay, if you're playing 1, you're playing 3.
Yeah.
All right, so Brodie, thinking about it, he's going to be putting some cards in front of this over here. Bet big. Let's go.
Oh, and he had the block. He's able to basically work his way around the overpower with the 4 block card.
Brodie's going to come away with this. Did he get around it?
Yeah. He has covered the attack, and he's
no!
Wow, what a swing in this game.
I mean, this could have been a game-changing play here. Kelvin could have come away with a bag full of loot. Unfortunately, Brodie had the right recipe to sort of dance around this one, and look what he comes away with. He took a pot off of Kelvin here, and he not only has all this cool stuff, but he also has a significant life lead. He might not have all the momentum, but all of those cool cards are going to feel really, all those tokens are going to feel really good if you can make use of them, though.
Yeah, I was about to say that this is a kind of an anemic turn from Brodie, but before a bad turn, still being able to come in crunching for 5 is no slouch, right?
So this is the being blocked with one of the new legendary cards, Gauntlets of Iron Will. What it says is when this defends, the next time an attack would gain attack this chain link. Instead, it gains that much -1. It's a 2-block temper. So another cool effect over there. It's interesting because it kind of blocks, but it also shaves away, gives the attack a little bit of a haircut, right? So it blocks almost for 1 more in certain cases.
Yeah, only if they try to pump it after the gauntlets is already blocking.
This kind of eats up a lunging press.
It can eat a lunging press.
It's the anti-press. You can say it's the lunging pull. All right, cast bones again. One of the cooler majestics over here.
Oh, this was actually a really good turn for Brodie. He was able to swing with the weapon, and the agility token giving it go again. He's able to also deploy cast bones.
Hey, when you're in a tournament, you're at the poker table, you just got cleaned out, and you go back and you're like, all right, let's try again.
Yeah, you can't play scared.
No, you can't play scared. We're due. That's what Kelvin's saying.
Yep.
We're due. All right, so another one here. It's going to be a 9 overpower. We're wagering a little bit of everything.
The farm.
The farm, yes. The one we were at yesterday. So we got a gold token. We got a might token. We've got a vigor token. And we are betting big. Kelvin, once again, he's not doing the eye contact thing this time. He was before when he did the bet big with the overpower, he was staring Brodie right in the eye.
Sure.
Now he's kind of a little bit more sheepish, pun intended. So we're going to see how this goes. But Brodie here got all the loot from the previous turn. Is he going to steal another pot away from Kelvin?
Yeah, and in this limited card pool format, the 4 blocks are going to be some of the more powerful cards that you can play. So maybe that's one of the reasons you shouldn't be playing a wagering deck, because all of the combatants are going to show up with these 4 blocks, I think.
You have to.
Yeah.
In a format without reliable things like Sink Below, Fate Foreseen, which we see in almost every deck, you have to have value out of a blocking card. You might not have the surprise factor, but you at least get the value out of it. You want to be able to block 4 with 1 card in any capacity that just kind of punches above its weight, which you want to be doing. So I'm not surprised that every hero is going to have their 4 blocks in there. All right, we're going to try our best.
Okay. No, This one's getting through. We're pushing some damage. We're getting our tokens. That's a win for Kelvin, but he also has to be a touch nervous staring at this large hand and these 4 might tokens going into Brodie's turn.
For sure. He had the 11, saw the dealer with a 5. He doubled down, and he got rewarded here. He's got a pile of loot on his side, but we're going to go ahead and start with the wild ride as Brodie Spurlock at 6-1 here on day 2 of the Celebrational is looking to discard a 6 to give this go again.
I wonder how many misses he has at this point.
It's a good question.
I would think it's very low. Ooh, I think it was a block card.
All right, yeah. No attack value on that. So there is no go again on this. Wild Ride got stuffed here.
Oh, that might be just the break Kelvin needed to claw his way back into this game.
Yeah, there it is. So it was Test of Might, the Guardian block card, the Guardian Brute rather block card. I'm wondering if the other two, look at Brodie's just kind of eyeing him up, is like, all right, it's going to be one of those days.
That was probably a 1 out of 3.
Yeah.
In order to whiff there.
But you know what? I mean, 1 out of 3s are going to hit every now and then, but still, I mean, you don't get the go again, but you do get a 10 attack out of this. So you're still feeling pretty good, but Brodie's going to be left with a little bit of change in his pocket at the end of this turn. He's going to be left with a decision of what goes in the arsenal. So silver lining, maybe. Here we go. 10 attack.
More clashing.
Okay, well, Kelvin just said, no problem. And probably is looking to get some work done here, Craig, on his turn.
Well, he's got to be, right? He took enough damage to fall to 8 life. He's definitely behind in that aspect of the game. So he needs to make, I would think with this Vigor token, 2 large attacks here.
He's coming back. I mean, when you're on the sending side of it, when you're on the aggression side of it, and you're putting up like a 10 spot, and there's that initial kind of the fear of God is put in you, and they're just like, okay. And you're like, oh my God, like what is coming back? So it's going to be 12 here. We're going to wage Vigor when this attacks a hero. Basically, you may. So again, may and you do are 2 different things here. So you may wager a Vigor token with them. So it's a standard, standard Guardian fare. The red is a 7, cost 3, but it's getting pumped up here, up to 12, and it's been wagered. So it's got overpower.
Yeah, and this is huge. We actually saw this yesterday. Even if it didn't have overpower, if the attack's big enough that in order to win the wager, the opponent has to block with their whole hand, then the tokens they end up winning in the wager basically do not matter.
Yeah, they just fizzle and they're gone, right? So sometimes making those wagers, you think that it's a 50-50 in terms of what the actual return is going to be. It's not as risky every single time, right? It's not as risky when you're wagering where if you lose, your opponent's not going to get the same kind of value on the return. All right, so 12 attack here. Brodie's still at 23, representing just a shade over half his life total left. Kelvin went down to 8 in order to facilitate this return fire, which is pretty nasty. Again, you see Betsy kind of shifted to the side 90 degrees, indicating that her ability has been used, which is paying 2 to give this overpower and +1.
Yeah, and either he's going to come pretty close to evening up these life totals after the attack, or he's going to eat away at a significant portion of Brodie's hand. So this is just so much fun watching these haymakers kind of get thrown back and forth.
12 attack, all 4 cards in Brodie's hand here. We saw that the block card was actually given up, right? It was tossed away on a dice roll. So overpower, for those wondering, is basically you can only block with 1 action card. Mm-hmm. So if you have other cards that aren't actions, no problem. You can toss them in front of it. It's just kind of like a little bit of a less oppressive dominate effect to a degree. All right, here we go. So test of agility thrown in front, which is a block card.
Yep.
So that's why you're seeing 2. I think he's still going to take it here. So Kelvin is pushing damage and collecting his loot. And this is what a great exhibition of the wager mechanic. And there's going to be a lot of people who are watching this and looking at Betsy and saying, this is kind of how I want to play. This is a new hero. If you're looking at this new set and thinking, I'm not sure which one of these heroes really speaks to me, watching Kelvin play Betsy and seeing these wager mechanics, and like you said, it's not really a 50-50 bet some of the times, but now we're seeing on Brodie's side the Kayo aspect, the big attacks, the one-armed but +1 on your fives makes you feel a lot more safe, and what a great exhibition of these brand new heroes in this format.
And I think these gold that are sitting on the board are particularly interesting as well. We saw Kelvin have a turn where he had the 4-card hand, he had the arsenal, and he was only able to deploy a blue attack, right? It was a pretty mediocre turn for him. Well, now moving forward, if he has a turn like that, he can just start cycling those blues into brand new cards and floating resources, digging his way through the deck, finding a much more powerful attack.
8 on the stack with the go again here. Throwing a couple cards in here. Kelvin has to be a little bit more cognizant of the fact that he's close to the edge. And I'm not saying that because the gondolas are passing by in the background, but he's actually in single-digit territory here. Brodie has potentially a turn or two where he can just absorb and return and continue that pressure. Brodie completely content to trade. Kelvin has to be a little bit more weary of playing that loose.
Yeah, we've seen him use his life total as a resource, taking a lot of damage in order to fire back the monstrous attacks that we've been seeing. But on the other side of the board, Brodie's been able to, have very effective off turns or very strong hands with only 2 or 3 cards. And so just watching him be this effective when he only has heavy hitters cards to work with makes me think that Kayo has so much possibility.
20 minutes left in the round here. Ball breaker for 4 following after that go again attack. And that represents basically the whole ball game here. A little discussion between the two players. And again, I think what Brodie's indicating here is if there's any confusion, I think Brodie is saying, hey, if we're not sure, the judges are there, and that's what they're there for. And it's good advice for anybody who's listening here, whether you're a pro or whether you're intermediate, casual. If there's ever any concern, confusion, or discrepancy, call a judge. That's kind of the way to go.
And they give us the pause button to let us know that they're calling.
Oh, that's actually all right. Now I like that. Oh boy, the good old pause button. Remember pressing the start button on your NES?
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's like pause, press start. The start button was never really the actual start. That was like the king of the buttons, Like it was scary to push it at times. You never knew what it did. And then there was select. Select was like its little brother that
was always safe.
Yeah, it's like you could press select. It's like you do it to experiment. It's like, what does this do? Interesting. Yeah. But God forbid you press start and something happens. That was a scary button to press. There are people out there listening to this and like, what the hell's a start button?
So if we were to just get a bunch of border collies, what are you naming your border collie?
I love dogs so much. I've been wanting one for so long. Unfortunately, based on how traveling so much, it's not fair to have one. But I've always wanted a border collie, and I would there's the 2 names I've kind of sort of settled on. It's either R2,
okay,
or Rival.
R2 is a great name.
R2 is
for a companion.
Yes, exactly. Like a little mischievous companion, always there to so it's R2 or Rival. Those are the 2 that I would want.
Okay. I would. So when I asked you this question, I had something in mind, and I was afraid it's low hanging.
Are you going to surprise me with a dog?
I'm not going to surprise you with a dog. Yeah, I've just been keeping it in my pocket the whole time. You had no idea.
Followed us home. It's on the boat. Oh boy!
Well, you got to name your border collie Brodie Collie. Yeah.
There's some yeah. Oh gosh, the Brodie Collie. Oh boy. All right. Well, where are we at here?
Yeah, I mean, Kelvin took a bunch of damage last turn. He said, "I'm just going to keep doing the thing that I've been doing, which is smashing you for a bunch." But like you said, Brodie is far enough ahead in life total that this isn't a long-term winning game plan, right? But I don't know if Kelvin's backup plan of block with my whole hand and hammering is any better.
Wage might is what we're looking at here. It's a big attack when you're using 2 dice.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to call in the support dice here. It's basically wagering a might token, the standard fare of a red 7 for 3. There's an abundance of cards like that. This one is wagering. So again, wagering is what Betsy wants to do because that allows you to get an extra +1 and the off the 2 costs to get +1 and the overpower effect. Overpower effect in limited any type of guarantee over the top kind of pushing damage effect in a limited environment is always ultra powerful. We've seen, in Barcelona, there was in Bright Light's draft, a lot of players were looking to draft an overpower card, boom grenades, like chip away, and then set up that overpower boom grenade finisher. Here, it's a little bit different, but it's built into your hero, which is excellent. Yeah. Having that kind of reliability is very important.
Yeah, it's a very strong ability that's just waiting for you. You think about some play patterns where you're blocking with 2 cards and your bad turn is a 2-card 7, right? Pitcher blue, attack for 7. Like, this is a very effective play pattern. And then on the other turns where you have extra cards in your hand, you're like, I'm going to wager and use my extra resources to activate Betsy and have an even better turn.
So we're wagering the might token here, which is not the scariest aspect here, because you got to think if you're Brodie, it's like, okay, if I give Kelvin a might token, he's at 1. No matter what I present, I'm going to be peeling cards away from his hand, and it's going to basically really pare down what his turn is going to look like. I'm at 18, so I don't think what Brodie is considering here is preventing the wager to connect, because that is almost, you can't do that unless you've got extra block cards in hand. I think what he's thinking here is, do I really just want to give away free life? So let's just see what I can do. Is it a 3-card hand? Is it a 2-card hand? Or is it a 4-card hand? And Brodie does that math in his head. He knows that giving away 1 life total or giving any extra space here might come back to haunt him, especially against a player of the caliber of Kelvin Law.
Sure. And another consideration here is just that Kelvin has almost no armor left. He's got 1 more point of block on his headpiece. And other than that, he's pretty naked over there on that side of the board.
What's really cool about this particular matchup, not just the heroes, Kelvin Law is the #1 XP holder in the world.
By a wide margin.
Yeah. Right. That doesn't shake Brodie at all. Brodie's mission, Brodie's objective is he wants to be the #1 XP holder in the world. So you've got the #1 versus the upstart.
Well, the will be #1, right? Like, Brodie's going to get there.
You never know. I mean, if Kelvin keeps playing like that wide enough margin, gives him a little bit of breathing room. But I mean, at the same time, I don't think Brodie. I don't think I've ever been to an event that Brodie was not at.
Sure. And while he's there, he's winning the event.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, it's not like he's just giving away XP. It's like, oh, I went 4 and 4. No, it's just like, maximize the efficiency of this XP. So another sort of subtext to this matchup here played off the board. It's Kelvin Law, the #1 XP, and when I say #1, it's like close to 8,000.
Sure,
unreal.
Yeah. No, it is bonkers every time I see it, and I just think if my entire play group pooled all of our XP together, we still wouldn't be close.
No, you'd need to pool it together, like invest it in low-risk mutual funds, and then maybe, in a few years...
Wait for that 10-year payout.
Correct, yeah. You needed to invest it in Bitcoin a few years ago, and maybe you'd get there, but unfortunately, not the case. But there it is, #1 versus #2 from the XP perspective, as well as the top of the brackets here at the Celebrational. So the narratives are plenty, but the best part about this is that after the games are done, everyone's having a good time. Everyone's hanging out, and it smiles all around. There's a wild ride, finally discarding what you need to give this the go again, but it's the +2 on top of it. So Kelvin has to have give it a little bit of a think here, because there is no more margins for error. Brodie knows that that the end is near. He took a decent amount of damage here in order to preserve a hand to maximize it. So we're going to block the full kit here.
Yep, and another 6 to follow it up. That's going to do it. Wow, that was a really fun match.
Oh. You didn't know there's a shuttle launch happening outside of the venue. Yeah. So, very cool. Brodie Spurlock on Kayo takes out Betsy. Kelvin Law, the #1 XP, is taken out by the one hunting that title, which is great. So, moving up to 7-1 is Brodie Spurlock.
Yeah, a really fun match. We got to see both of the heroes kind of do their thing, so to speak. There was wagering, there was clashing. That was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun, and there's still a lot more to happen today. 2 more rounds of this particular format, solo heavy hitters CC, which is, again, if you're thinking, what is that? You can only play heavy hitters cards, but you have access to all of them.
The entire card pool, yep.
And then after that, what do we have? 3 more rounds of my favorite format.
I think it's a lot of people's, like, I think it's going to be an absolute treat from a viewer standpoint. This is something that the hype has been building over the last couple of years as more and more heroes hit Living Legend status. And it was like, is there going to be a Living Legend format? And here it is on the biggest stage everyone gets to see.
Yeah, so let's have a look here of what we've got. So again, this was yesterday. This was day 1. It was 4 rounds of Underdog Blitz. You had to play a hero with less than 100 Living Legend points. And a lot of viable options, too.
There were, but what we saw on camera was Prism just head and shoulders above the field, right?
Oh, Prism looked real good. I think she only took 1 or 2 points of damage on screen, and it was just fun. It just felt bulletproof at that point. So that's what we started the day with, 4 rounds. But then we moved on to some heavy hitters related action, which was 3 rounds of pre-con blitz. So this was a very unique experience too.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about getting to see the new cards and watching all the new abilities get leveraged to the maximum. It was really entertaining, but also I think it was really educational to see like what these heroes are trying to do. And as we move into our pre-releases for Sealed Deck and Hartford, where we'll both be for the calling, potentially drafting on day 2, getting to discover what these heroes are all about is very important.
And it was just mystery hero to a degree. They didn't know what they were getting until they sat down. And you're absolutely right, because when you're playing limited, you can't rely on Majestics and Legendaries and powerful plays. You have to make do with the commons, the rares. That's where you are going to win and lose games. So seeing players play with those rarities and how they combined cards and how important lunging press is, like that's what we got to see. So that was yesterday. And today, well, we've got the 3 solo CC. That's rounds 8 through 10. Looking good, looking fine. We had our first matchup. We got to see some of the sheer strengths of some of the cards like Bet Big and Cast Bones, and think the cards that are going to shape some of these heroes, those specializations, which look really great.
Yeah, I mean, No Fear looked very strong when it was played. The Cast Bones looked great when it was played. So it gets me excited, right? I'm like, I want to go and just start brewing classic constructed decks with these new heroes.
Yeah, like you see a card like Concuss, and the first thing, like I said, it just popped into my mind. This card plus Pummel is just brutal. It's
their best friends, right?
They are best friends. They're holding hands on the gondola and having a good time.
Skipping down the street. Yeah.
For sure. So I'm very excited to see those cards happen. But what about the end of the day later on? We're going to see 3 rounds of this. And there's going to be a little bit of morbid curiosity on this one, because Starvo, which basically shaped not just the meta, but the game itself for so long, it was the champion to beat. Is it still the champion to beat, Craig, despite having a lot of its key elements, its key aggression points nerfed?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Has LSS pulled back on the reins hard enough to prevent, Bravo Star of the show from running ahead of the field like it has been?
We're going to have Chane available, and a lot of players discussing, does Lexi have a shot here in this? Is it Phi? Is it Prism? I know some of the players are thinking, maybe it's Kano. Maybe Kano could be a lot of fun out there. Yeah. So we're going to get 3 rounds of Living Legend today as well before we move to tomorrow, which is the finals.
The big cheese.
The big cheese, as they say, where basically it's going to be a best of 3. The top 2 are going to play a best of 3 in 3 formats. You're going to have a Underdog Blitz game. You're going to have a Heavy Hitters solo game, and then you're going to have your Living Legend game. Basically, the higher seed will pick the first format, and the loser picks the second. So if there's need for a third, you play the third game. And I can't see how the top 2 are not going to go the distance on this one.
Oh, we certainly hope so, right? You want to see as much flesh and blood as possible. And that culminating third game where you're playing for all of it is just going to be so exciting.
So are you putting now a lot of the logic? I think about this from like a hockey perspective, where I'm thinking in shootouts you get 3 shooters. Usually you put your best shooter second. you put your pressure on and whatever. You don't want to leave them last because you might not even have an opportunity
if you don't
to
use them.
So in this case, are the players going to play their best format, their best, most comfortable deck second? So I'm going to think about how that goes. What would you go? What's your best format out of those three?
So that's an interesting question. What's my best format?
Like out of those three, which one?
You mean these formats that are brand new and I haven't even played yet?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm good at all of them.
Wager. Make your wager. All right, friends. Before we go to the break, I just want to make a quick call out to everybody over there. Yesterday, I said something that I'm not proud of, and I want to make sure that I can tell you that part of it is we make mistakes, and part of making mistakes is also owning those mistakes and improving on those mistakes. So I will be better, and I want to say I apologize for things I said yesterday, Craig. I know that it's not cool, and I realize that. So we're going to move on to the break. We're going to come back with a lot more heavy hitters, man. This is going to be a great celebrational. Yeah. Craig, Flake, we'll see you after the break.
As we unveil a true colossus of the arena, born a beggar on these streets, he built this arena into his home. Wielding a blade seasoned by hundreds of battles, he's the undisputed deathmatch champion, littering the ground with those foolish enough to challenge his title. Prepare yourself for a spectacle of excellence. Olympia, the prized fighter!
Welcome back to the booth here in Queenstown. Your eyes do not deceive you. It is myself, Brian Gottlieb, and my friend Craig Krempels back in the booth. And we're going to have a little bit of story time. Way back in the dark ages, before probably many of you were born, Craig and I traveled around the country doing commentary together for another card game. We were all over the East Coast, and every single week we spent time together. And it turns out this global pandemic happened, and we lost the ability to do that. But in that time, we found this wonderful new game, and independently of each other, through no communication, we just found out we were both playing Flesh and Blood.
Yep.
And at some point, I'm like, Craig, do you want to do some commentaries? Let's get in touch with these people at LSS. We don't know any of them, but we can reach out, and maybe they're interested in us going into the booth sometime. And we got scheduled to do that. We were going to go do an event.
Yep.
Craig caught COVID and could not make that event. And we were denied again. And since that time, our paths have not lined up. I've been in the booth plenty. Craig's been in the booth. Craig filled in for me.
When you had COVID?
I caught COVID before Pro Tour Lille. And it's been impossible for the two of us to share a stage together. And it's so good to be back in the booth with you, calling a TCG once more. And I couldn't ask for a better venue to do it here at the Celebrational.
Dude, this event it's bonkers. This is so much fun. What LSS has done for the community, for the players, it's so special. Getting to cast it is so special. I want to thank all of you for including me in this process. And I don't know, just every day, my wife couldn't be here, a little disappointing, but every day she talks to me, I'm like, babe, I'm just having so much fun.
Yeah, I think everyone is. And I hope our viewers at home are also having so much fun getting their first look at heavy hitters and doing it through this solo format. This is something we worked on a bit behind the scenes, and I think it's just such a cool way to have an introduction to these heroes. And I do implore you, when you first get your hands on heavy hitters, play this at home. I think it really does work. It is a lot of fun, and it is like kind of this crash course on what these heroes want to do, how they work, and where their power really lies. And we're going to be seeing that on display this round. We're going to be watching Mara Ferris piloting Betsy one more time. We want to take another look at Betsy, see exactly what kind of trouble she can get up to. Of course, Mara, so infamous as one of, if not the best Dromai players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, she's written the entire doctoral thesis on the hero, right? And she's not done with it. She continues to innovate, to improve, to modify. And if you go find Mara on social media, I believe she has a Discord. Like these are places where she shares all of this information with the community.
Yeah, but she's showing not a one-trick pony, absolutely capable of playing every hero under the sun, and is going to be repping Betsy. But then we go to Viet Fam, lifetime XP leader for Europe. Of course, that very, very famous top 8 Worlds finish in the past, overcoming just absolute incredible odds to go ahead and get that top 8. But it's going to be repping Olympia down in this solo format. And I was watching the chat. People are clamoring for Olympia. They're saying, show us Olympia. They want to know what's going on with this hero. And Craig, tell me about your first impressions of Olympia. What do you think of this hero?
It's so interesting because Olympia has to me, of all the heroes, it's the most innocuous looking ability. It just doesn't jump off of the page at you. But I think if you're able to start accumulating these gold tokens, they're such a valuable resource where you're cashing them in to play cards for free, you're cycling through your deck faster, you've got that velocity, and it's just going to really open up the game for the Olympia player. It's like, all I need is the first 1 or 2 gold, and then it's going to snowball into just a huge advantage throughout the game.
Yeah, and it sounds like our players are about ready down in the feature match area, so we are going to zoom down there and see exactly what Olympia can do. And, Craig, the thing I keep hearing is, show us the payoff. Show us the payoff. We want to know what the payoff is for Olympia. Olympia's payoff is gold. It's right there in front of you. Gold is a heck of a token to have in play. It opens up so many play lines for you. It allows you to do so many things. And I want to see what Viet can go ahead and do when those gold tokens start funneling into his side of the arena.
So what you're telling me is that you guys tried to make it as obvious as possible, and we still missed it.
Gold. It says gold on the card.
Right on the card.
It's a very simple card. Make gold. Benefit from gold. Mara looking to benefit from just going ahead and setting up on this turn 1. Looks like one of those attacks going to come down and try and force a little damage early on. Maybe just filtering the hand a bit, setting up for turn 2. It is just Clash of Vigor. Usually see that one committed on the defensive side. And Craig, I want to tell you, obviously, for you, for Flake, calling this tournament extremely tough. You haven't seen a lot of these cards before. Maybe you got a brief look over the last 2 days between the binge drinking and the sheep shearing, but it is hard to find a window to just do some review of all this stuff. And
I think that there's so much space with these heroes, and it's going to be so interesting as we move into the classic constructed format and the card pools get very large to see what some of these more complicated heroes are going to be able to do.
Looks like Viet going to start with cracking the flat trackers here, getting that agility in place. So critical for these warriors to go ahead and have agility at the ready. And it looks like we're going to look at a commanding performance followed up by a wage attack here. And I do think these warriors dip their toes into attacks far more often than previous warriors may have. Something like a Dorinthia, which just never played an attack action.
Sure. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting because Viet does have, the Centauri Saber and then another sword in his holster. But like you said, now there's a lot more attack actions that they're looking to play. So it's going to be interesting to see if he has some turns which are big attack actions and other turns which are multiple weapon attacks.
Yeah, is of course a wager here. I would assume probably wage agility is on, coming in for 10. And like I said, just critical to keep these agilities up turn after turn after turn is something you really want. I guess in this case, already having the agility, no real reason to wager here. You don't want to open yourself up unless you're trying to accumulate that gold. And that's one of the things about wager. There's so many things you have to consider. Can my opponent benefit from winning the wager? What's the cost of me losing the wager? Do I already have access to the thing I'm trying to produce here? Particularly with agility, which does not play well in multiples, unlike something like bigger or might.
Sure, but like you said, it doesn't play well in multiples, but it's so important to the play patterns of some of these heroes that it's absolutely critical to have one. And we see Viet just very first turn of the game, he cashes in a piece of his equipment, which generally would be so valuable, but he wanted the guarantee agility going into next turn.
Mara is going to go ahead and block with that test of strength. Fires off the clash, and I believe it was a draw on that clash. I do not see any new tokens having been added to the arena. So unsuccessful clash on the Guardian side. And every time you're playing Warrior against Guardian and you start to clash in, you feel like you got away with one if you're able to get the draw and the occasional win as well. As we mentioned, though, these decks not without attack actions. It's not just a complete free roll when it comes to clashing with the Warrior.
But I think among the heroes in this set, the Warrior is the one you want to be clashing against by far the most.
100%. Absolutely. There's going to be that Miller's Grindstone buffed up here by a lead with Heart, making it bigger for a future turn. Miller's Grindstone, again, another interesting one. This one only clashing once it hits, but does have the capacity to go ahead and remove some cards from Viet's deck should it hit and win the clash. Of course, also a downside as well. And let me tell you, if your Miller's Grindstone starts to get worn down, it is not a very effective weapon. Once that is a 3-power Miller's Grindstone, it is, I won't say useless. It is not very effective. Once it's 2, it's about useless. You really don't want to find yourself with a 2-power Miller's Grindstone.
I was about to say, if you're using your action point each turn to swing for 2 or 1, you're just going to be taking that damage.
It looks like the clash has happened here on the Miller's Grindstone, and I did not see a mill immediately.
I believe this is a Test of Vigor clash to start.
Okay, Test of Vigor clash on the block, but it is going to hit.
Oh, and it looks like Mara has lost this clash.
Correct. The clash is just not breaking in her favor, and that is a huge blow to Mara's offense, losing the 4th point of power on the Miller's Grindstone. Shield in the second hand slot as well. So you can dual wield the Miller's Grindstone. It is a one-handed hammer, and that gives you some cushion. Of course, there's something like Victor's ability, which can go ahead and re-roll a clash, give you another opportunity to go ahead and try and avoid that counter. But here, it's sticking, and the Miller's Grindstone is starting to wear down. And on Viet's side, it is going to be runner. And look, Greg, I'll just tell you, I think this card's an all-star. I think this is an absolute powerhouse from this set. When this attacks, if it has go again, create an agility token. Of course, that agility token Viet made on the last turn, going to go ahead, give that go again, meaning agility token on the next turn as well.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to be doing. It's the easiest way to be swinging those agility tokens from turn to turn. And 2 for 6 with go again is definitely just a very solid above rate card.
I talked to Viet a little bit about the decision to bring Olympia into this solo portion. The only player who brought Olympia, and the question kind of is, why Olympia over Kassai? And he felt that the Kassai ceiling is a little bit higher, but he couldn't quite get the ratios right, given the extremely limited time frame that our players have to prepare. As I said, binge drinking, sheep shearing, that takes up a lot of time. But in that small window, they have to put together their solo format deck, and it's a huge, huge challenge. Kassai asked you for quite a bit. It asked for a good balance of reds and yellows. You need to get your agility effects into the deck. So I understand Viet's decision, and thus far paying dividends, a win last round, looking to have a nice start thus far in this game as well.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. I made this point last round. The not only is the card pool small, but the amount of time that the players had to work with the cards was small, and it just makes it that much more difficult to show up with a lot of moving pieces that Kassai demands.
Yeah, and here is the play from Mar. It is going to be a money where your mouth is, wagering a gold Betsy activation. And then I think this is one of the Majestics in the set. I again, failing to remember the name because I'm still used to the playtest name, but a huge Guardian attack that gets a buff both from having a Vigor and a Might token in play. And you are seeing it pumped up here by Mar. It is primed to fight. It is the card I was thinking of, even if the name escaped me. If you've controlled a Vigor token this turn, this costs 1 less to play. So Mar got to play this for 4 costs technically, but we do know that Vigor provided the resource as well. And also, if you happen to have controlled a Might token, this gets +1. So that Might token offers the +1 buff itself. It gets an additional +1 if you previously controlled it on that turn. So sometimes you're looking at a 3 for 11 here, Craig, and the output on this card is massive.
Yeah, a 2-card hand 11 is previously pretty
maybe unprecedented.
Yeah, pretty unthinkable. And now it's just like especially with the equipment that can generate these tokens, you can easily see this regularly popping up where you generate the tokens, you arsenal the prime to fight, and it's definitely going to happen on the next turn.
Yeah, huge power play for these Guardians. I think we're going to see it in Betsy. I think we're going to see it in Victor. I think there's a possibility that Bravo may be interested in exploring what this card does. The output is just that good, and it's a cool incentive for heroes like Bravo, which have no intrinsic tie to this set, the Vigor Might kind of dichotomy, to go ahead and explore and see if there's a reason to put that in. I think that's one of the cool things that Heavy Hitters does. It is both very supportive of its themes while offering things to other sides. And I don't think Viet has won this match yet. That is a absolute misplaced graphic. We will get back to the main camera in just a moment. Look, he's ahead. I'll give him that. He definitely has the life lead. I don't think it's a done deal at this point. So Viet, considering blocks on this attack, of course, this does have overpower, so a challenging block to make, Craig.
Yeah, but we are in a format where the players are playing a lot of the 4 block cards. The 4 armor block cards, I guess that's a much better way to put it.
Yep.
So I think when we move into Classic Constructed, it'll be much more difficult for people to cover some of these attacks. But in this smaller format, people showing up with the block cards, they're going to be able to cover this a higher percentage of the time.
One of the things I like about Overpower, as a player, as a game designer, it does open up some different vulnerabilities than previous evasive effects. We saw it just come off the Bright Lights format, how important it was there, particularly against things like Teklevossen, which struggled to even use Evos to go ahead and block overpower attacks. And it's kind of got a very unique role here as well, where yes, it is very evasive, but there's some vulnerabilities. There's things like attack reactions. There's the block cards. There's very good ways to go ahead and shut down an overpower should your hand line up properly.
Dude, lead with speed.
This is another good one, Craig.
Very impressive every time I see it.
Yeah, this is a really strong card. Look, I'm, again, just laying it out there. Heavy Hitters has some strong cards. Really, really powerful effects. And lead with speed definitely deserves consideration, despite just being a common. This really does unlock some of these warriors. We said how important agility is. You go into a turn with agility, you feel just more powerful. You feel like the world's your oyster. You have many, many options. And now we see our first Centauri Saber attack of the match. Good to see Centauri Sabers back in the mix here.
I'm not looking forward to seeing, a bunch of Command and Conquers with Go again as the first thing that people do to lead off a turn.
Get used to it, Craig. That's how it's going to be.
That is how it's going to be.
Agility is going to be doing work on all kinds of effects. They may even have 7 power, honestly. They may cost 1 due to Vigor. These effects are very, very powerful. These tokens, not only a blast to play with, but they open up a lot of strategic possibilities. And Standing Order going to be the play here from Viet Fam. I really want to get Standing Order up on screen because this may be the first time we've looked at this card. I've, again, very busy, but I haven't 100% kept it with previous season. I've seen a lot of it. Standing order, an exciting new generic coming out of heavy hitters. So all the heroes going to have access to this one, kind of playing with Arsenal bottoming for buffing on multiple sides. So when this attacks or defends, you may put a card from your arsenal on the bottom of your deck. If you do, this gets +2 and +2 defense. So 0-6 in some scenarios if you give up that arsenal. If you give up the arsenal on defense, you get a 5 block out of your hand. That's a really flexible effect.
And there's times when it's just a 0 for 4 that blocks for 3, and these are still very good on-rate numbers. It reminds me a little bit of Enlightened Strike, where there's all of this versatility to the card, and you're going to be able to just do the best possible thing with it each time you draw it in your hand.
Yeah, let's talk sideboards too, Craig, because one of the things that has become very important in the recent CC formats, poppers. Well, here's a popper,
Sure.
conditionally, that can also do many, many other things in your deck. It can help you deal with Dominate from Azalea or Bravo, just all kinds of flexibility in this card.
Yeah, I can tell you, leading up to some of the more recent competitive events, my team went deep down the rabbit hole talking about which poppers could potentially end up in the sideboard and have fringe benefits in other matchups. And there's not a lot of real exciting cards that you want to put in your deck there when they're not popping a Phantasm effect.
Right? I think Standing Order is one of those exciting cards.
And so this could just step in and fill that role just so well.
Exciting stuff going on Mara's side as well. The Good Time Chapeau, Betsy's kind of signature headpiece being used to add an additional wager. So this is just a massive, massive wager from Mara coming in for 11 on this. And you see Viet ready to go ahead and commit some equipment as well as multiple cards from hand. And I think, again, showing sort of the vulnerability of Overpower in this format. I assume those blocks very much comprised of things like attack reactions and able to go ahead and cover that up. And now Viet has just stolen this wager from Mara, a huge swing onto his side of the arena.
I mean, that is an understatement. Viet just got an entire care package of tokens that came over to his side of the board.
Everything. Gold, mites, vigors, all over the place.
And
extremely powered up turn for Viet here.
Yesterday, we had seen someone end up with some tokens after blocking out on one of these big attacks, and they weren't able to do anything with it. But having these cheap weapons and having the gold to use, to cash in for new cards means he's actually going to have a real turn after putting all of those cards in front of that big attack.
Yeah, Fama had double vigor on that turn and a gold token at the ready, so just converted it into a new card. What a huge, huge benefit heading into this turn cycle. Let's see what the output is here. Is there a big attack? We don't have agility on this turn, I believe. So it is going to be, looks like a money where your mouth is. Coming in, Centauri Saber. And is there going to be a wager here? Does he want to go ahead and force Mara to block? Looks like the answer is yes. You see that gold move forward. And I love how the players are representing here these wagers, saying what's on the line, putting it under the attack. Really nice habit to get into when you go ahead and play heavy hitters at your LGS or at the Calling here in Queenstown this weekend or the World Premiere. I'll be playing in the World Premiere. Very excited about that. Craig has to work. I'm going to have a good time.
I have a blast in the booth. And, to me, I'm just soaking this all in, and I'm going to take down Hartford. So
okay, fair enough. No. I'll be still here in New Zealand at that point, so I won't be able to challenge you there. Also, I am banned from playing Callings, but you are free to go ahead and win that one.
This is an interesting spot because we haven't seen a lot of attack reactions yet in almost any of our formats. But as soon as Viet says, I am wagering here.
What's going on, Craig?
Yeah, the red flag has to go up, right?
Yep.
You have to be concerned that Arsenal card and that one floating resource represents a big pump to this attack.
Let's talk about another layer of wager. So you represent this attack reaction. You're telling Mara, you have to be ready for this. I can go ahead and pump this. And it's getting even harder now. Viet representing 6 after the benefit from that might as well with the go against. So the agility was at the ready here. Mm-hmm. So now there's actually a lot to consider.
Yeah.
One resource floating. Let's talk Grains of Bloodspill for the first time. Sure. That is the legendary that Viet has sitting there in his chest zone, able to use that to go ahead and convert a floating resource to a vigor token to use on a future turn. I think that effect is really powerful and plays exactly into this scenario because Mara does have to respect that one resource floating as a potential attack reaction. But what if Viet just wants to turn that into a vigor on a future turn?
Yeah, he can just swing that extra resource into the next turn if he's not going to be using it this turn.
I think, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Another powerful card from heavy hitters. Grains of Bloodspell I expect to be a staple in Warriors going forward. And I want to talk a little bit more about the strategic implications of a wager here. So you're telling a story on your side. You're saying, I am confident this is going to hit. If you're Mara, you go, well, Viet has this confidence. Maybe I'm not supposed to overblock here. Maybe I'm just supposed to go ahead and underblock and just preserve my turn because he knows it's hitting anyway. Why would I give him more resources? But what if that's exactly what Viet wants? There's layers to the wager, and there's so many things you can manipulate your opponent into. And it looks like we are going to see a pretty substantial block here from Mara. I think that's about 7 if I read the block values on these cards correctly.
Yep, and the Saber's going to get his bonus here.
Yeah, so now it's a clean block, 7 on 7. Is it the attack reaction in Arsenal? It is going to be the attack reaction. It looks like we are going to buff here, going to 10. And that means a wager is won. Olympia makes another gold and has everything rolled up going into the next turn. Also ahead on life. Olympia looking very impressive thus far through these early turns of the game.
Yeah, that was a big turn. And
2 gold at the ready.
yeah, two gold. I think this is kind of the snowball point, right? Where with 2 gold, you can start having these really, really strong turns.
You put a couple blues into that, they replace themselves, and you're up 2 resources.
Well, and there's several cards in the set that just say, instead of paying this card's cost, you could just cash in a gold.
Sure. Absolutely. A lot of strategic options here. And we see Mara coming in with just the hammer here, but it is that blunted, that worn hammer coming in for 3. Viet finds a clean block with another standing order. No damage done by Mara on this turn. Looks like we already start with the lead with speed one more time. Already denoted that as a quite powerful card. And then we see our first attack of the match from Hot Streak. Craig, what does it tell you when Viet's choosing to put the Hot Streak forward as opposed to the Centauri Saber?
Well, yeah, it's extra interesting because you don't want to be blocking the Hot Streak, right? As soon as you put an action card in front of this, it gets go again. And there's a floating resource, which means that you expect the Centauri Saber to follow it. Yeah.
Again, head games. I think that
it's an attack action card. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I think that Warrior is all about the mind games in this set. All about putting your opponent in uncomfortable situations, making things hard on them. You will feel it on the other side of the table.
And like you said, even the ability to swing these resources from turn to turn where, oh, these 2 gold aren't doing anything. There's still a resource there waiting to be used. If Mara just takes this, the floating resource can make that vigor token, swing an extra resource next turn. He's going to be arsenaling a card, 4-card hand, arsenal, 2 gold, vigor token. Like it just represents a massive turn moving forward.
It does. It absolutely does. It's been a while since I have been playing heavy hitters. We've moved on to future things, which everyone will soon learn more about.
Yeah, what are those things, Brian?
That's not happening this weekend. This weekend's about heavy hitters, but you'll get there at some time in the future. But it's been a bit since I played heavy hitters, and I got together with James this past weekend over at his place, and we sat down to play a little heavy hitters with our first waves of product that got in our hand. And I was just immediately reminded the strategic flexibility available in this set. There's so many options to consider. And it is, no flesh and blood set is simple. That's part of the beauty of the game. It is a very deep game with room for strategic expression, but it is a melee combat focused set. You don't have the kind of finicky items of something like a Bright Lights. It's kind of back to basics, back to WTR. But the strategic depth on display in this format, I think y'all are going to absolutely love it.
Yeah, I've been impressed with both the fact that each person is incentivized to be attacking with these big attacks each turn, but you're still making many relevant decisions from turn to turn.
Greg, you see anything cool down in the bottom left-hand side of Viet's portion of the arena?
Are we looking at split cards for the first time?
That is a token, my friend, and we'll discover what exactly is going on there, but they look a little tiny to me. I don't know exactly what's happening there. Strange. More mysteries to be unveiled as we move through this world premiere heavy hitters weekend. On Mara's side, she's going to move through her turn. It looks like we are going to go ahead and again put a buffed attack out there. I believe this one's a command respect, being buffed by money where your mouth is. Does seem like it's going to wager one more time. Gold at risk, 9. headed the way of Viet. No overpower on this one. Resources not available for Mara. Viet doing a good job challenging her hand on every single turn cycle, making sure she can't go ahead and just completely overload an attack and make things uncomfortable for Viet. Although, as we discussed, those attack reactions very good at shutting down Betsy's offense and slowing her off overpower. And I think that's why that loss of the Miller's Grindstone counter was such a huge impact for Mara. You can kind of shift to a more defensive plan and rely on your hammer, not rely as much on getting that overpower damage through because Viet is so good at defending it. But once the Miller's Grindstone goes down to 3, that gets so much harder.
And I think it's worth exploring that the wager here. I think Mara is saying, if I end up with a gold here, it's going to be so much more valuable to me than you that already have a slew of tokens on your side of the board. And on top of that, if you cover this attack, it means I've eaten so many cards out of your hand that some of the tokens for next turn aren't going to be as good as you'd want them to be.
Yeah, I think you have to consider all of this on every single turn cycle. Viet moving some equipment forward here. It looks like it is going to be the arm piece pushed in. Taking another look at standing order. Chat, very interested in that card. I don't blame you, chat. That's a banger. Prize Galea. Galea? Galea? What do you think?
Maybe if we had someone who is integral into the design of these cards.
I'm gonna give you a secret, Craig. When I designed the cards, that's about the rules text. That's that lower portion. I'll tell you a lot about that. The stuff that ends up on top, sometimes I get a little say in it. Sometimes I get to sneak one in, mostly outside my realm. And this was one I absolutely did not name. So,
Ball breaker.
That's also not mine. I'm going to be honest with you. Also not mine. So Viet does now have 3 gold at the ready. Just absolutely filthy rich is Olympia, succeeding in the arena. And we're going to see it used on this turn. And like you said, Craig, I think gold is multiplicative. It just creates turns out of nowhere. Viet was down a few cards on this turn, used them defensively, already turned 1 gold into another card, could potentially turn another one into another card. And I think he's reaching for that right now, thinking about, does he want to go ahead and expand his turn cycle a little bit here? Does have agility on this turn cycle. It's going to be able to get a little wide.
Yeah, and the more options you have in your turn, the more decisions you get to make, the more agency you have over the outcome of the game. So I think it's worth just stating over and over, like, you get to do lots of things. You get to make lots of decisions throughout these games, which is just so interesting to watch.
And these players having to learn quick, too. Just absurd amount of decisions on display here. Again, busy scheduled players have struggled to get in even a couple games with their solo decks as they had to theory craft, understand every single card in the set, understand which of those cards they wanted to put in their decks. It was a huge, huge ask made of these players to prepare for the solo format. And I think everyone came to the table with something very, very impressive. These decks look very well thought out, very functional. Disciplined decisions, things like Viet saying, I just can't get the resources right on Kassai. I need to go ahead and play Olympia. And you see Viet being rewarded for that decision thus far. Very impressive showing for this hero on its first time in the arena this weekend.
Well, and I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried that it's happening, and it's the exact opposite. Every turn is just a complete banger. They're playing haymakers.
Look, what just happened, Craig?
What did just happen?
Did they just tear apart a flesh and blood card? Oh, there's a back to it? Amazing. Are perforated. They split nicely. They're so satisfying to break in half. I can't explain to you how much
You're
fun
telling the players, open the packs, tear the cards in half.
Tear the card in half.
Yeah.
Yes. Tear that token in half.
Oh, just the token.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could tear your cards if you want. I'm not not your dad. You do what you need to do. But
Sell some more flesh and blood cards.
yeah, you can always buy more. That's what I say. Yeah, double-sided token there. And if you happen to crack one of those double-sided perforated tokens in a pack of heavy hitters, you have all 4 tokens available. You're able to go ahead and represent your arena state very, very accurately, which is a nice little innovation brought to the table here for heavy hitters. Centauri Saber coming in for 5 here with go again.
And it's a similar situation that we had seen on previous turns where it's like, all right, we're wagering something. Do you really want to put a bunch of cards in front of a Centauri Saber that potentially gets buffed?
It looks like it is going to be a test of strength happening alongside that Vigor Girth. Going to reveal. And it is a waged gold revealed for Viet. I didn't see the Mara reveal, but it looks like, yes, Viet is again the winner of this wager. And as a warrior, beating Guardians left and right in clashes, it feels so, so powerful. And trust me, there are many bad beat stories told around the office while we were developing this set. I was on Guardian against Warrior and I lost all 5 clashes. And then I'd tell you to go sit in the corner.
Sure.
Telling a bad beat story for about 10 minutes and you were allowed back out. So.
Nobody cares.
I see it. Chat wants to know who is responsible for Vigor Girth. Just not me. That's all I know. That's the only answer I can give you. Girth is a term, I believe, related to the horse, like horsemanship. It is a term for like the attachment of the saddle around the midsection.
The cinch.
My wife is actually in the crowd here. She might be able to confirm that for us. I'm not much of a horse person myself. Mara also used to be very big in the horseback riding world. I believe she said she did barrel races, I think they're called.
Yeah, that's awesome. I did not know that.
Yeah, I don't really know what that means, but I'm assuming like they roll a barrel downhill and then you gallop it.
Nope, that's not it at all.
No, that's not it. Okay.
Well, I don't even want to tell you now because I want you to keep guessing these ridiculous things.
You know, in my head, it's probably way less cool than it actually is, but
I don't know.
It seems pretty cool.
You're coming up with some pretty creative ideas over there.
Like Donkey Kong, where you have to get to the top of scaffolding and rescue the princess on the back of your horse before you get hit by a barrel, maybe?
These are good ideas.
If you're out there, World Equestrian Association, you could try any of these. Go ahead. They're free. I am a game designer, so I may have just solved horseback riding. Opening up to a whole new generation of fans.
But you are a dog fan.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
So what are you naming your border collie?
Not whatever your horrible suggestion was.
That's fine. You know, Brodie Collie and I will be having a good time.
Terrible.
And you can have whatever name you want.
Terrible name. I don't know. Naming of a dog is a very important thing. You know, my dog passed away about a year ago now.
I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, it happens, and he brought a lot of great years into our life. His name was Kai, and it fit him so your throughout his life that I have such respect for the dog naming process. I think you have to nail it because it just becomes so integral to how you view your companion throughout their time on this world. And if it fits, I think it just improves your dog relationship throughout.
Okay.
So I'm not going to name my border collie yet. I love border collies. I think they're beautiful dogs.
Oh, they're great dogs.
And very, very talented at the sheep shearing event last night. And by the way, this is real. We took a boat to an island and watched a sheep be sheared as well as a border collie then go out and round up sheep.
Yeah, the fact that this is our reality, you know, you make games, I talk about games, and then we get on boats and go to islands and eat piles of delicious food and then watch dogs run around on a mountainside.
Pretty incredible stuff.
Pretty sweet.
Also sweet, Command Respect. And we see Standing Order one more time. If you didn't get enough of this card in the past, you're seeing it on display once again. Defending for 5 here, clearing out that arsenal. Just incredible versatility out of this card. Does so much. And so you see the power of it against something like Command Respect, which is clearing out your arsenal anyway.
Yep.
Go ahead and get an extra 2 block there. And there's another card that is quite popular in the classic constructed format. I could see Standing Order being very good against, of course, Command and Conquer. Just clear out that arsenal, get a little extra defense value. Very cop-like in its application against Command and Conquer.
Absolutely.
And you see this gold getting cracked again. And look, if you need further proof of the value of gold as a payoff, I think just look at this match. This is showing you Viet's hands have been upgraded immensely by these gold payoffs, just going ahead and getting more cards, more resources all over the place. Has flexibility on every single turn cycle.
Yeah, just getting to play lots of blues and then turning them into, you know, red cards as you dig through your deck is such a powerful effect.
Yet putting together this turn cycle. Has Mara on the back foot, to be sure, but still a lot of work to do. We know Guardians get dangerous when they get down into these lower life total scenarios. They start representing overpowered damage. They can go ahead and surprise you with their disruption. Another card drawn here for Viet. I think that's like, 6 cards deeper into the deck over the course of this game.
Oh, and it looks like he found this one, or else he would have already deployed it, I think. Another, swing that agility token into another agility token, representing several attacks.
Agility into runner. Going to see a lot of that as we go through this format.
Well, I have you. Let me ask. So we look at a hero like Olympia, and the ability is very straightforward on this hero, right? Sure. How much work does it take to end up with this simple ability on a hero?
So the Olympia development cycle is one that I think we're going to say a lot more about in the coming weeks, and I want to leave a lot of it to James to tell the story.
Okay.
It was quite an interesting process to get to this final version of Olympia, and I will say one of the things that sort of freed us up with Olympia is I think it is a hero that does very powerful things in a very narrow space. But there's so much room to build on Olympia. And with the addition of the expansion slot to our packs, we won't have to wait a long time to also build on Olympia.
Oh, that's quite the little tease there.
Look, I think Olympia is quite good right now, quite a legitimate hero, as we're seeing on display in this matchup. Very cool take on Warrior. There's quite a few strategic paths you can go down with Olympia that I think have been quite improved by the addition of this hero, as well as their specializations to the set. But it doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all. And that goes for all heroes in Flesh and Blood right now. You were seeing that with something like Luminaris in the expansion slot this go-around. Heroes are just picking up more and more tools faster than they ever have before. And we will see that absolutely happen with these heavy hitters heroes as well.
Okay, is there one of the heroes that you can speak of, just a little bit more about the development process?
We could talk a lot about Victor Goldmane and the decisions of exactly how often you were going to go ahead and get to draw a card from gold. There were multiple timings we went with on that. There's times where you could just every time you made a gold, go ahead and draw a card. And obviously that did not last. All these heroes go through so many iterations before they hit their final form. And one thing I want to get better about, and I'll make this promise here in front of a bunch of listeners right now, I want to do a better job kind of chronicling some of that and sharing it with folks afterwards. So I'm going to try and get some time to maybe do a little writing this go around, and I'll tell some stories about some of the development process around these heroes of heavy hitters for this particular set release cycle. But out here on the arena right now, we do see another hallmark play of Olympia thus far. It is Lead with Speed, going to go ahead and buff up this wage gold, coming in for 10, multiple gold at stake here. Of course, just one on the part of Mara. She could go ahead and win this wager and pick up a gold. But if Viet wins, 2 gold gonna head his way. And we've seen what he's been able to do with 2 gold. He's dramatically changed the texture of his hands by leveraging these golds.
And I Brian, I'm not sure I'm okay with turns where it's, the player's attacking for 10 with go again and still has 2 cards in their hand.
Get used to it, Craig. Get used to it. Get okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, these are powerful lines. These are exciting turns that we see turn after turn. It's not like they're outliers.
And in solo, imagine when these cards combine with what is available in the broader CC format.
Yeah, I got my boys back home brewing already.
Okay. Let's see what they end up on. Shout out to Team Runaways. I know your crew been doing, of course, very, very well around the world. You yourself as well. Top 4 most recently at US Nats.
I appreciate that.
Won the sheep shearing competition last night, which was very impressive. I had no idea you had that in you. So
under 2 minutes.
It just wins all over the place.
Yep.
And it is, of course, one more attack. Money where your mouth is. Buffing up that Centauri Saber. Another wager at stake. Coming in for 4 this go around is the Centauri Saber, it looks like.
And one thing I will say, as I'm thinking about this limited format and sealed deck and draft, and just watching these games, it's interesting how much stress is put on the equipment in every game. Where you want to cover this attack now, but the possibility of even more important attacks in the future, that means each decision is critical.
It looks like it was a red Money Where Your Mouth Is. They maybe just misread Gauntlets of Iron Will there. It looks like our players are a little confused on that one, and it'll get sorted out as we get used to the card. It is only the present chain link where Gauntlets of Iron Will is defending where that buff is stopped. Does not continue throughout the chain. Viet, once again, token rich.
Yeah.
3 golds at the ready. Agility, vigor going into the next turn cycle. Everything working very well for Viet.
An embarrassment of riches.
Just cleaning up some confusion there. Again, just keep in mind, it's so critical that we remember this in the booth at home. These players just getting used to these cards. It is going to be a lot of stop, read, get used to it, understand it throughout the weekend. And we'll see it over in display and the calling as well. It's very, very tough to play fairly high stakes format. I mean, you know, these players care about the prize of designing a card so much. It really means so much to them. They all want to win here.
Yes.
And they also want to have a good time, play the game fairly, play the game properly, understand how all the cards work. It's a lot to take in on your first exposure to sitting down. You know, we all have a few weeks at home where we mess around with these cards. We try and understand exactly how they work. They have to do it on camera right away. Huge ask of these players.
Yeah, next weekend I'll attend a couple of pre-releases. And like you're saying, the stakes are so low there, right?
Right.
Everyone's very friendly. You know, all the takesies, backsies that you need. Here, they're on camera. There's judges. The world is watching. There's a big prize on the line. Yeah, that's some pressure.
Absolutely is. Speaking of pressure, Viet continues to put pressure on Mara. Going to be a yellow lead with speed this go around. I believe we've seen the full set of red already, showing you how critical Viet believes this effect to be to Olympia's operation. That's going to buff up the Centauri Saber to 4. And I want to call out a critical moment in this match. Once Mara is in a place where her life total is so low that she has to respect the possibility of attack reactions and more damage being put out there than is presently being represented, it gets so hard for her. If she starts committing overblocks and Viet can just go ahead and arsenal a card and not actually do the pump, you know, pass advantages across to a future turn, it's a real problem. And here we see our first activation of the prize Galea. It is going to go ahead and make a wager happen out of nowhere, and then 2 additional buffs. And this is a huge card for Olympia. This is, of course, that 0 cost attack reaction. Going to go ahead and push that Centauri Saber. You know, I started talking about the vulnerable state. I didn't realize it was this turn, just out of nowhere. Viet goes ahead, creates a wager on the sword attack with the headpiece, and uses that pump, which requires a wager, and then 0 cost +3.
But also the hand he started with could not have won the game from that state. So he cycled the blue, cashed in a gold, drew an extra card, had some floating resources, and just was able to sculpt the hand and close out the game.
I think Viet did an awesome job of putting Olympia on display that round, showing exactly what the hero is capable of, how good it is to stockpile gold, how good it is to have 0-3 attack reactions in your deck, how good it is to create a wager on demand from the prize Galea.
Yeah, and having the attack reactions to threaten all of these wagered attacks. You know, it's like, do I have it? Do I not have it? Do you just let this one hit you because I might have the pump? Like, really interesting.
I kind of feel for the players who have to sit across from these warriors, because it just puts you in the blender immediately. You have to be thinking about everything they can do to you, and they just produce such offense out of nowhere. At the blink of an eye, we saw that Centauri Saber be buffed up to lethal range at a fairly comfortable life total. You go into that turn at 8, you're like, I'm not dying this turn. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
I'll cover some attacks. It'll be all right. I'll hammer next turn. We'll play the grinding game. No, the game's over.
Well, so Olympia is the undefeated deathmatch champion in the lore, so it makes sense. Yeah, hasn't lost on camera, hasn't lost in the arena thus far, so impressive stuff from Olympia there. And for the next round, unfortunately, Craig has informed me he's doing something terrible to me. He's forcing me to cast with Flake, so that's what I have to look forward to in the next round, and I need to mentally steel myself for what I am about to endure.
Need a little downtime before that?
Someone brought me a Coke Zero, which I'm so thankful for, because I'm going to need everything to get me through this next moment of casting. This is going to be the biggest challenge of my career, but I think I'm ready for it. And what I'd also like to be ready for is to start discussions around what these players are trying to do with their victories. And it is create a card, an action card specifically, in their likeness. And I would think we have the capacity to learn a little bit more about Viet's card. And you've seen it mocked up here. And look, Craig, I'm going to tell you something. This is my game design corner. and it applies to every person in this celebrational. Make simpler cards. They just have to be a little bit simpler.
That's
they
funny.
all have so many words, but let's work through this one. Let's take a look at what Viet's up to.
I'm not a game designer, and someone was talking to me about this, and I said the biggest problem is that players want to make complicated cards because it's exciting. You want to do something that hasn't been done before, explore a lot of space.
Absolutely.
And it's so difficult to do that in a simplistic manner.
Yeah, and I don't want to trash anyone's design. There's so much passion. There's really cool ideas that these players have represented. When we work with the eventual winner to kind of get it into a printable state, we're going to have to simplify a lot of stuff. I'll tell you that right now. But let's see what Viet's starting from. He's got a generic action aura here, 0 cost red. And it says, whenever your hero attacks or defends, if this has less than 6 disappointment counters, you may put a disappointment counter on this. At the start of your turn, the next time you would be dealt damage, prevent X damage, where X is half the number of disappointment counters on this rounded down. If you do, draw a card and create ponder tokens equal to the damage dealt this way, rounded up. If this card has 6 counters, destroy it at the end of your turn. So, broadly, cool stuff going on here. I like this persistent damage prevention thing that's kind of moving through multiple turns. It scales pretty appropriately. I think Viet was reasonable with scaling here by rounding down. I think the amount of damage prevented by this card it's good. It's overpowered right now.
It takes an entire turn to deploy this. It doesn't have go again.
Yeah. It's in reasonable ranges though. I don't think it's preposterous what's being kind of presented here. Where it gets a little sticky to me is equating the ponder tokens back to the damage prevention. Sure. I think that's it's kind of a hard mental connection to make between the two abilities right now.
Okay, you don't think they're related enough in general gameplay to put them on the same card like that?
I think so. And look, maybe you talk to Viet and he tells you the story he's trying to tell and he kind of fleshes it out a little bit and you go, oh, okay, now that makes sense to me. But the really best designs tell the story on their face and they don't need further exploration. Sure. And they just come out. And I think there's a really cool idea what Viet is trying to do here. And like I said, all of our players have cool ideas. Yes. And it's awesome to see their passion on display. They all work so hard on these cards too. Like they put so much effort into them. I know Brodie spent hours paring his down from the first 5-page draft to the 4-page draft he ultimately submitted. But
Mara said it was a second full-time job trying to get him to scale back on his card.
I believe that. And it's just so cool to see what these players have brought to the table. And Viet in good position to maybe go ahead and make disappointment counters a thing in our game. And speaking of disappointment, I'm going to go get ready to cast with Flake. We are going to take a brief little break, and we'll be back with more action from the Celebrational in just a moment. Do not go anywhere.
Gather round as we unveil a true colossus of the arena. Born a beggar on these streets, he built this arena into his home. Wielding a blade seasoned by hundreds of battles, he's the undisputed deathmatch champion. Littering the ground with those foolish enough to challenge his title. Prepare yourself for a spectacle of excellence. Olympia, the prized fighter.
Welcome back, friends. Yesterday we had Josh Scott, the rules and policy manager, walk us through a little bit about wager, the procedure, the etiquette, the timing, and all that. But there's so much more from heavy hitters, other keywords that we've got like clash. And I think that clash is an important element for you, Josh, to possibly talk about and maybe give us a little bit more information about. And so, yeah, walk us through some of the rules challenges, perhaps, because you as rules and policy manager have to put up with this guy's insanity at times, and you have to sort of sort through, and when the dust settles, you're the guy who has to clean it up. So all this said, talk to us a little bit about the challenges of Clash and some of the rules and intricacies of it.
Well, Clash, of course, as you know, basically the idea is that we want to compare the top card of each player's deck. So the threat density of like whether or not you're going to be able to succeed in Clash really matters in terms of that deck building. But when it comes to actually resolving Clash itself, you're comparing the power values of the cards. And this can get a little bit tricky with some of the edge cases. So obviously the first edge case is what if you reveal a card without a power value? Well, if someone reveals a power value card and someone doesn't, then the person with the power value card wins straight out. And it's the same situation with something like if you don't have any cards in your deck or you can't reveal a card for whatever reason. It's the same situation. Power card always beats non-power card or no card. And then if you've got, both equal values of power, or you both can't reveal a power card, then nobody wins. It's you fail to win the Clash. And then when you look at some of the other cards that come into this, so we've also got Victor High and Mighty, of course. When he says when you fail to win a Clash, that both counts for when you lose a Clash and when you draw a Clash. So that's when you both reveal both power cards of equal value, or you both reveal no power cards, essentially. So, obviously the Clash mechanic is pretty easy to pick up, but it's just making sure that you're aware of these sort of edge cases where it's like, oh, this isn't something I expected. How do we resolve this situation?
And you communicate this obviously to the judge team and such, and to make sure. Now, any kind of tips or such that you might give to the players who are playing cards with Clash in order to make sure that they're, doing it properly and making sure that they're within, the boundaries of the rules, obviously, but also like yesterday we talked a little bit about wager etiquette and such and timing. Is there anything about that maybe you want to give a little bit more description to, or sort of give some advice about?
Yeah, so there's two main things. The first one is that, we do have some we do have some attack reactions and those sorts of things, like making sure that our timing is down. So making sure that, okay, I am about to resolve this effect that has Clash in it. Are we ready to Clash, or are you going to respond to it? Because if somebody automatically, you put a card down with Clash and they automatically flip the top card of the deck, they've seen the top card of the deck, it's like, no, I want to respond to that. So making sure that you're both on the same timing, it's like, right, ready to Clash? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go, Clash! And then you can compare the values. Makes it super simple and also a little bit of fun too.
Yeah, there's a lot of bravado in that, I think, which makes it really cool. And that said, there was another card, Cast Bones, very unique, very cool, one of the new Majestics that came out for Brood. One of the questions that I had regarding it, I actually asked Craig, because Kayo's ability being any card that's not in his zone other than the combat chain gets +1, right? In terms of power value. And Cast Bones is reveal 6 off the top for every 6 or more. So now there's this kind of gray area, this no man's land where you're revealing cards off the top of the deck. Talk to us a bit about what zone is that? Is that even a zone? Does Kayo have any influence over revealed cards over the top? Where do those exist?
Yeah, so it's pretty simple when you you basically come down to it. Every card is in a zone. So when you reveal cards, you're not actually taking them out of the zone that they're in. It's the same thing if you're revealing cards in your hand. You're not actually taking them out of your hand. You might do it to show it, but within the game sense itself, it's still in the hand zone. And it's the same with Cast Bones. So if you're revealing cards off the top of your deck, they're still considered in your deck, which is a non-combat chain zone, which means that Kayo's effect will apply to it. That basically means that, when you're clashing, when you're using Cast Bones, you always get that +1 with Kayo. And that really means that you have to pay attention to those values as you're doing that reveal.
Awesome. Why do you make his life so hard?
Well, it's a good thing you're sitting between us because Josh.
Are you going to clash right now?
Yeah, we're
3, 2, 1, go.
We're basically mortal enemies. I obviously just want to make up nonsense all the time. I have no respect for rules whatsoever.
You've seen him on the podcast. That's definitely true.
Yeah, and Josh is no, this has to work properly, and there's reasons we do things, and everything has to have a rule behind it, and he ruins my day constantly. It's a shame because he's such a nice guy, but I hate him with every fiber of my being.
I feel like Jerry Springer here, like the Maury show. Look, all I will say is nothing because I'm okay with a little bit of animosity here between the two of you. But yeah, thank you so much again for clarifying this. Josh was there front row center with me at the shearing, which was, again, one of the best birthday experiences of my life. I had the biggest grin on my face. And I told Josh when we got there, I said, can we sit in the front? He's like, yeah, we can sit where you want. I'm like, and I was like, because I really want to be a volunteer. I was really, really hoping for it. It was like one of the coolest things. Anyway, that said, there's a little bit more insight in terms of the rules and policies of heavy hitters. And thanks for making his life miserable.
My pleasure. My absolute pleasure.
But Josh, you know what? Without rules, man, there's just anarchy. We'll be right back.
To the arena. Here's something to get you started. To survive here, you'll have to put your money where your mouth is. And test your strength. Becoming a champion takes all your might, agility, and vigor. So ask yourself, before you risk it all, what drives you to step into the arena? Fame? Fortune?
Vengeance. And gold? After all, raising an army isn't cheap. The sands will run red!
Well, that's the beauty of the Celebrational, friends, is that you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes
Like we're on camera, bro.
Sometimes,
How about that?
sometimes it's Craig, sometimes it's Flake, sometimes it's Brian. Sometimes you go to the spa and you have a towel waiting for you, and Brian just takes it off of there, and you have to dry off with a Kleenex. That is a true story, friends.
It is a true story. Look, I didn't want to be wet anymore. I was cold.
Yeah,
I saw a towel.
Yeah, it must have been miserable, wasn't it? Yeah.
And I feel like Flake was better suited than me to deal with a no towel situation. He ultimately found 5 small hand towels.
That's
which he then
correct.
used to clean himself. And I see no loss here. Like I was comfortable.
Yes.
You were ultimately dry. Everything worked.
That's correct. You were playing Classic Constructed. I was using the sealed format for drying myself off. Ultimately, we do have a Kassai mirror, which is going to be great. Yesterday, we finally got to see some Kassai in action, which a lot of people were happy to see. And I want to ask you real quick, in terms of bringing Kassai back, was it, you knew that the noise was out there to see this fan favorite hero come back, but once it kind of elevated, at what point were you just ready to pull the trigger? Was it as soon as possible, or was it a situation when Kassai came back, you're just kind of, let's wait for the right environment?
Man, Kassai was part of Heavy Hitters from moment one. She is the headline hero of this set. She is powerful, exciting. She is CC ready. She's certainly solo format ready, as our 2 players both 2-0. And it sounds like they're just about ready down in the feature match area. So we can go ahead and zoom on down there. We'll talk more about Kassai as we go through this match, because there's so much to say about this hero. There you see Melody sitting at 7-2. Melody in very, very strong position to make a run at winning this thing. And I ran into Melody this morning as I was heading down to the event site. She was putting the final touches on her Kassai deck, trying to figure out exactly what she wanted to play. And she said, any tips, any last minute advice? And I said, Melody, you don't need any tips from me. You are crushing this tournament. Do what you think is right, and you will continue to do so. She did, and she 2-0'd solo thus far. And she's ready for LL as well. She's got a plan. She has she knows exactly what she wants to do. I think Melody is an absolute threat to go ahead and win this entire celebrational.
Melody, the hype queen of New Zealand and beyond, frankly. She is also part of the Pitch Perfect podcast, and one of the her co-hosts of the Pitch Perfect podcast, Elaine Hammondtree, is the biggest Kassai fan that I know. So seeing Melody out here representing Kassai is going to be exceptionally wonderful to see for her partner out there, Elaine. And right now, Melody, we saw earlier the big smile on her face, again, representing not just Kassai, but that brilliant 7-2 record. She's off to the races right here with Lead with Speed, a non-attack action, a dual card. Again, bringing back the dual cards, which is great, which made its debut in Outsiders.
Yeah, really nice spot to return to this mechanic, going a little bit wider with it this go around. All the classes sharing dual cards, and there you see the Agile wind-up coming down from Melody as the follow-up, still some resources floating. So going to go ahead and be able to use those should she find a spot.
So 8 attack, that Elliot, I got to spend a wonderful evening with Elliot yesterday and all of 1-2 Juice.
Well, all of 1-2 Juice, just such great people, great humans. It's been such a blast spending time with them, getting to know them better.
Just a hilarious group of just very insightful, down-to-earth, and just generous with their time and their love type of people. And it was great to see because we were out there coming back from dinner, and we were all just going to sort of go back to our rooms. I said, I need to spend more time with you guys. So we hung out, and Elliot was out there hanging out with us and building the deck out there in the lobby at like 1 a.m. It was great. So here's a Kassai mirror. And what are some of the intricacies of not just Kassai, but specifically the Kassai mirror? What are both players looking to achieve before the other?
Yeah, so Kassai can just produce very consistent damage output. She's very, very good at producing damage from a small base. A lot of that is rooted in the hero ability, of course. That cost reduction, combining it with something like draw swords in particular, means you just go ahead and kind of get to play some free-ish turns. You really don't have to commit a lot of resources in a lot of spots, and she's able to leverage that so well. The other thing that I really want to watch out for in this matchup is Raise an Army. Of course, that Kassai specialization. And I talked to Elliot again prior to this morning as he put the finishing touches on his deck, scrambling to get it together. And he said that one of the draws to Kassai for him was, in fact, Raise an Army, getting the opportunity to go ahead and maybe feel a bit like an illusionist at times and create this kind of secondary force down there in the arena that he can use to go ahead and push damage. And it looks like a very buffed up Centauri Saber going to go ahead and come in here for Elliot as the first salvo on his side. Edge ahead, pumping it, and double down as well. That powerful Majestic going to go ahead and have something to say as to what the Centauri Saber is going to produce on this turn.
So we've seen Centauri Saber before. Obviously, there's nothing new there. But Hot Streak, that's a whole other ballgame here, as typically it's usually Centauri Sabers on both hands. And when you're looking to build or create another sword for someone like Kassai or any of the warriors, what's part of the process here? Like, are you just looking for something different. How do you make it appealing to sort of stray away from another Centauri Saber?
Yeah, in this case, we really just honed in on sort of the thematic essence of something like Centauri Saber, really punishing defense with attack actions and being sort of the anti-attack action class, and just saying, well, how else does that ability to expand? Like, how is it an interesting play pattern? If we apply it to something like Go Again, can we make a sword that just threatens to go ahead and get wider? And as we started exploring this concept and playing with the sword, it led to really, really interesting strategic decisions. And look, like, we know Centauri Saber, a very, very powerful card, a very powerful sword. The fact that Hot Streak is being put into the mix here, and this is not, Blitz Precon where we went ahead and assigned the swords like this. These are the players saying this is the optimal sword configuration. We need a Hot Streak and we need a Centauri Saber because they offer very different things.
It's great. It's like having, Mandible Claw and Ball Breaker. You can have the right remedy for the right situation.
And I love the mixing and matching of equipment sets in heavy hitters. It lets you just do cool stuff, make more archetypes by combining these weapons in interesting fashions.
You know what I've noticed is that as we're going into day 2 and things become a bit more real in terms of tasting, potentially getting into those finals, you can see there's still laughs as Melody's having a great time here. She's going to go ahead and attack with the Centauri Saber, but the deliberate motions and making sure that you're not being a little sloppy with your play. You want to make sure that you just clean up and you do not make mistakes because, there is something on the line here. You saw some of the cards earlier. So this is going to be a 5-attack Centauri Saber. And it does have Go Again. Elliot's still at 40. He's going to toss some cards and some equipment in front of it all.
Yeah, it looks like Melody not willing to wager here. We don't see that gold being represented under the sword, as is becoming the common method of doing that. So just simple 5 here, no on hit. Elliot lining up some blocks, taking the opportunity to use that beck and applause when there is both the might and vigor available. You're going to see that play pattern a lot. Those are powerful, powerful equipments. They're temper 2s. And in a format, particularly the limited format of heavy hitters, getting access to a temper 2 equipment in limited is such a big deal. But you got to work for it. You have to find your windows to go ahead and create both those tokens. You got to make sure they're there at the right times. They're not just always going to cover up every breakpoint you want to cover up. So using them skillfully, creating the tokens at the right moment, I think it's a big part of the skill expression, of the heavy hitters format.
Right, and it has a bit of a different flavor, for example, like Civic Steps. Civic Steps will always block for 3, but it does have a downside. You're giving your opponent an advantage. In this case, it's not necessarily about giving your opponent an advantage. It's about creating the right circumstances for you to get full value. Having a common equipment that could potentially block for 3 it sounds absurd, but it is all conditional. And much like we saw Betsy's Good Times Chapeau, it's a block 3, but it's in the rare equipment slot. I want to ask you this, Brian, in terms of the sort of, the rarity power down to a degree of some of these equipment pieces. Was there any, thought process in terms of saying, well, this may have been a Majestic last year, but now this is going to be a rare? Was there thought behind that?
Yep. It was very intentional. We were just comfortable with these heroes. We had so much great equipment that we were willing to offer in this set that we put the limited format first. We said, what does this limited format need to be successful? It needed a lot of cool equipment. We wanted to get those arena classic, gladiatorial vibes going. And we wanted there to be many options for equipments. And part of that means we wanted good options for equipments. We wanted high-class options for equipments. And I think you're exactly right. Not only could some of these cards have been Majestics, I think some of them could have been legendaries. Something like Betsy's head really stands out to me as a card that absolutely would feel right at home power level-wise as a as a legendary. But we're doing things a little bit differently this go around, and we do want players to have access to these powerful options, even if they are playing on a bit of a budget. If they're playing, commoner formats, they should still have access to powerful equipment that supports their hero's theme. And I think the equipment in this set does a great job of that.
Cut the Deck is going to go ahead and power up that Centauri Saber to go over the top a little bit, but also allowing you to sort of draw the card and then, which then activates a little bit of the free swing with Hot Streak, which is exceptional as well. So here is Elliot finally punching through for some damage, creating a little bit of a cache of tokens and bonuses that will be used down the line. When you were designing the set, these vigor tokens, might tokens, agility tokens, it seems like almost, a vast majority of these cards really want to interact with those or see them and just exist in that environment. Was that part of the initial design process? Like, we want the conditional bonuses and ways to get them.
Yeah, these cards, again, part of the very beginning stages of the development of heavy hitters. They were always there. They were always an integral part. And they just open up so much freedom for us as designers. You know, having things play out in very unpredictable fashions. A lot of times you could say, well, you know, an opponent has a 2-card hand, so this is kind of the ceiling on their output. But it's very different when there's things like these tokens influencing how much output they can get on a given turn. And I think you see that repeatedly throughout these games. There's just levels of power output that you cannot otherwise achieve would it not be for those tokens. And it carries forward to the constructed formats as well, including CC. They really are a cool innovation to a very traditional means of combat. As we mentioned, there's WTR vibes in this set for sure. All melee combat, a lot of those original classes being represented here, but it's doing it with a new twist in a new way, in a way that is simultaneously simple, but doing more with the concept than WTR was, and shows just how much we've learned about designing Flesh and Blood over the course of this 5-year run.
So there was a non-attack action that creates an agility, just straight up. There's no on hit for that, but it is going to increase the damage value of the Centauri Saber by 2. It's coming in for 4. Elliot is considering a block here. He's at full strength, 40 health left for Elliot, so can't even hurt the guy's feelings.
Looks like a handful of draw swords for Elliot. I kind of view that as a signature Kassai card, and in fact, when you go ahead and get the Kassai Blitz deck, it is the full art draw swords, the only place you can get that. But another card that just unlocks Kassai's turns, you go ahead and put that buff on your next sword attack, but also it becomes free because you've drawn a card. And you know, we're talking a lot about drawing a card to the Kassai ability. I want to highlight another important card here. We'll talk about Shift the Tide of Battle in just a moment, but also Balance of Justice is going to have something to say about this matchup. But for the time being, let's talk about Shift the Tide of Battle.
Shift the Tide of Battle is going to go ahead and give that Centauri Saber the go again, which it didn't have earlier. And when you're doing that with resources floating a card in hand, Elliot probably figured that there was a little bit more to this story, as it were. And so giving it go again because the attack value is higher than what's printed on the card, the base value in this case. Also, next time an opponent hero is dealt damage, create an agility tokens. There it is, creating more of those tokens and kind of just shaking that tree and finding more value.
Yeah, potentially 2 instances of go again for these warriors. It's a big deal, Flake. You need to have a lot of go again if you're going to go ahead and leverage these double swords, and Shift the Tide of Battle does so very effectively. Again, I think just another absolute staple warrior card. We're going to see a lot of Shift the Tide of Battle going forward.
Well, we saw a lot of Guardian, we saw a lot of Brute. It's a lot of tall attacks. The go-agains were there, the Wild Rides, etc. But what we saw here is a lot of, you know, poke and prod with the Saber, come in with another attack perhaps, and finish it off with the Hot Streak. In the design portion of this, I mean, I feel like you wanted to have a little bit of the go-again aspect, a little lower to the ground, but wider. And Kassai seems to be doing that very, very well here. But ultimately, the game text on Kassai saying, you know, if you want to create some of that gold, if you want to have some of that value off the card itself, you need to be putting reds and yellows in the deck. And a lot of that kind of comes down to, we've seen it with, for example, with Levia. You know, you want to be able to block early to load up the graveyard appropriately. Does that kind of some of the same strategy you take with Kassai?
I do think you are more willing to defend a bit early and juice up your graveyard, particularly when it's with red and yellow cards, only because, again, we talked about this in our last match. We saw Olympia leverage gold. Gold is inherently powerful, but Kassai takes it a step further. That hero ability is synergistic with gold. When she has drawn a card off the gold, all those swords are going to cost 1 less to activate. So it's sort of, again, a double whammy. You're getting the value, the inherent value of gold, that +1 resource, that filtering, that find an additional card, but you're also reducing the cost of your sword attack so effectively. And it's key to Kassai's kit. You will see plenty of gold being made. And that doesn't even mention Raise an Army, that critical Kassai specialization where you can go ahead and hire those Centauri Cell Swords for the first time, get them out there in the arena, and then lead them into battle as Kassai.
Elliot, seeing that Melody has a monopoly on agility tokens and goes ahead and wagers one anyways and said, just add it to your pile, Scrooge. Let's go for it. So 5 on the Centauri Saber here, buffed up by the Edge Ahead. Now, I was listening to you talk to Craig, and you mentioned that the naming of the card you have very little influence in that. You said, here and there, I get one through. There's a lot of, poker references in here.
Yeah.
There's runner, there's double down, which is, more blackjack and such. But are you responsible for more so for those?
A lot of those from myself, Chris Gehring, James as well. But we were all a fan of the gambling sort of call-outs throughout the naming conventions. And yeah, a lot of the runner type stuff, the poker vernacular does come from us.
Melody here at 27. Elliot at 37. He's got a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, things going well for Elliot thus far. Just, consistent damage. Not really any flashy plays, but just going ahead, putting output on every turn and kind of showing what Kassai is capable of. And we saw a bit of maybe the first bit of consternation there from Elliot. It does appear to be commanding performance that has drawn his ire. And I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but this is another card that I expect to be an absolute staple as far as Warriors go. There's just such powerful options here. They've picked up so much disruption. They've made blocking so much harder. Their buffs have kind of just gotten this universal, smoothing out. There's so many more strategic angles to cover. And I think it's a great sort of microcosm of where we're reaching with Flesh and Blood. The card pool is just getting deep now. And you have a lot of options to consider. And it's becoming way more about what is the best tool for my expected metagame more than what is the greatest number. That's become sort of obsolete in Fab because you're going to need to challenge the right things to go ahead and get the most out of your hero.
Yeah, because you think about it, there's a lot of non-attacks that are just like, okay, you're going to just buff it by 3. But a lot of them have, well, what am I generating from it? What are the consequences of the on-hits and such, which is great. And what I've noticed here with commanding performance is destroy a card in the hero's arsenal. And everybody hates to have their hand disrupt, their plans just mucked up like that. And one of the cards that I was looking at earlier that really caught my eye as a Guardian player is Concuss. Like, that card looks great. That card is just complete peanut butter and jelly with I say lunging press because it was part of the precons. But for example, like that card with Pummel seems like it's just built for nightmares.
Yeah, man. Pretty good.
So the Centauri Saber did have go again from the agility tokens. Another agility token was created. We're going to end this with Hot Streak, though. And chipping away here and there, Elliot did throw some cards in front of it, preserving some of that life total, insulating it. Maybe didn't like the hand, but still, you do want to make use of some of these tokens. Now, for example, there is the Quicken token. The Quicken token is kind of evergreen. It just lives on the board until it's used. Was there a little bit of thought process of maybe that's a little bit too much, having a Quicken token that doesn't expire, or like how does that sort of change from something like agility, etc.?
We just wanted to stay very consistent in these effects and make sure they were all going ahead and popping at the start of your turn. And we didn't want them to carry over from turn cycle to turn cycle. It's just you have the opportunity to use this buff. And it's critical it works that way in conjunction with Wager in particular. You really open up your strategic options if there is a small window for your opponent to go ahead and use those buffs. So it does function a little bit differently than Quicken. I think we'll probably see both going forward. I don't think Quicken is obsoleted or anything like that. But just for this set, it felt like these agility tokens were the right tool. And we're going to see more of them. And Runner just so good at keeping that momentum going for Elliot. And I want to call out something on that last turn, which is a really interesting part of this Warrior Mirror. And both these players 2-0 thus far, but I do think they're the only two Kassai players.
Elliot's posing for his passport photo, apparently.
Staring into my soul, deeply into my soul. But a lot of the Warrior buffs only amp up when things are defended by an attack action. And we saw in that last turn cycle, the commanding performance did not clear Elliot's arsenal because he was able to defend with 2 non-attack actions. Warriors, of course, infamously loaded with non-attack actions. And it's going to be a little bit harder to get some of the benefit of things like commanding performance in these matchups.
Well, speaking of loaded, none of them have been really acquiring much of that gold to get
not
loaded.
So far.
But that's where Kassai traditionally has always wanted to be. She wanted to have a pocket full of gold and like you said, raise an army and make use of it. And like you also mentioned earlier, it's like sometimes just having a bunch of gold is options. You can just draw cards. You can have a way out. There's always, something around the bend you could potentially lean on. In this case, runner into Centauri Saber is not great. I mean, to attack, but you're getting you're wearing down the equipment set.
Yeah, and you're carrying an agility forward to the next turn, meaning you can potentially pop off on your next go around. But Melody here, 5-card hand at the ready. This is a big moment for Melody. She's down 13 life points, 21-34. She's got to go ahead and start putting together some offense here. And what we've seen thus far is Elliot has seemingly had the right defensive options for when Melody goes on offense. But she's confident on this turn because we do see our first Kassai activation. It is going to be 2 reds, 2 yellows hitting the banish zone, and Kassai is ready to go. Going to go ahead and amp up those next sword attacks.
Yeah, but there is a caveat here. It has to hit.
It has to hit.
And it's not like these are hammers that are, built in for breakpoints. These are just 2s, but there's so many rabbits out of the hat you can throw in there. There's so many ways to buff up those weapons to sort of make it a little bit more uncomfortable. It's not just tossing 1 card in front of a 2 and laughing your way out of it. It's just, it does get uncomfortable. See how Melody goes ahead and tailors this particular turn here.
Yeah, lead with speed going to be the start. Seeing this card all over the feature match area these last couple of rounds. This is a banger, 100%. This card is constructed level playable.
And in which case, constructed level playable, sure, but it's 2 blocks. So there is a little bit of a little give and take, as it were. Not many of those warrior cards that we traditionally see are 2 blocks. A lot of them are 3 blocks that you can rely on having a little bit of insulation.
A lot of 2 blocks in general in this set, and particularly in these hybrid maps, just a load of 2 blocks. We're going to see that influence all over the limited format when we move to the calling in just a couple days.
5 attack on Centauri Saber, lead with speed, creating that agility token. 5 go again is the order here, but keep in mind the Kassai activation to start this off. I believe there's threatening a gold on hit here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what Elliot wants to do facing down these quasi-buff Centauri Sabers, and that gold may not yield dividends on this turn, but come to a future turn, reduce the cost of these swords, and we are going to go ahead and see, I believe, one of our first attack reactions. It is going to be Agile Engagement coming down for just a little bit extra damage here, it looks like.
Just push over the top, why not? I mean, you got to get your opponent to 0 in some way, and make use of the cards you got, make use of the resources you're floating. Agile Engagement, basically to buff it up by 2. It says warrior attack. Doesn't necessarily attack action. It's just the weapons count.
Opened up quite a bit in this set are these buffs. They are able to target not only weapon attacks, but warrior attacks in general, really making use of those hybrid cards.
I mean, warriors in general have always leaned on their weapon to get most of the work done. You look at Dorinthia and Dawnblade, everything gets done by that Dawnblade. In this case, there are other attacks, sure, but it looks like it's just Centauri Saber into Hot Streak for 2, and a gold has been created. So finally, just putting some coin in the bank. Both players have 1 gold in the bank for each of them.
Yeah, let's watch when these golds get activated, because as we mentioned, multiple benefits there, not only the card, but also cost reduction for those swords. Going to kick things off with an edge ahead here. Option to wager an agility token. You want to keep that agility token turn after turn after turn. You always want it to be there.
Elliot, getting advice from his accountant, says, don't wager. You can't afford it. Not today. Nope. He says, screw it. We're doing it. So he's going to toss in.
Bad advice, bro.
Yeah. Oh, boy. All right. So 5 with the wager here. Now, again, a wager is such that if it hits, you get it. If it's stuffed, they get it. So you've got to be confident to a degree that either it's going to hit or it's going to relatively be not as impactful on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and you can be confident in Elliot's seat because Melody already has agility. And it's interesting how the presence of agility, as I mentioned, you want to keep it up on both sides of the table here. But once your opponent has it, you can get a little bit more risky with creating it. And then that leads to it being up on the next turn. And it just turns into the spiral where these players have had agility on the vast majority of turn cycles thus far, if not all of them.
Right, because this is not like an effect that will stack or can kind of be inherited by the follow-up attack. It's just like you can't have 3 go-agains on 1. It doesn't sort of carry over. And this is not like Might. Might is a good one to have a stack of, right? But agility's a different story here, in which case Melody can just kind of let this one slide. The wager is such that, she doesn't necessarily care about getting it. I think she might be evaluating in this case, how much is that going to be important to Elliot on his side of the board?
I think you're exactly right. But it is important, however, this wager to opening up this buff here. And because this attack wager, it is able to be targeted by the attack reaction, gets a +3 here, moves to 8. Just a lot of damage being pressed. Melody found a good spot to go ahead and use that Beck and Applause, but take the upper hand at the ready. And as you can tell, the name of that card changed a few times throughout, and I totally forgot it. Its final name is now Take the Upper Hand.
What was it originally?
I don't recall what its original name was. These attack reactions went through kind of a bunch of name cycles as we got the theming just right, but I love where the art on this one ended up in conjunction with the name.
That would be Josh Scott if he didn't shave today.
That is true.
Yeah, just
Absolutely.
leave him to his devices for another week, and then that's what he would have looked like. So an agility token on both sides, but it looks like Elliot's got a whole slew of loot on his end of the board. We've got gold for each, but the go again from the destroyed agility token means that the next attack that Melody presents will have the go again. Can she create another agility token? Starting to see Kassai and how important it is to kind of have that agility token generated every turn, have it going every time.
And it's really interesting for these Kassai players. They have to choose the right moment to go ahead and employ that gold, get the cost reduction, get the extra card, all that good stuff. But you do have to worry about your opponent's balance of justice. You really do not want to draw 2 cards in a turn. You want to find a spot to use your gold where you're not using draw swords in particular. Because once balance of justice gets you an additional card, that card's power level goes through the roof. If you are consistently turning on balance of justice, I will say it, it's better than cop. The question is how often you will be turning on that effect, how often you will be getting the card. If you do it reliably, balance of justice, absolute powerhouse piece of generic equipment.
So Take the Upper Hand is going to be giving this this attack, which is agile wind up. Nothing too special about it, besides this really nifty ability to say, don't need it, and chuck it away to create an agility token. So other outlets for cards that may be taking up space in your hand, it only blocks for 2. So it feels like this is a card that if you're not sending it, this is a great way to sort of shore up those turns where, man, I really need an agility token next turn.
Great turn 0 option in this format. Absolutely turn that into an agility token. It incentivizes attacking your opponent on that first turn. If you are the one going first, you really don't want to give them the window to go ahead and use those agile windups. Huge in conjunction with the brutes. Can be used to go ahead and produce an intimidate trigger alongside that agility. Can produce an extra might when it's pitched when you're playing Kayo. Just a powerhouse card again in agile windup. Here though, just doing the vanilla thing, attacking for 9 from Melody, looking to get some high damage output on this turn. We may see it 9 go again to start the turn. Not a bad way to go ahead and kick it off.
It's a Starvo move.
Yeah, good numbers right there.
I mean, 9 go again, opening up the attack pattern here is pretty nasty. Elliot's still at 25, but this is something where you don't necessarily just want to let this slide. You have to evaluate against the hand and what you can send back. You don't know what Melody is going to follow up with. She does have an arsenal at the ready, a card in hand, nothing floating. Looks like Elliot's just going to go ahead and cover this up as best as possible, preserve the life total. He might have a hand that doesn't necessarily coalesce the way he wants, so might as well just use these cards for the value that they're representing, which is we'll just block for 9.
I think that's a pretty nice win, though, for Melody. We see Elliot with a lot of those tokens rolled up for his next turn, should he want them, and taking a few cards out of hand in this spot. Very, very important to go ahead and reduce the damage output. Melody, though, just going to go ahead and refresh her stock of tokens. Goblet of Blood Run Wine, going to make an agility and a vigor. Of course, all 3 of these classes have access to a card like this that makes both of their core tokens.
And you saw Elliot there was either frustrated or conjuring lightning, but he did not like the fact that the go again was a little bit of a bluff on Melody's side, because he blocked it out and there was like nothing further beyond it. So he's just like, you got me. You absolutely got me. And
Very
Melody,
well played by Melody.
Yeah, just restocking the shelves with an agility token, and the gold still on both sides, just kind of collecting dust at this point.
Yeah, waiting to find the right window to go ahead and get the cost reduction from that gold. Centauri Saber going to be the lead here. It does have go again from the agility. Vigor going to pay for it in this instance. Kassai ability also active here. Elliot may be looking to add to that gold stockpile. Let's keep in mind the looming threat of the Centauri sellswords as well. Are either of these players going to go ahead and look to raise an army? Is that the way you pull ahead? And I do see actually a raise an army in Melody's hands. And I'll tell you, Flake, it's not bad to raise an army of a single Centauri sellsword. You don't have to go massive on this card to get some value out of it. You just have to find the right window where it really can shine.
There's some creative edits out there that should be like, Brian Gottlieb says, it's okay to raise an army. All right, so
very much in line with my values. Just go ahead. amass arms all over the place.
All right. To attack again, the Kassai ability has been activated, banishing 2 reds, 2 yellows. On hit now with this weapon, you create a gold token. Now, Elliot doing his best kind of stare down move here. Now he looks like he's doing his best Rodney Dangerfield. he's okay. This is unique. We love this. All right, now, okay, perfect. To stretch it out there, Elliot. So here's what's going to happen. Card in arsenal, card in hand, nothing floating. You got a free pass on this Centauri Saber. But you know that there's an on-hit here. What is Melody thinking about? Is she thinking about, okay, what is the reach with 2 cards? Is it +3? Is it +4? Is it +5? Like, where can you get to? How much do I have to throw in front of this? And at the same time, again, just evaluating, do I really want to give you gold, and how much does it matter?
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be a cut the deck as the attack reaction here that is going to go ahead and buff up the Centauri Saber, and that is going to create the gold. So a win here for Elliot, able to get to the 2nd gold, and it's just going to go ahead and use the Grains of Bloodspill. First time we've seen the Grains of Bloodspill really used by any of these warrior players, but this is another powerful piece of equipment. It just shows how much efficiency it builds into your turns. If you don't have another home for that resource, you make a Vigor and you use it on the next turn. And that can be very, very impactful.
All right, we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the game here. Melody down to 13, Elliot at 25, still fairly comfortable. A 2nd gold token generated from the usage of Kassai. You got to think when you're building these decks that you have to have a very fine balance between reds and yellows. And, when we're talking about deck building and the importance of cards, yellow is kind of like the forgotten child when it comes down to it. It's the middle child. Like, it's just one of those things where you want the blues for fuel and you want the reds for the actual the power, right? Yellow just kind of falls out of favor when you have the deck building process. When you're designing some of these things, it's got to be on your mind to sort of give a little bit more appeal to to yellow cards.
Oh, 100%. It's an area of design that we look to explore whenever we can. And it's a really nice home for some hallmark cards, for some power cards, for some hero abilities that really incentivize you to explore yellow, as you're seeing here. And of course, raise an army, yellow card for Kassai. It's fine to go ahead and block your additional copies early, but also quite a payoff card for Kassai. And it's just a nice thing to build in to deck building, because you don't want every turn cycle to play out the same. You don't want, I pitch my blue to start my turn always, then I play my 3 red cards, and that's how Flesh and Blood is played. Absolutely not. There's so much more diversity in that, and it asks you to consider so much more. What Elliot has to consider here is some damage. Pretty nice start to the turn. That big 7 power attack leading things off. Centauri Saber following it up. And you see just consistent damage output from the Kassais. They just go ahead and do their thing turn after turn after turn. They accrue these little advantages. They have extreme efficiency built into their kit. They use all of their resources well. They have homes for all of them. They use cost reduction well. They're able to use things in their graveyard as further resources. Just a very, very nice package of synergistic abilities that create many, many small edges that add up over the course of the game.
So Melody finally putting some work in, but if Elliot's going to sign for that package, it's because he's got something to send himself, and we're going to see how close to the edge he's going to push Melody on this particular turn, using one of those gold tokens now to draw up. So
time, yeah. Cost reduction online. Money where your mouth is, ready to produce a wager on this next attack. It's like take the upper hand in hand. So let's see if Melody can sniff out this wager. We saw take the upper hand kill Mara Ferris from a tremendous life total last go around. Very unexpected. And there is this spot here for Elliot. I don't think it's going to be an issue. I think it's pretty easy to play around. But it does have draw swords in hand, and it's already used a gold. So were you to use that draw swords, you would turn on the Balance of Justice. In this case, draw swords, I expect to just be a resource card, not going to be a problem. But let's see how he navigates this turn. It is going to be time for another Kassai activation. So looking to stockpile multiple gold potentially on this turn.
Well, you spent a gold to draw a card, and this is when you're playing for keeps. You play the 1-2 tables. Okay, that's like the might tokens. That's the agility tokens. This is the high stakes part when you're wagering these gold tokens. And this one here, it's potentially 2. This can be 2. This is an attack that Melody absolutely has to respect. But it's not just what's printed there. It's not what's printed on the card. It's not what's on the table. The value that's shown. There's 3 cards in Elliot's hand and a resource in the bank here to really make this awkward. Absolutely, because on hit here, this is going to be 2 more gold tokens for Elliot.
Yeah, and if I'm Melody, I kind of just want to give up. Like, I don't think I can effectively defend this. What are you going to do? Give your entire hand in front of it? Maybe that gets the job done. It's a really, really vulnerable spot. The problem is heading into her next turn, does not have agility for one of the first times in this entire match. And maybe that's a problem that she has to overcome. And it is supposed to be just a chance for her to be defensive. So I think Elliot has navigated this game really well and has put Melody in quite a tough spot here.
Full drop here.
Everything. She puts everything in front.
I mean, shades of blocking Dawn Blades back in the day. It's like, okay, attack for 3. Here's 12 block. But that's where we're at this point. You do not want to give Elliot the gold, but at the same time, blocking this out gains you a gold as well off the wager.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And what's interesting here is that this hot streak now gets to go again. So you can expand the turn, and you know Melody's shields are completely down. So it looks like actually we're just buffing here. We are going to go ahead and try and get this over the hump, over the defensive line that Melody has presented. And look, in fairness, I believe it's only a block for 9. And I think Elliot can actually clear this should he want to. Oh, it may even be a block for 8. I think Vigorous Engagement, also a 2 block. So I think Elliot just found enough pump in hand to go ahead and push over the top. And that's a disastrous outcome for Melody. Those golds are going to stockpile on Elliot's side of the table. And she's going to have no turn. I mean, that's go around. And I think what happened here is she has the raise the army in arsenal and was ready to go ahead and convert that second gold token into 2 Centauri sellswords. Unfortunately, now that plan not going to be available.
The tough part here is the fact is exactly what you said. You just mentioned it earlier. The fact this set has a lot of 2 blocks now, and Melody just happened to catch a slew of them, and off of very unimposing 5 attack. Yeah, there's a lot at stake here, and you know that 5 is just that's just the cover of the book. But ultimately, when you're stuck with a bunch of 2s, yeah, maybe you were already committing. I'm like, I'm going to block everything anyways. But man, like, I wish that there's 1 extra 3 in here, an extra, maybe I wish there were all 3s. I just want to get this, completely stuffed. And Elliot did manage to go over the top here, getting extra gold tokens. Here we go. We're not done yet. Again, Elliot just found the recipe to get over on Melody in that one, gaining extra gold tokens.
Question here is, can he keep the momentum? And it looks like he's doing a nice job of it. It's going to be an edge ahead into a double down. So finds a buff, able to pay for that with a gold. Nice and free is that +3. And it's just going to be buff Centauri Saber coming through, looking to do some work. Not worried about not having the agility in this instance.
Elliot here looking to equalize on those records. Melody at 7-2. A phenomenal tournament so far. Elliot of 1-2 juice, 6-3. Hoping to improve to 7-3. 6 attack. Dominate.
Overpower. May not have an overpower token down there yet.
My eyes are
cracking on that.
My eyes are showing their age.
I understand. The rest of you are showing its age too, so don't do that. Your birthday yesterday, right? 48?
Depends who you ask,
49?
actually, yeah.
You look good for 48.
Thanks. James's daughter is like, are you 85?
Yeah, well, good guess.
Feel it now. Yeah.
Not a bad guess.
Thank you.
No, I should be careful. I am, again, the old man in the booth. I'm feeling...
I didn't want to go there.
Yeah.
I was going to take the high road on this one, buddy, but if you want to pull out passports, let's do it.
I was kind of feeling my oats. I just had Craig in the booth with me, and he's the only person on the planet that I ever share a booth with who's older than me. So I was just like, I'm a young man. I'm fresh in the game. And then I forgot who I had sitting next to me. So Blade Parry coming out from Melody. And let's get Blade Parry up on screen because we have not seen this do its thing offensively yet. But you're going to. Again, broken record. Powerful, powerful cards in the set. Nope, not Parry Blade. Blade Parry. Or excuse me, that is not Blade Parry. What is the name of that card? It's changed.
Oh, I don't know. Again, if only there was somebody.
Oh, Blake.
Yes?
Why do they do this to me? Hold on, I'm finding it.
Oh, man, this is
Blade Flurry. Blade Flurry.
This is a young man's game, apparently,
Blade
isn't it?
Flurry.
All right. Let's...
It's so hard to read.
sorry.
There is Blade Flurry.
There's an extra burn when you're the one who turned the oven on, my friend.
I deserve it.
All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going now. Stockpiling gold tokens, agility tokens. They're just fluttering onto the board over here. As Elliot has been quite aggressive. So, what's the card that you were wanting to talk about?
It was Blade Flurry, attack reaction, target weapon attack, 0 cost, target weapon attack gets +2. Your next weapon attack this turn gets +2. So 0 for 4, split amongst 2 attacks. Really, really powerful warrior attack reaction.
Creates very awkward blocking as well.
So hard to play around. And, that surprise value, that 0 +2 out of nowhere. Really, really tough.
So opening up with the break of the agility token, go again. He's going to get inherited by the first attack that's presented here.
Of course, we are getting a look at many of these incredible heavy hitters cards for the first time. But I got to tell you, Flake, that's not all you're going to see today. After this round of solo, how about a case break, man? How about we take a look, open up some packs, see what is out there in this set?
Well, have we even seen the Fabled yet?
Have not.
Well,
maybe it's in that case.
Maybe today. It won't be because I'm opening the packs potentially. So
I don't know if you are, by the way. But
perfect. Great.
If you are, then you've probably jinxed them.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
Money where your mouth is from Elliot, starting off the turn. How about a second one? 2 money where your mouth is. Wagering a couple golds here. Elliot spending gold very aggressively, does not care about raise the army in this matchup, just wants to go ahead and get the benefit from it. Has done so in this match, and it's going to be Centauri Saber coming in for 8. Double gold wager potentially on deck here. Let's see.
I mean, if this hits, the gold's just going to come right back into your pocket, right? Including some of the damage going through. Why not? So there's the 2 gold. I mean, mortgage the future. Hey, let's just get there. It doesn't matter how many draft picks you trade if you win the World Series, right? Like, that's kind of where it is right now. Spend the gold now to try to cross the finish line if you can. Elliot at 12, Melody at 9, but this is a big attack with big implications.
Well, I mean, let's just talk about what Melody's facing down here. Like, sure, this is an attack for 8, and in a lot of scenarios, you can go, well, maybe I can fall to 1 and keep my hand and play this next turn. Not so against Warrior. Obviously, Elliot can go ahead and pump this attack at any moment. Huge risk here. And honestly, Melody's going to be facing huge risk for the rest of the game. We saw how that last Olympia match played out with the kill out of nowhere. And Melody's going to have to make some really tough decisions. When do you overblock? When do you say, okay, look, if you've got it, I'm dead and I have to live with that. So let's see if she can find a way to navigate these last few turns that give her a window to maybe claw back into this.
So I like doing this as well. What Melody's doing right here is basically just kind of, it's one thing to do it mentally, but just putting the cards, they're not necessarily committing to the blocks just yet, just wanting to sort of see, okay, what can these do together? What am I giving up here? Everybody has their habits and their comfort zones. I do this as well when I'm blocking. You just put the cards down so you don't have to think about that. They're not going to mess with your mental math in any way. And in this case, the 2 cards blocking here, if they're block cards, you can cover the 8, right? That's an 8. But I mean, otherwise, it just blocking 6 here or 5 or 4, that doesn't seem. Maybe it's a matter of just, how valuable are these golds to her? How valuable are they on Elliot's side?
It's a great question. And it also depends. What do you think Elliot has in reserve? How much more damage can he offer up here? And Melody committing to a bit of an overblock here, going to put those flat trackers in as well. Let's see how well covered up we are. It does look like Elliot has the buff here. Going to go ahead and cut the deck, push to 11.
Just enough.
That is going to clear, and that means more gold over on Elliot's side. And I think that was a tough one for Melody. She had to go ahead and try and win that wager, but at the same time, if she gives up her whole hand, even winning the wager doesn't really get her all that far, and she'd be vulnerable to this follow-up attack in the form of this hot streak. So this is just what happens when Kassai gets you down to lower life totals. As I said many times, slow and steady. Just produce value, produce output, keep going. But when you get to these low life total states, Kassai's power really shines.
I think to a degree also, Melody has to play to win and not play to not lose.
100%, and that's going to be critical throughout all aspects of heavy hitters and limited in these solo formats.
Yes.
You have to just say sometimes, look, if you have it, so be it. But I can't just go ahead and give up my agency to win the game.
Right. So you block just enough, and maybe it's a bluff. Maybe it's playing the mind games as well. Melody has to be thinking that I need to catch a break here. I need to sort of see through that.
You see what Melody was trying to do, right? It was the raise an army in Arsenal. She was trying to go ahead and steal one of those wagers from Elliot. And if she had done so, I think she really would have found her way back into the game. She would have gone wide with those Centauri sellswords and maybe been able to claw back. But I think Elliot has done a masterful job of just having exactly enough reach in his hands, finding the right wagers and going ahead and pushing over Melody's defenses.
I love these allies that we're exploring for other classes. We've seen, auras be able to become weapons that exist on the board, these permanents on the board. We've seen dragons, obviously. It's been more of an illusionist thing, frankly. We got the mechanoid, which is cool. But now we have warriors and the Centauri sellswords. When you were, playing this and testing it out, what's the most amount of these sellswords that you've seen on the board at once?
Yeah, I've seen like six sellswords out there, certainly at a time, and it's not the default mode of playing Centauri sellswords. They tend to come in small batches. 2 or 3 is kind of the most frequent gameplay pattern. But I think this is just such a cool card, and it really boils down to if you know Kassai's backstory. Kassai's whole thing is just going ahead and creating an army. She was exiled from her home of Volcor when her father was ousted as one of the powerful generals, and she wandered the desert looking. Her entire purpose was to go ahead, find gold, raise an army, and now she has done so. And she's done so on Elliot's side of the arena with 2 Centauri sellswords coming down, ready to go and get into the mix.
Well, she showed up with 1 friend, but Elliot just went ahead and brought 2.
I'll be raising the army too.
Yeah. Elliot doesn't fight fair, it seems. So there's the cells. There are the 2 sellswords on the board. Now, in order to attack with them, you have to attack with the weapon first. You got to sort of lead by example, as it were.
Yeah, you have to lead your army into battle. And there's so many flavorful aspects of Kassai's kit, raising an army. I'm so happy with how these cards turned out. That first Centauri sellsword is going to be cleaned up. 2 more out there in the arena for Elliot.
Yeah, just cut them down, right? And the 2 that exist on Elliot's side, Melody does have the opportunity to get rid of them. But now you see the value of not having more than just 1, right? Because you can cut 1 down, maybe you can get 2, but ultimately, if you've got 3, 4, 5, like that's where it becomes very dangerous. It's much like the dragons that exist on the board. They're easy to kind of clean up for certain classes, but once they get out of hand, you kind of either ignore them and sort of play a different game. But here they are on the board. Elliot's got 2 friends patting him on the back, saying, "Let's go. We got there. We're so close."
I think this is quite an interesting situation we're in right now. Elliot, no question, ahead in the arena. Those 2 Centauri sellswords, if he survives this turn, gonna do work. But he is at 7. And if you're facing down a warrior attack with multiple resources available, multiple cards in hand, it's really hard to predict exactly what you're going to be facing. Let's see how Elliot can go ahead and get through this particular go-around.
Elliot's still not, 7 life is not by any means a comfortable position to be in against a class, a hero that has access to so many attack reactions.
Yeah, this money where your mouth is, it complicates things as well, because now you can go ahead and represent something like the 0 cost attack reaction that can just go ahead and blow out your opponent out of nowhere, as we saw the last game. And so I think this is not going to be a particularly easy turn for Elliot. I do think he has the potential to come out of this ahead, able to close the game, but he's got to play smart here. He's got to be thoughtful.
So again, money where your mouth is does open up the wager mechanic on this, which then activates or allows you to play those attack reactions. That's where you get the 3 over the top here. So 4 attack for the Centauri Saber, not lethal yet, but like you said, that 3 over the top is certainly looming. It's haunting Elliot's dreams right now, and he's so close yet so far at the same time, because you have to weather this storm first. As she's just holding it out there.
Do you want to know what's great, Flake? She doesn't have the card in her deck. She just doesn't have access to the
Really?
Yeah, she absolutely does not. But she has done a beautiful job representing it here. And I think you have to think, are you going to get blown out by this 0 cost attack reaction?
But Elliot doesn't know that.
He does not.
So you're kind of playing the mind game too. Melody was just holding it out there like, what is this? What is this?
Could be anything. Yeah, no take the upper hand in Melody's list. So
he's going to just block this out. I think just even Steven on this one. Tossing some in front of the sellsword. There's no wager that was made, right? Unless it was there a wager made on this? So there's no token sort of slid underneath it.
It's possible that the wager wasn't made.
In which case, if there's no wager made, then there was no risk of the attack reaction.
Fair enough.
However, the go again here and into shift the tide of battle. It's a attack reaction that went over the top on this one, giving it go again. So there was an attack reaction. It wasn't additional damage necessarily, but it does open up the turn for further opportunity here for Melody, who's going to hot streak it up.
Yeah, allows this hot streak to get in the mix, starting stake being pitched. Balance of Justice now going to be committed to the defense here.
Balance of Justice, one of the generic headpieces here. It has a very cool new keyword to it. Guardwell.
Guardwell, yep. Somewhere between Temper and Battleworn. And I saw some crazy theories of what something between Temper and Battleworn may have meant during the preview season. A little bit simpler than people gave it credit for. Just a way to go ahead and put a -2 counter on that defense value. Single instance of defense, as opposed to something like Battleworn 2, which would, of course, block for 2, then block for 1. This just gets that one singular block, but does stick around afterwards to go ahead and activate that ability. And a beautiful start to the turn here for Elliot. 9 damage. Go again. Agility token made, loading up the next turn. Cell swords at the ready. Melody's going to need a lot of defense to make it through this particular turn.
This runner is representing so much bad news currently and setting up for the follow-up turn as well, as Melody absolutely has to respect this. As she does, throwing 3 cards in front of this. There's a follow-up. What is it for Elliot?
Plenty of 3 blocks there for Melody. But still a lot of options here. Looks like it's time for Centauri Saber to come in.
4-2. 2, so innocuous. 2, 20, 30 minutes ago is so laughable, and right now it is your whole world practically.
And it looks like Elliot content to just play this slow and steady with those Centauri Cell Swords at the ready with Agility token on the next turn. Knows Melody will have to commit everything. Going to go into the next turn cycle with a 5-card hand, 2 Centauri Cell Swords at the ready. Elliot firmly in the driver's seat here.
Absolutely. Basically, those 2 Centauri Cell Swords, you need to attack with your weapon first, but the Agility token will allow you to do so, giving your weapon some go again.
Yeah, find a couple blues here, and you're off to the races.
All right, Elliot is just double-checking his math here. Doesn't want to, get overconfident and commit the wrong card at the wrong time. Especially, for heroes that have go-agains, that have these kind of intricate turns. You were mentioning privately yesterday how this is a very satisfying hero to play. And is it because when you get to these junctures where you have the Cell Swords, you have the tokens, the gold?
Just all fits together very nicely, and you feel empowered, but you've worked the whole game for it. You've been slow and steady. You've accumulated your fortune by being a talented mercenary, by winning these wagers. And then you've gone ahead and put together your army, which has empowered these final turns to go ahead and get you over the hump. It is going to start off with a Centauri Saber attack 4-4 with go again. We now know those Centauri Cell Swords able to be used on this turn.
That's it. Leading by example was Kassai. Those Centauri Cell Swords do not leave the house unless Kassai's driving. And it's 4 go again here, which is Melody's whole world right now. And you can see she's kind of laboring through how to block this. Obviously, there's going to be blocks. But again, what is going over the top here? What does the 4 represent?
I don't think you can account for that anymore. It's just you're too deep. You do not have those options available to you. You know the Centauri Cell Swords are able to come. You just have to say, if you have attack reactions, I probably can't beat you at this point.
2 cards in front, covering this up, providing some
non-attack
change
actions
too.
both. So that is good as far as blocking goes. It is going to go ahead and take the upper hand here.
Up to 7. So 1 damage for Melody, going down to 3. Work done for Elliot. Like you mentioned, just slow and steady. Let's just grind it out.
Picks up that agility token as well. Was
Huge.
wagered on that particular attack.
We finally get to see some of the Cell Swords come through. So we're going to pitch one to attack with the Cell Swords to 3.
Yep.
And another one for 3.
Again, takes all the cards, and that is it for Elliot. So not quite the finish there. Did not have enough resources on the turn, but still dominant position, did a little bit more damage, has agility on this turn. As long as those Cell Swords are there, as long as the agility is present, Elliot is at a huge advantage. Eventually, these resources are going to come together. Pitching a blue, a beautiful start with that. Lead with speed. Going to go ahead and buff the first attack, and then we're going to get down to the business of getting these swords and these Cell Swords both in the mix.
It's fun to see Kassai's power level within the environment of just heavy hitters, and just think that, once this is released, it's out in the wild.
There's a lot more cards.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of Kassai players watching this now kind of licking their chops saying, this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is. It is. Kassai is an absolute blast, a well-beloved hero within our internal environment. Well-beloved hero.
Lead with speed has been so powerful in this situation for Elliot because those agility tokens have been invaluable. The agility token is not just representing the go again on the sword, it's representing the extra 2 instances of 3 attack go again from those cell swords. It's like just saying, all right, we're giving you 2 free cards to a degree that you can just live with and attack with. And Melody is probably going to be on the receiving end and just peeling away cards. Elliot might just be in the process of let's just get as wide as possible and try to just get 1 point a turn until we get there.
It's so annoying though, because you're doing that simultaneously with the threat of attack reaction. That doesn't go away just because this is the state of the game we've reached. Those attack reactions are still present. They can still blow you out of nowhere. And as I keep mentioning, you just run out of things you can play around. You can't play around it forever. Eventually, she puts you in this no-win scenario, and the sellswords and the sabers do their work.
The clock ticking down, less than a minute to go here. Elliot can see the finish line, trying to get there. 4 attack on this entire saber is a good way to start it off. You can follow up with the two sellswords, 3 cards in front of.
Yeah, and now it's just sellsword, hot streak, and that'll clean things up. There's no way Melody can survive that onslaught. So here comes the first sellsword into the mix. We know 1 more available to follow. That gets a card from hand as well as this grains. More resources pitched. Second sellsword ready to come in. Lead with speed 1 more time.
Why not?
And then hot streak on the end. And that gets the fist bump. And Elliot moves to 7-3. The team of 1-2 Juice pushing on.
Yeah,
and going ahead and staking their claim to a potential finals berth here at the Celebrational.
Great showing by both players, showing what Kassai is capable of. Mirrors are always difficult to navigate because in the same vein that you're looking at, it's like, I know what I can do, but you know that you're on the receiving end of exactly the same kind of power output and damage in the same regard. Kassai, very interesting, but like you mentioned, it's a hero that you have to work for. It's something that will pay off in the mid to late game, as we saw right there. Those sellswords living on the board, creating the agility tokens, very integral into that strategy.
I think it's such a beautiful display of what to expect from Kassai over the next however long she stays with us in the CC format. She falls on this spectrum. It's really interesting. A lot of times in Flesh and Blood, we speak about things in terms of classes, right? You go, well, warriors, the attack reaction class, they're, quasi-aggressive, maybe a little mid-rangey as you like to define it. But I think what we're seeing now as the card pool builds out is within these classes, there's going to be different points along the spectrum. And I think Kassai kind of showed some of what she's up to there. She's a bit on the control side of the spectrum. She plays a little slower, but she does grind you down and put you in very, very difficult scenarios over and over.
I mean, there weren't many instances of just, huge chunks of damage taken.
Absolutely not.
It was just a leak here. It was just, okay, well, I'll let the 2 go. I'll let the 3 go. Oh, you attack reacted. Okay, I'll let the 3 here go. It wasn't just this massive pile of damage. And that's kind of how it goes. You have to be patient. You have to have a plan, and the payoff was beautiful. So congratulations to Elliot of 1-2 Juice, bringing up the record to 7-3 now in good spot. Melody falling to 7-3, definitely not out of it. We've got 3 more amazing rounds. I am so excited for this. This is what I've been looking for the entire weekend, this entire week, frankly, the Celebrational Living Legend format with the new spice.
I will tell you, I walked around the room, just curious what people are playing. The format is diverse. There's Alexi. There's Prism, there's Starvo,
yes,
Chane,
there's Kano,
there's Phi, there's Kayo. There's a lot of heroes represented amongst our 14 players. I think these Living Legend rounds are going to be absolutely awesome.
And the best part about that is each of them are confident, that they've made the right selection. They're like, I thought about it. I think this is good into everything. How about you? Tell me a little bit about, I think that this is really good into everything. All right, cool, perfect. What about yours? Well, I think this is kind of really good into everything. Perfect. Let's see how it goes. And the dust will settle after 3 more rounds, which are going to be the Living Legend portion of the Celebrational. Brian Gottlieb, Flake here. We will be back after a short break. We're going to break some boxes. We're going to have a little fun. So don't go too far. We're in Queenstown for the Celebrational. We'll be right back. All right, I got a special treat for you. This is Trevor Baker of LSS, who's responsible for a lot of these big events, in fact, all of them, frankly. How are you doing?
Good, man. Yeah, it's been a busy week so far.
I was gonna say, there's this just sheer exhaustion on your face because you have been running around like crazy to make sure that all the gears are turning for this one, and it's not just today; it's been for so long prior to this.
Yeah, we had a lot of special things that went into the planning for this week, unlike anything else we've done before. Bringing a great group of people from around the world to celebrate here in Queenstown. It's been an incredible week so far.
It definitely has. Now, for those who might not know you, what is your official title, your responsibilities?
Yeah, so I'm the director of Premier Play and Conventions at Legend Story Studios. So kind of oversee all of the gameplay that happens outside of the local game store. So we've got an amazing team of account managers that handle our in-store organized play, and I'm taking care of all the stuff that kind of happens outside the game store.
Perfect. Great stuff. And this entire event, frankly, is you're doing, and it has been going so smoothly. It's been a great event overall, but you're not here just to talk about the now. You're here to talk about the later. And there's going to be some pretty cool events, some of that have already been announced, PT Los Angeles, Amsterdam. Yeah, I've been trying to squeeze you for Worlds. You've been telling me to go fly kite. It's all good. We get you. No problem. But what are you wanting to kind of give us a little taste of here?
So if you remember back in December, we kind of teased that to our players in the Southeast Asia community to save the date for April 5 to 7. And I'm excited that we get to announce what that event is today.
Okay, so that said, we can talk about it or we can show you. So I think we're going to show you, right? Is that what we got going on? Yeah, I think so. So we're going to show you a little bit about what is happening around the bend here as Trevor's kind of laid the breadcrumbs. So let's have a look.
Okay.
All right, so that is the okay. That's a little bit of confusion here. No problem. There you go.
It's okay.
Look how beautiful that picture was.
Yeah,
that is
no,
so
it's
gorgeous.
good.
The pixels were so bright and delicious. It looked like an Avatar movie. Okay, that said, we are going to
Phuket, Thailand.
Wonderful. So we're going to Phuket, Thailand on April 5th to 7th, and this is a little bit of a special occasion. It's not going to be your grandmother's calling.
No, not at all. I mean, look, this is a fantastic destination, location in Southeast Asia, in Phuket. Bring your partner, bring your mates, come along for a great weekend. This is just a really exciting one for us to put together.
And again, promising for something special about this one. It's not going to be just a standard show up, play, and then, cash in your prize tickets. This is a whole different ballgame because you've got some surprises in store for this one. And I think we've got a video in store for this. We do not. I lied.
Okay, well, no worries.
All right, so how about this? Why don't you tell us a little bit about what this particular event, how it differentiates, and why this is special?
Yeah. So this event, totally cool because we are going to be on a resort just right off the beach in off of Patong Beach in Phuket, Thailand, right there at the 4 Points Resort. So tournament will happen on property in the Kara Grand Ballroom. You can choose to stay on campus at that hotel. Amazing room block setup already that'll be available to book through our website. It'll click you over there. You can get your reservation in. One of the cool things there, you book through us, and we've got a fantastic rate, but you also get your breakfast included throughout your stay as well. So you can just wake up and walk on over to the ballroom right there on campus.
That's always like the best part is when you don't have to worry about Ubers and all that other stuff. You wake up, and if you're on like a beach, if you're you're out there in the resort area, that is pretty rad as well. But If oh, we've got it. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Well, we've got one more teaser, so yeah, we should play the video.
Make it happen. All right, so the whole thing was that looks amazing. First of all,
Yes.
like let's just be real. I live in Canada. It's January. That is, I would cut off a limb to be there. However, what does it mean? It says Flesh and Blood is going on holiday. What is on holiday?
Yeah. So we've got a whole weekend of activities planned there. One of the best things about this is we're kind of incorporating the laid-back sort of resort vibe. That means that, in the evening, we're going to have some happy hours with discounted on-demands, and you'll be able to have a drink and really just kind of enjoy, some, a little bit maybe more competitive, serious fab in the morning, and then, kind of, I don't know, lay the hair back in the evening and enjoy, some casual Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. I have done those types of events where you're just like, all right. And then you start off strong. You start off day one, like 4-1. And then you just, depending on how much fun you plan on having, the next day can be a little bit rough. If you want to go in hard mode, going and playing fab on vacation is an easy way to do it. But beyond that, I mean, there's some of the packages that you're talking about, but what makes them like super special? Or why would somebody want to go like, what, what's the difference? Where's the experience?
Yeah, so, but we're going to roll out something a little extra. Being in this resort environment, we thought, hey, what if we can kind of make this maybe not completely all-inclusive, but really just make it, give you that peace of mind while you're playing. So with the Marvel package, in addition to all the goodies that you would get with these other packages, your lunch is going to be provided as well. So if you stay on site, your breakfast is provided. You buy the Marvel package, your lunch is provided. And then, you can hang around. You can obviously, grab some drinks later during happy hour and stuff. And, in the evening, once we wrap up, go into town and enjoy the rest that Phuket has to offer. But that's kind of the idea, right? Is we want to package this together as that sort of, destination, relaxation. Yeah, come along for it. And yes, for all of you that are probably wondering,
everybody wants to know what's the format, because that does factor into some of the appeal.
Yeah, so this will be coming just right after Pro Tour Los Angeles. So after a very competitive, focused Pro Tour in Los Angeles, 2 weeks after that, you'll be able to play Classic Constructed. So it's going to be a great time.
Beauty. But beyond that, again,
Yep. Oh, well, the last thing we do have to mention is the promotion.
Yeah. Well, because of some of the people there, it's like, all right, I'll think about it. But at the same time, there is a little bit of a giveaway going on regarding, if you want to jump on this one right now.
Yeah. So you might have seen in that little sizzle video, we are running a promotion from now all the way through this weekend, where if you sign up and get your Go Again Fabled or Marvel package, you'll be entered into a lucky draw, and during the elimination rounds on Sunday of the calling, we'll pull out one of those names, and they will get a 4 nights hotel accommodation to the resort there in Phuket, Thailand.
This weekend.
Yep. So pre-register for your package this weekend. You'll be in the lucky draw.
And it's the Go Again package, the Fabled package,
or the new Marvel.
Or the new Marvel package. So if you pick up one of those, you are entered automatically into the giveaway for the 4 nights accommodations and the whole shebang.
That is correct. Yeah.
So where do you go to get this if you want more information to go check this out?
Yeah, so the articles will be posted shortly after this onto the Fab TCG site. Just click the event page there. All the details about the event will be available through the Fab TCG site, and that'll link you to where you need to go to buy your package.
Fab on the beach, baby. We did Fab Cruise a little while ago. Let's do Fab on the beach in Phuket in April. It's going to be great. Trevor, thank you so much for this opportunity. We're going to be back with a case break and show you some of the cool stuff and bust some packs, man. Let's do that. All right, so we'll be right back after a break, and we're We're going to do a case break here. Don't go too far. It's the celebration.
there's
welcome back to the Celebrational. We're getting just right down to the nitty-gritty at this point, huh?
Yeah, well, Brian making fun of my age, and then had to get the message from you, hey, we need you, buddy. And then I'm running up flights of stairs. Yeah, I guess he had a point.
Yeah, one set of stairs did you in?
Well, yeah, thank God. Thank God it was actually 3, but 2 of them were down. So I was like, we're good. We're good with that. But yeah, welcome back. It's day 2 of the Celebrational. The solo CC of the heavy hitters portion is over, but it's now time to get into my favorite part, which is going to be Living Legends. 3 rounds left, Craig, of Living Legends format. And the best part about this, frankly, is going to be that I think this is where it's going to be the competitive environment, the competitive juices are going to be pumping. You're going to see a lot more stern looks and a lot more pensive glares in these next rounds.
I do think our players are still going to have fun, but we're getting to the end of the event, right? This is the most serious format, and you're starting to feel it with the stakes on the line.
Big time. You mentioned stakes. I'm hungry. Let's do this. I'm hungry for competition. I'm hungry for stakes. Let's talk about Living Legend. Let's see what the breakdown is, because where everybody's curious, what is coming to the party? Bravo got a little bit of a nerf here, so is it still represented? You made a great point. Until you can prove that it's not the top dog, it is still going to be the most represented, and you are absolutely correct. 4 Bravo stars of the show.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the real story is that we have 7 different heroes in the field today. I mean, that's awesome. That's exciting. That's all different players trying to do different powerful things. And I can't wait to see just these 2 decks just smashing into each other.
It's going to be beautiful. We have 3 Prisms, a hero that I am very fond of, that I had probably the first hero that I really went to work on, that I really put in the time to learn, and plays so differently, plays within those margins.
Yeah, that hero's not okay.
It's so good. It is so okay. Finally, 2 Phis, and everyone talking about this might be the actual top dog in the meta, because stubby hammers, and you also have outputs of 40 plus damage in one go.
Yeah, it's a little funny to think that a fairly innocuous piece of equipment that existed in the format without much play forever is banned, and it's coming back to push Phi into a power level that competes with the other Living Legends decks.
A pair of Briars, Channel Mount Heroic, but it's not just that. We're talking about the Briars of old, the Ball Lightnings and such. Those were nasty cards. Maybe some Belittle to be involved as well. Briar is an incredibly powerful and potent force when you're not just going wide with physical attacks, but you're adding some arcane to the mix.
Yeah, and moving down the list, Chane, just you think about the armor that Chane has access to, where it's just unfair, right? That this deck gets access to extra cards. It's got a great weapon. It's got the armor suit. It does it all.
And we go from the scowling grin, or the scowling face of Chane, to the smug grin of Kayo. And you know who brought Kayo. It's going to be DM Armada. There's no secrets there. DM Armada is very confident that Kayo is what he wants to play. It's what he knows best, and he wants to put it on display in this format.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if some of the other players have shown up ready for a Kayo matchup, right? You're only playing 3 rounds of this format right now. Maybe you say, I need to commit more of my sideboard cards to other matchups. But you are traditionally, as a Kayo player, bad into Prism. They just accumulate some of these, auras on the board that prevent damage. It's hard to force it through. So, it'll be interesting to see if he's able to dodge the Prism players.
Right, and as the players are getting ready to go and firing it up with Saint versus Aurelie, and the last hero on that list, that's Lexi. And we're talking about, there's a lot of people who have the confidence that this is actually a very potent hero, and everybody thinks they got the secret sauce. Do you know who's playing Lexi?
Is it our French player?
No, it is not. It is Brodie Spurlock.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so Brodie was
super interesting.
It is, and Brodie is very, infrequently wrong when it comes to calls, and so he's going to be the one piloting the Lexi. But right now we have Saint versus Aurelie in the first round of the Living Legend rounds here of the day 2 of the Celebrational. So players are ready to rock and roll again. We get to finally see the return of Starvo. It is Bravo's star of the show, played by Saint at a 7-3 record. Aurelie with Briar is going to be trying to maybe get past, get there first, as it were. And that Starvo does have some restrictions, though.
Yeah, and Saints record 7-3. He is right in the mix at the top of the standings here. He's not our number 1 seed currently, but 3 more rounds, if you're able to go 3-0, there's a very good chance he'll be sitting in first or second place and playing for the prize tomorrow.
And Aurélie of L'Œil de Viet, a podcast as well, is just contributing so much to the tournament scene and tournament organization and execution. She's incredible. She's so wonderful to speak to as well, from France, but I believe currently in Belgium. But
That's correct.
Yeah, and Saint of the fabled Runaways. You know him very well.
Yeah. Listen, one of the most generous people that I've run into in the community. He's always supporting the team, takes us all out to dinner. And he lives and dies by every round that we play. And so getting to lend our support to him is just something we're excited to do.
So this is just summoning wonderful memories. The stalagmite, Bastion of Eisenloft. That's a shield that I used to really like to play when I was playing Starvo. A lot would say, well, no, it's the ram set. That's what you got to use. You get a lot more utility of it. And in my mind, I'm like, against certain heroes like Briar, shoving the stalagmite in front of an attack, creating a frostbite, it's not just blocking 2. It might freeze out a Rosetta Thorn, so you're actually blocking the 2 plus the 4 that was coming around the bend. So the value that you could potentially get from stalagmite and stopping a Briar that wants to do some nasty things with arcane damage is always lovely. So here is Saint drawing up, I see again. You got to find the magic mix there. The secret elixir, earth, wind, and fire. No, wait, that's wrong.
Pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close. See, we can talk about Brian, and I mean, you guys are the older ones here. I can feel young.
Veterans.
Veterans, is that the term we use?
Come on.
You got it, no problem. So that's what you get, the veterans viewpoint, the veterans experience. We're going to start here using the Grasp of the Arcanite to create a rune chant and Bramble Spark into Snatch.
Yeah, and interesting, Saint has not showed up with an AB1. So until he's able to get a card in his arsenal, and maybe use Crown of Seeds, he's not able to stop arcane damage.
And oftentimes when you identify that lack of arcane barrier, if you're a hero that can run rune chants, run arcane damage, especially from Rosetta Thorn, a Briar player like Aurélie can exploit that and can definitely lean on that in terms of, okay, every turn I want to use the Grasp of the Arcanite, and that's how I'm going to chip away. It might be a slower process, but it's a free pass for most of it. Now, obviously, like you mentioned, the Crown of Seeds is a way to get around it, but oftentimes Crown of Seeds wants to be used to block other things.
Sure, and I think it also has implications for the late game, where you're saying, maybe there's certain turns where I just want to take this damage because my hand is good, but I know I can't prevent arcane damage later in the game, so I have to play a little more conservative, preserve my life total, because Rosetta Thorn is going to be such a problem as the game goes on.
So Saint is taking a little bit of damage here from the Arcane, but also a good opportunity early on to go ahead and filter the hand to find that magic concoction. Ice, lightning, earth. And he has it in his hand now. I see an ice card. I don't know if it's hypothermia. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but there's an Autumn's Touch. There's I don't know if it's Flash, but he does have it. So Starvo is online, and we're back to 2021.
Perfect.
2021. Did I say 2021? 2022, which is still a long time ago.
Is it that long ago?
It feels like it. I think I've aged like 6 years in the past, too.
Well, Bravo will do that to you.
For sure. Yes, especially when you're playing Prism. So, again, for those who are unaware, Bravo star of the show. At the beginning of your turn, you reveal a Earth card, an Ice card, and a Lightning card. And that means that your next attack action will have +2.
With cost 3 or more.
Cost 3 or more, correct, yeah. +2, dominate, go again.
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah, I mean, it just turns all of these hands into multiple attacks. You generally follow it up with an Icy Hammer, which represents another 4 damage, giving them the Frostbite. So this deck is such a good combination of damage output with some disruption. And on the turns where you just don't have it, you don't have that fused hand, the deck also turtles up very well.
So this is Break Ground. Now, Break Ground is another Earth card that would wheel into these decks. Now, usually the bread and butter Earth card, Generica, or like the common red would be Autumn's Touch because it blocks for 3. But this does also fill the role of having an Earth card, red, 7 attack. So you can push the damage through. Now, the classic follow-up here is that Nasty Hammer, arguably one of the best weapons ever printed in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, 3 for 4 is already good rate. but getting the Frostbite token on top of it is just so disruptive to opponents.
So I believe it was Flash, or is that Blink? He may have pitched Blink for the break round, but that is Winter's Bite to send the Ice Hammer with the on-hit of a Frostbite token. Early utilization of the equipment here from Aurélie.
Yeah, and this tells us that she has a hand. She already knows exactly what she wants to do with it, right? She needs all of her resources next turn because she doesn't want to pay for that Frostbite. She wants to use all of her cards because she's not blocking with them. So this should be kind of flashy. We should see a big turnout of her.
You know what I didn't even think about this is the fact that Starvo got Civic Steps now.
Yep.
So there's even more resilience to this hero in terms of weathering the storm and covering up breakpoints where necessary, which is awesome. And I don't think Starvo's not a hero. It's like, yeah, you can have Go Again. I have it printed on my hero, right? I get it for free practically many times. So Aurélie, like you said, using the equipment here to not get the Frostbite, and aggression for Briar is such that typically you'll just let the attacks go through if there's no on-hits, but we're starting off strong here. Red Orthor Surge into Ball Lightning. It's back, baby.
Yeah, I wonder if all of these elemental cards were a problem. We're just seeing them from both sides of the board.
I'll tell you this, Craig. There's a reason why Tales of Aria is like my favorite set of all time. It's because of things like this. I like doing powerful things. I like making big, impactful plays. And there was no better feeling than drafting, a pack 1, pick 5, and a Ball Lightning shows up for some reason. You're like, just feels like it feels like a freebie.
Yeah, it is one of my favorite limited formats.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me because a lot of people criticize it because they feel like, well, once you sort of get into something, there's a lot of cards you can't draft. Like if you're playing Lexi, you can't grab any of the Earth cards. It doesn't make sense. So it limits the pool. But ultimately, if everybody kind of coalesces the right way, everybody's got a really sick deck that they can throw at you. And I did some Tales of Aria draft on the Realm Games Fab Cruise that we had in January. Yeah. And they said, we got Bright Lights or we got Tails. I was like, sign me up twice for Tails. Like, let's do that. It was so much fun. So 2 cards blocked plus the Bastion of Eisenloft. So even though Aurélie wanted to avoid getting that Frostbite, she's going to get it anyways.
Yeah, and I think this is a situation where, she still has a card in hand. She's got a resource floating. She's got a card in her arsenal. Like, you generally wouldn't want to block with Stalagmite in this situation. But the previous turn, Aurelie had kind of indicated she did not want to get that Frostbite token. So that might be one of the reasons Saint, used the shield instead of one of his other pieces of equipment.
Most definitely. Exactly. If you can get that read that, okay, Aurelie definitely likes her cards but doesn't want the Frostbite, let's give it to her anyways.
Yeah.
So 8 attack is blocked by Saint here using the first instance of block from Bastion of Eisenloft. That is Stalagmite. Ball Lightning is now followed up by Snatch, another iconic card in Flesh and Blood. It seems like no matter what cards are printed, this card is always good.
Oh, it's 4 power, so it's at a breakpoint, 0 cost, and then drawing a card to finish your turn, giving you something that you can always arsenal, just super powerful.
I feel like this is the best 1-card play in the game to a degree, and you can argue maybe Draconics have like Dust Up that has a lot of value, but in terms of generic, Snatch is basically, I've always called it like the perfect rare. It's powerful but not OP. You can deal with it, but it has so much implication in so many decks, and this Saint is sort of mulling over here. What happens? Did he?
I believe he's just taking the damage. Aurelie. It didn't have Go Again, and she already had a card in her hand. So it's not a big disadvantage to just take the 4 points and let her draw a card there.
Now, worth noting as well, Craig, is that this is still going to be errata, Briar, as a lot of people may have suspected that Living Legend would have sort of dialed back the clock on the game text there as well. But there's a difference between banned cards and rotated cards and errata. Errata to me is more like this is kind of how we envisioned it to be. It was like a complete mistake ultimately.
Yeah.
But there it is. So it is errata, Briar. You can only get it's once per turn create an embodiment of Earth.
Yeah, the old Briars with ending the turn with 3 or 4 embodiments in play. Big problem.
Yeah, well, nothing like stuffing a Command and Conquer with a Bramble Spark and just being like, yeah, we're good. Let's pass it along, no problem. But that was the difficult part about that old school Briar was the fact that your bad turns became defensive stalwarts. Like it just became a handful of defense reactions and you just, all right, well, like no problem, took no damage. I had a bad hand and just turned it into something good. So there goes the Embodiment Earth, that's gone. 33 for Saint, 31 for Aurelie. We haven't seen any of those major power plays for Starvo, the Oakenolds, the Crippling Crushes, and now the Starstrucks. But also, we're not going to see them very often because now they're restricted.
Yeah, and I think, Saint took an off turn there. He cycled a card through the Crown of Seeds, just ended up arsenaling and passing the turn. And like you said, there are less of those high impact attacks in his deck. So he's got to be comfortable, playing a little bit defensive, preserving his life total until he does get one of those big turns.
Tome of Harvest here, another Earth action card that's going to draw you 3. Additional cost of this is you got to go ahead and basically dunk one of the cards from your arsenal, but that's fine because this also basically represents what is effectively half of a go again.
Yep.
So again, Briar's text says if you play 2 non-attack actions in a turn, you generate a embodiment of lightning, which means that the next attack that occurs, next attack action, you will get go again. And the basically the recipe that Briar very much leans on is non-attack, big attack with go again, swing Rosetta Thorn, and watch your opponent kind of wish that they also brought Briar.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because it feels a little bit like what Starvo is trying to do, where you make a big attack and you follow it up with a weapon for 4.
This is an Earthlore Surge followed up by the Tome of Harvest. So the embodiment of lightning has been created. You see it to the left side of the Briar there. And now a Plunder Run, not from Arsenal, but it does have implications because on hit, you're drawing a card.
Yep. Plunder Run, an interesting one that's been banned for, a very long time at this point. Get to see it pop up again.
I kind of got replaced, pseudo-replaced to a degree by like Premeditate.
Sure. Premeditate, certainly more situational of a card.
Sure. But and then plus the card draw that you might benefit from is at the end of the turn. So it's not going to affect this current turn. It's not going to, expand a combat chain that gets out of control. Nonetheless, this is a lightning surge for 4. Costs you nothing. Briars just typically don't like to pay anything.
Sure. And Saint's looking at a lot of his armor here. It always makes me wonder, is he already rolled up? Does he have the fuse in his hand? Are we going to be looking at this big turn? And, my guess is yes. It's also interesting. He's going to deploy the Stalagmite again. Aurelie has 1 floating resource, but if she wants to follow this up with a Rosetta Thorn attack, she's going to have to pitch that extra card from her hand instead of being able to arsenal it.
So Saint is using just equipment to block. It's still going to leak through. Quicken token given from the civic steps, hoping that this quicken token is actually going to get burnt by something. For example, if all you have... there's a lot of great parts about this play. You're giving the Stalagmite, sure, but it's in conjunction with the civic steps, meaning that, all right, you're going to get go again on the next play, but that Rosetta is going to cost you 2, so you're going to have to pay for it, meaning that the card that may have benefited from the Quicken token now needs to be passed along for resources. You don't know what's coming off the top, so there's a little bit of a gamble at the same time from Saint, but this is a very, very sneaky play to basically quell the effectiveness of that Quicken token.
Sure, and I also think it's interesting. Saints used a lot of armor to this point in the game, but for someone who hasn't been attacking a whole lot, the life totals are relatively even. And we know once he's able to start deploying those fused crush attacks, he could just take over the game turn to turn to turn. So we'll see if this is that swing turn that just puts the game firmly in his control.
Absolutely. If you find an Oakenold, if you find a Crippling Crush, a Starstruck or something along those lines, that's where you can start the old Starvo roll, right? Yep. Which is, all right, you have no turn. Let's draw up. You have no turn. Let's draw up. Now, obviously, you're only playing 1 Crippling Crush, 1 Oakenold, 1 Starstruck. It's not like a 9-pack of these devastating bombs. This is a different story. So showing the goods, including one of the pulses. I believe that's not Eisenloft Pulse of the Candlehold.
Candlehold, yep.
Representing Earth and Lightning. So she's taking a look here. Blizzard and Earth and Lightning. And those pulses were so awesome. What an addition to this set.
Yeah, having 1 card that represents 2 of the elements while also just having great effects on the cards. It's just spectacular during its time.
Pulse of Eisenloft actually was banned within the deck or in Classic Constructed, and there were turns where I would just opt to keep it in hand instead of putting it in Arsenal because of the sheer power of being able to fuse. Because it represents 2 elements, that's great. But if you catch an Oakenold, it's in 1-card fuse. It was so important. But here it is. This is it, Craig.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. These big turns. This is dominated. It's a whole pile of damage. It's going to take, most of Aurelie's hand if she's not able to cover this with a bunch of equipment.
It's 13 dominate, go again.
Just your average attack.
Easy, no problem. So for those of you who did not live through what would be the dark ages, as it were, of Starvo's dominance, this is what we had to deal with every freaking day. It was this times 3. It was Oakenold times 3. And if someone wanted to be real, mean and kind of ruin your Christmas, they'd throw a remembrance in there or something. But like So Tomorrow's a card. So Tomorrow would recycle some of these elemental cards that would bust you up. It was a really great time to be alive, let's say.
Yeah, was it?
Trying for the positivity train here, Greg. But 13 dominate on hit. Not on hit. Crush effect. You have to randomly discard 2 cards from hand. So Aurelie here probably already suspects my turn is a bust. So let's just see what I can give up and try to at least mitigate the damage.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. If she blocks with a card and then loses another 2 to the crush effect from her hand, Saint is set up to follow this up with a hammer swing, which would take the last card out of Aurelie's hand and basically give Saint a free time walk into the next turn.
So the Crippling Crush, again, has been restricted to only 1 copy in Living Legend status. We had the first Living Legend event, the Battle Hardened, which was in Barcelona, and it was just littered with Starvos, and they didn't have any restrictions then, but damn it, they have them now. So
it was too good then.
Yes.
And,
now it's just very good.
15 of the top 16 decks in a very large field end up being the same deck.
Correct.
You got to do something. And they did.
And you got to give them credit again. For the first Living Legend tournament, you don't know what's going to happen, so you can't make preemptive cuts and bans and restrictions.
No, you just let people have fun the first one.
Oh, and it was fun. I had friends of mine who were not going to participate in Worlds in any capacity until they announced Living Legend, and they traveled. They're like, you know what? Let's go. There's Living Legend. That's for me. They had so much fun fusing. And we used to have, I think I had a couple friends of mine, like Majin Bay was playing Starvo, my buddy Austin Yos was playing Starvo, and we had a group chat, and it was basically the 4 or 5 of them who were in the tournament all playing Starvo. It was after every round, it was, you fusing or you losing? And we're like, we fusing. So that was how it went, but there it is. The 13 damage is going to get, got basically hit like crazy. There's the first implication of an embodiment of Earth.
Sure, going to cover this whole attack.
Hey. She didn't get a frostbite?
No frostbite, but no hand either. So is that a win?
She's alive. Let's look at the bright side here. But these are Starvo things. Now the good news here is that Aurelie is basically saying, all right, that's the Crippling Crush. So that has now come to pass. There's an Oakenold I got to worry about. Mm-hmm. There's a Starstruck I have to worry about. Sure, there's Spinal Crushes. Those are going to be nasty. Those are going to be devastating. Fine. But they're not as brutal as those others that I've said.
Sure. I also of note, Awakening.
Oh, right. No Awakening.
Yeah, you forgot about one of Awakening now.
I think that's because my therapist told me to forget about it.
And a card that's in Saint's hand now, Pulverize, is another high-impact card that you need to be aware of.
Beautiful card. I remember when they were teasing Everfest, they said, we have a card with the greatest amount of attack that we've ever printed. People are like, okay, 12? 13? No, 14. And the dude looks like he means it too.
Yeah, when that card got printed, I actually reached out to Federico Musetti and I told him I wanted a giant print of this card.
Good choice too.
And he made, I guess, 5 because I have a numbered 1 of 5.
Wow, you get the number 1
print.
too.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, awesome.
Where's it hanging?
It's in the basement.
You should put it on your front door.
I'm so frustrated. I keep talking to my wife because I need to shuffle around the things in my office, which is about the size of a shoebox.
Okay.
In order to make room for this big piece of artwork because it's so cool.
I would just hang it from like the window and like show it outside. And be
Yeah.
like, stay away. I think don't talk to me. There's Winter's Whale pitching the hypothermia. So it does have a frostbite chaser on this one. 4 damage on hit, create a frostbite. Aurelie finally has a hand again. But she's probably figuring out here, okay, the damage, I'm Briar. I don't block. Like that's kind of how it goes. But how much is this frostbite going to affect my plans?
For sure. And I really like this KG line from Saint where he overpitched, getting the pulverize out of his hand. That's often a card that you want to be able to search for with the Awakening, but a lot of the time you're never going to be able to just hard cast this for its full value.
He has an Oakenold and an Earth card in hand. There's a good chance here he might pocket the Oakenold in order to look for the other elements here. So we'll see how this actually goes. Blocking full here. So Aurelie giving up another piece of equipment block here. That is a Runic Reclamation. I don't think that was going to have much implication into this. Runic Reclamation is a great card against Prism. It's a beautiful Prism killer, but against I don't think Starvo cares about auras.
Well, it's good in the mirror as well.
Definitely, yeah. Breaking apart those embodiments.
Take out a Channel Mount Heroic.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that. We haven't seen one of those yet. There's a Plunder Run, I believe, from Arsenal into a Ball Lightning. This is a nasty recipe. If Saint did find what he was looking for, he is incentivized here to just take this full. But we've seen how devastating Briar can be. Okay, so it was not from Arsenal. It was from Arsenal. Oh, that's a blue Ball Lightning.
Yes.
That's my bad. Again, my old man eyes, as Brian would put it. Can't catch it. It looked like, there it is. Blue Ball Lightning just for 1. Blocks 0, because, again, Briar just doesn't block.
Well, and Ball Lightning would be too good if it could block as well as, attack so effectively.
And they banned it with no block.
Yeah. No, it's too good.
All right, so Plunder Run is going to affect the entire, every attack action on the Chane here. If it does hit, you are going to get a card draw. Briar loves to draw cards as well.
Yeah, and like you said, the big question here is Saint rolled up? Does he have the fuse in his hand already? He's slightly ahead in life total. He still has a little bit of armor to work with. He could take a big attack this turn if he wanted to.
Okay, so he does have 2 lightning cards in hand. I think he has an ice. The other card we did see was he did have, I believe, an Autumn's Touch from the previous turn. Or he did have an Earth card. So I think he is rolled up. And I think he does have an Oakenold in Arsenal. The problem here is, now that you have it, like how much are you willing to take in order to send? Because 25 is completely in reach of a Briar.
Oh, and this Quicken token on a Snatch is just, it's the perfect card here.
Yeah, Aurelie's like, wow, all right. Christmas was last month. So this Snatch is... So that block, yeah. So Saint putting the block back from the previous, which created the Quicken token, which is going to give go again to Snatch here. And now the on-hit here, Craig, is 2 cards.
Yeah, draw 2 cards. And, Aurelie will still have the action point at her disposal. So you really don't want to give them 2 more cards when they've got an action point. But like you said, if you're all rolled up, maybe. Okay. I don't mind this conservative line.
I think it's okay because you always have the Oakenold in your arsenal and another Ball Lightning. Once again, it's looking in the past and seeing that Plunder Run.
Yeah, it represents a boatload of damage, a card draw. It's a go again attack, and this is what you want to do in the Living Legend format, right? You're going wide. All of your attacks have devastating on hits. Everything's very cheap. This is absolute blast watching this.
It's so fun to watch. Absolutely, Craig. It's great to see these kind of high-powered formats occur. Now, I played a lot of Starvo. I loved playing Starvo, but the issue is when we play against these Briar players, a turn like this, it's like, oh, you're gonna draw 2 cards. I have the Oakenold. I got what I need. It's a tougher decision for Saint now because if you cycle that Oakenold with the Crown of Seeds, you do not know if you're ever going to see it again. Likely not, because of the fact that there's only 1 in the deck. I would have been almost snapping it off. I'm like, I'm not giving you 2 cards. There's another Oakenold coming around the bend.
Sure.
We'll get to it. That is not the case anymore. Saint, if he sends away that Oakenold, it might be the last time he sees it. You basically kiss it goodbye and send it off into space, and it's just a memory.
Yeah, but I like this line. That turn was definitely a turn where it was worth blocking all of those attacks. You don't want to let her just draw 2 cards off of a Snatch. That's just ridiculous. So you say, I'm going to block a lot, I'm going to hammer, and I'm still going to have like arguably my most impactful attack sitting in my arsenal for the future.
Aurelie staring down this hammer is pitched with a lightning card. So there's no bad news coming at the end of this hammer. It's just vanilla damage, as it were.
Clean, honest work.
Clean, honest work. Blink blocks for nothing.
Yep.
Some of these cards, so especially like lightning is kind of the awkward element in Starvo, right? Because you rarely use the lightning cards for what they're intended to do. Sometimes you do, but blink is just... All right, like you'll play Blink into, let's say, a prism where there's auras, you need extra action points to clean them up, but ultimately it's just there. It's like, I know what I'm for. It's like, what is my purpose? You pitch for hammer. It's like, oh my God. Like that's kind of what it is. So hammer time is over. Aurelie's on the return fire here. Saint at 7 and 3. I was sitting with him while briefly eating before, and he was very confident. He's just having a good time. Like he wasn't even necessarily thinking about the fact of like, okay, who's my next opponent, or like how do I practice? He was just like having a great time. Can't wait to play Starvo. Like it's gonna be good times. And for us here, probably for you who's watching this, if you're not suffering from severe Starvo PTSD, like this is great. This is a great blast from the past, and this is why Living Legend format, I was so eager to see it and what it would look like, and now the evolution of it. Sonata Arcanics.
Oh, there it is.
Feels brutish, right? When you're just kind of like leaving things up to chance.
Just spin the dice.
Finding a red lightning surge, again, it's a 0 for 4. It's kind of where Briar wants to live in terms of attack actions, but it's very powerful out of the arsenal. It gets go again out of the arsenal.
And like you said, these non-attack actions with go again represent half of an embodiment of lightning. So having one that just cycles and finds you a zero-cost attack is very strong.
So again, with the Sonata Arcanics, after played, it gets banished. You reveal however many cards you paid for, and then you have to shuffle the deck. Here's a Ravenous Rabble. Let's see if the shuffle was friendly. It was. I can't quite tell. Looks like it.
I believe that's a blue.
Oh, Blessing of Spring.
Blessing of Spring, one of the newer cards. Yeah,
found it. Right. All right. So it's unfortunately the shuffle was not friendly.
Yeah.
As this Ravenous Rabble is a little less ravenous, as it were. It's coming in for 2. It does hit though. So Saint just giving this one a free pass, creating the embodiment of Earth that can be paying dividends on the future turn. But this turn did not look anything like you might think it would. I mean, it's just a 2 into a 2 with a rune chant. Not very fun.
Yeah.
2 arcane. I'm sorry. Yeah, because it was the my bad. It was the
Sonata Arcanics.
Yes, that was it. All right. It's in the banished zone. I completely forgot. Again, thank you, Brian, for reminding me I'm old. But it's a 2 go again into now an online Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. And again, Saint, like you mentioned very astutely, he has no arcane barrier.
Yeah, no arcane barrier. So every time there's this arcane chaser, his only option is to suck up a little bit with the Crown of Seeds if he wants to. It is a little bit interesting because I think he has the Awakening in his hand. So on some levels, he's incentivized to just take the damage.
As he seems to have done. Tunic up to 3. There's a Blizzard in hand, Lightning Claws.
And I believe the Awakening.
Thinking about it. I mean, you got to think if you're taking damage that you could have easily blocked. And if this just comes down to a hammer, Saint might be thinking, I need these 2 elements.
Sure.
And so that's part of it. It's like Starvo seemed like it was paint by numbers, but it's when you have turns like this where you're going to take damage to hold 2 cards to pitch for a vanilla hammer, and Aurelie is going to be like, well, okay, that's interesting. But ultimately, you're trying to hold on to those 2 elements, dig for the Earth, dig for the missing piece here, and then send the Oakenold. But he's going to send the Oakenold. No fuse.
No fuse. I don't hate this line. Let's force through some damage. He still has the Awakening in his hand, so potentially once Aurelie at a certain life total, the Awakening can represent just an overwhelming finish. I think the previous turn, it is worth noting that when the opponent attacks you for 2 with the Ravenous Rabble, you don't really want to put a card in front of it because you don't know what else is coming.
Oh, get ready for this, Craig. Unity. Into unity. So we're generating 2 more embodiment of Earths here that we're also buffing up. So each of those are blocking for 5?
Yep, 10 total block here.
Yeah, no worries. Sure, whatever.
Ain't no thing.
Yeah, so the 2 are creating, which then do actually buff the actual cards that are on the combat chain right now. And I believe Blessing of Spring is built in with a 2 block.
Yes.
So easy peasy. They're gone. So I think Aurelie is now very happy to see you survived the Crippling Crush. You did some work. You did nothing. You were not afraid at all of that Okanold. That Okanold was kind of paltry. It was just some vanilla damage. And Aurelie now thinking, all right, well, bring on the Starstruck. Let's go. So she's going to open up here with Gorganian Tome, which basically draws a card. You ever play the Gorganian Tome like Game of Chicken?
So we used to talk about this a lot back when Chane and Starvo were both in the format. Because you have the ability to like arsenal this card as Starvo and then just put it on the bottom of your deck with the Crown of Seeds. And you can just be like, I'll play the waiting game. Until they play theirs, I'm never going to deploy mine. But ultimately, the card just wasn't strong enough as its own to be, included in the deck.
Yeah. Doesn't pitch, doesn't block. It's kind of like this floating brick in the deck. But yeah, if you do pull it off, it is like this big surprise reveal to your opponents. Like the Briar player hits their tome, and if for those who are wondering, Gorganian Tome looks at all the other graveyards and draws an additional card for every other Gorganian Tome in the other graveyard. Yep. So your opponent played one, and you play one. You're not drawing 1 card, you're drawing 2. So it's a 2-for-1, which gets you over the top. And the Game of Chicken, frankly, was in those Briar mirrors.
Yep.
And you draw it, and you're like, you're just hoping that they just don't draw theirs.
Yeah. A lot of times in that matchup, the game's played out so fast that anytime you drew it, you were just obligated to play it when you had it. You couldn't arsenal it and just wait and wait and wait. And so if you were the first person to play it, like you said, you just hope and pray that they don't peel theirs off the top in the next couple of turns.
Blizzard's going to meet this lightning surge that came from Arsenal, basically saying pay 2 or you're done. And it's going to ask, it removes the go again unless 2 resources are paid. Lucky for Aurelie, she actually had a blue earth card in hand to sort of very economically deal with this. I think Saint sometimes, you're playing this no matter what, I think, but Saint kind of hoping that maybe she got gummed up with a handful of reds, which would have completely just shut the turn down.
Sure.
Throw in a Channel Lake Frigid in front of this, another immensely devastating card to play against a go-wide strategy like this, and Saint giving it up to preserve some life.
Yeah, so with the Crown of Seeds and the 3 block, he fully covered the Lightning Surge. Aurelie's going to make a Runechant token and then follow it up with the Rosetta Thorn with the 2-point chaser, as it were.
So it's like Brian will make poker references. Sometimes he'll throw some hockey, but then eventually it just all comes down to booze.
The boozing, yeah.
That's break ground. That has implications. Basically, when you attack with it, you can put a card from your arsenal on the bottom and draw. So it kind of like gets the free Crown of Seeds without the damage prevention, but it is still just a 7-for-3 Earth card. You're just looking to connect this with an online Starvo activation.
Yeah, and it looks like he's playing the blue one.
Yeah. So it's 7 right now because it did get the Starvo ability, which is +2, dominate, go again. The combo meal.
Fuse it up.
Fuse it up, exactly. You just go. You go to Starvo's Starvo's fast food joint. Would you like to fuse it up?
Yep. Well, absolutely.
What do you get with that? Well, you get to supersize your attack.
Yep.
You'll get the go again, and we're gonna dominate it for free. Okay, sure, no problem. Always sign me up, no problem. Burgeoning's gonna meet this just to soak up some damage, and Ice Hammer time, pitching the Insidious Chill.
Yep.
Very cool card to see. Again, Insidious Chill is an aura that lives on the board. Whenever you fuse, it'll force your opponent to discard or pay 2. So it's a little insult to injury when you're already just blasting them with these humongous plays. You're also going to be peeling cards out of their hand anyway. So
yeah, great turn there for Saint. He was able to force through a lot of damage, take multiple cards out of Aurelie's hand, and leave a Frostbite token on the board.
So initial impressions now. I mean, we've gone through several turn cycles. It's turn 7. How are you evaluating Starvo here within this meta?
I mean, it still looks very powerful, right? Its ability to transition from defense to offense is always been the case. The things like looking at the board right now, you say, oh, I really like Starvo's position in this game. But the randomness of the Starvo deck means that maybe Saint just peels a hand with no fuse for 2, 3, 4 turns in a row and just isn't able to take advantage of that powerful hero ability.
So revealing the whole kit and the caboodle, we're going to go with the red, the red Autumn's Touch. 9 dominate, go again. And it's funny because Aurelie, when presented with it, did the whole, yep. So 9 dominate, go again. No on hits here, just vanilla damage, but we're getting to the point where the on hit is basically, hey, congratulations, you win. Aurelie at 15 doesn't have an embodiment of earth to help soak up some of the damage.
Nope.
You've got 1 more block on your Grasp of the Arknight. You've got 1 from your creepers. Your skull cap's all used up, but got max value out of it, which is great.
Yes. But also another good turn for Saint, and he's going to finish this turn with an Arsenal, which is just extra big for the Starvo deck.
Have we seen many Crown of Seeds activations?
Just 1, I believe.
Sure. Now, here's the great part about this as well. Is like
at least 2. I'm sorry.
There's the Crown of Seeds turn is going to be paired up for Saint on the Tunic turn to essentially get the one extra card here. So if Saint is missing a card or missing a pitch, you can use the Tunic to go ahead, cycle through your arsenal, and hope to find the missing piece.
And what an absolute beating for Aurelie.
Oh no!
Revealing a blue on the top again with the Ravenous Rabble.
Is that another Blessing of Spring? No, Force of Nature.
Force of Nature this time.
Each of them taking the turn to sort of crush your dreams.
Yeah, just dagger you.
So Ravenous Rabble 2 go again. Saint is thinking that is okay. We're fine. Pitching a red unmovable for Heaven's Claws. Very interesting addition.
Yeah, it's one you don't see very often.
So Heaven's Claws presenting, and Saint's just kind of thinking here. It's less about what the implication is of taking the damage. Yeah, you get closer to death, but I think what Saint wants to do is just finish this out. Having dominate with a follow-up hammer can be brutal, and Aurelie is leaning on just the creepers and for that 1 extra block in case. There's not really much helping. She already got rid of an unmovable, which could have bailed her out of some nasty situations. Not the case anymore. Saint here giving up the Winter's Grasp to block this out again. Fully calculated, doesn't want to give away anything for free. Down to 10. Aurelie now has to see, does he have it?
Yeah, I mean, he blocked with 1 card, so that tells you everything you need to know about his hand.
And survey says, it may have been another Autumn's Touch that he had previously.
Well, yeah, he had arsenaled a red earth attack on the previous turn.
There it is. So another Autumn's Touch, this one yellow.
Okay, the yellow one.
Why not?
Look at Saint. Very skillfully played, just fusing turn after turn after turn.
Hey, he's here for a reason.
Yeah.
So 8 dominate, go again. There's an embodiment of Earth on the board. So Aurelie's going to get a little bit of a boost here from a defensive capability, but knows from the fuse what else is in a hand. So can surmise probably a hammer coming up.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay, that's a good time for that.
Oh, baby. She just called Geico and got full coverage on this one.
Look at you.
Hammer, 4/4. Blocked, I believe, by a Force of Nature with the embodiment.
Yep, fully covered. This, all right. For how bad this turn could have gone, take no damage.
Certainly. And on the previous turn, managed to actually sneak through with some. So Aurelie coming out of this and finding full value from the unmovable and completely covering up the the hammer. She's only left with 3 cards, I believe. The arsenal was expended, but we're going to open up with 2 cards rather, and open up with a lightning surge. It's 0 for 4 again. It's just get some work done. Survive turn by turn. You know what Starvo's capable of. So let's just chip in the damage. And what did Saint find?
And one of the things that's so good about these 0 for 4s is that they do represent a break point. It's going to run into Crown of Seeds here, but generally, if your opponent tries to cover this with one card, only preventing 3 damage, you get to generate that embodiment of Earth token.
So no go again from this Lightning Surge. Aurelie holding one more card in hand. And this is a card, Lightning Surge, that you really want to have in your arsenal, of course. So you got to wonder, what is the card that she has that she's opted to keep in arsenal? Is it a non-attack? Did Saint just...
he just said, I'm keeping all 5 cards.
Oh, no. Pulverize?
I'll take some damage. We'll see what happens.
There it is. He shows them the ID. Yes, I'm Starvo. Okay, Insidious show. Oh, there's a spinal in there.
It looks like a Spinal Crush turn.
You got to think it's got to be a spinal that's going to be... Oh, brutality. All right, so +2, dominate, go again. 11.
Yeah, and I don't know if Aurelie has a way around this. She played a D-React out of the arsenal on the previous turn. That she had pitched one earlier in the game. The chances that she has another prepared for this exact situation is pretty slim.
We shall see. I mean, when you're playing a game in the Starvo format, sometimes you're like, okay, is it 2 unmovable reds or 3 unmovable reds? Yep. Yeah, that was kind of just the way to go. You had it in the sideboard precisely for these particular reasons. Whether it's to stop a Crippling Crush or something else, you just needed it there. Even if it just soaked damage, it just kept you alive in certain cases. But this is a very devastating attack. In any case, dominated go again. That's all just extra sprinkles on this one, but it's just bad news all around. There's the there it goes.
There's the handshake.
Man, Saint, you got to feel like you are just on borrowed time when your opponent has 5 cards and says,
"Oh yeah,
I like all of these."
Yep.
We don't talk about Starvo.
Love it.
We do talk about Starvo.
Oh, we are going to talk about Starvo, friends. In fact, it's been the talk of the town for a while since the Living Legend format came to be. A lot of people reinvigorated to play it. A lot of people just absolutely disgusted that they have to play against it. But even with the restrictions, it got the job done.
Yeah, and it kind of played out the way that we thought it might, where the first couple of turns, Aurelie was a little more proactive and was the one putting on pressure. And once Saint pivoted from defense to offense, he was a little bit lucky being able to fuse consistently, but the pressure, the damage, the little bit of disruption from the frostbite, and closes out the game.
And there you go. So Saint moving up to 8-3 now. Aurelie to 4-7. But again, it's such a tough opponent to play against. And you dealt with the Crippling Crush, and it was kind of all downhill from there. But to Aurelie's credit, she did manage to create some very uncomfortable turns for Saint, and got Saint down to 10, and Saint just found the right recipe, sent that big Crippling Crush, that big Spinal Crush, and it was all she wrote. So, I love Living Legend.
Yeah.
Love it.
This is a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun because I'm not the one.
Yeah. We get to be excited no matter who wins, right?
Totally.
When you show up and you're the one getting fused against every single turn, not as much fun.
It's the same reason I cheer when someone goes through a table in the WWE. I'm like, yeah, it's not me. Yeah, it's kind of one of those. So there we go. That is a round. What round was that? It was a round.
Yeah.
It was a round 11, but nonetheless, I think, is that where we're at? It doesn't matter.
I believe it was 11.
Was it? 12. 12? 13. Who cares? Doesn't matter because we've got 2 more rounds of Living Legend.
I like how we can't even count.
Doesn't matter. No one pays us to do math. Let's be real. So it is.
We need to keep track of the things that you've struggled with today. And I'm going to pretend like it's just you and it's not me. So far it's been the stairs and counting to 11.
I don't want to tell you that I had trouble pouring my soup earlier.
Okay. On the list.
What's that? We got to move on? Good job, Newman. All right, we're going to take a break.
Welcome back to the booth here at the Celebrational. It is Brian Gottlieb. It is Craig Krempels. We are back bringing you the second to last round of action here from the Celebrational, and it is time for some more Living Legend. And I had to hop in the booth. My boy Tommy Runeblades in the feature match area representing Team LSS. Playing Chane this go around. Going to be taking on Kelvin on Starvo. And this is a huge stakes match for Kelvin. He's very, very close to getting in range of locking up that finals berth. Right there. Has to overcome Team LSS. And look, it's been a rough run for Team LSS, comprised of some of our devs, some of our ops staff, our HR manager down there battling yesterday, doing a great job. But we had some struggles early on, but it feels like Living Legend is our sweet spot. And we're going to play spoiler going down the stretch. We're looking to pick up some W's and maybe make it harder for some of these players to go ahead and punch their ticket.
So what are you telling us, Brian? Are you picking your horse?
I am a neutral caster who is definitely not rooting for his fellow dev, Tom Penny, who is an excellent Chane player, by the way. So practiced with this deck. Of course, big changes to the LL format. And, internally we were devoting a lot of time looking to that format, spent a lot of time, of course, playing the Chane Starvo matchup. And it just feels like it's right back to that place that we kind of saw in New Jersey, where we so famously saw Pablo Pintor take down the first Pro Tour on Chane, defeating Starvos all along the way.
Just that close, right? And you and I were talking before we came on the air that, we haven't seen Carrion Husk in play very often, but that is just such a powerful piece of equipment, and it makes it so much easier for the Chane player to cover one of those fused attacks and basically preserve their hand.
Yeah, it's a huge resource in this matchup. I want to talk about Kelvin a little bit more, though, because as we mentioned, getting in range of maybe going ahead and punching his ticket into that final #1 in the world, lifetime XP, just out there playing event after event, large-scale events, small-scale events. It doesn't matter to Kelvin. He just loves the game so much. 6-time battle-hardened top 8 competitor. Also has a massive flesh and blood collection. Loves all aspects of the game.
So what's your XP?
Low.
Low, and your collection?
Pretty big. I'm doing okay on that front. Maybe not as well on the XP front. But why don't we take a look at what Kelvin is trying to go ahead and force through into our game. And first of all, huge points for fitting on the card. That has been one of the real struggles for the players in the Celebration when they submit their designs. But this one looks tight. So let's go ahead and read it. It is Thoughtful Gust Wave, and it's a ninja attack. And it's got a little bit of combo going on. 3 defense, 3 power, 0 cost red. And it reads, combo, if a card with wind in its name was the last attack this combat chain, this gets +1, go again. When this hits a hero, destroy all cards in their arsenal.
This is a pretty powerful effect.
I might just make this card. This seems pretty reasonable to me. The one thing I will say, we've kind of just gone through this and given up a few criticisms here or there, is Arsenal Destruction doesn't feel super ninja to me. Sure, that's maybe a bit of a misstep on this card, but the essence of it is sound. I love referencing a card with wind in its name. I think that's a really cool way to do this stuff. You've seen it from us before. Kind of using the gust wave type scenario. Yeah. And I think this is a thoughtful gust wave, it turns out. Well done, Kelvin. Well named as well.
Yeah, like you're saying, the fact that he used gust wave, but it doesn't feel like a combo card like the previous gust wave cards. Very interesting.
Not bad. Good starting point, Kelvin. Big points for a nice design. Now we're going to see if you were ready to earn some big points down there in the feature match area. It sounds like our players are ready. So we're going to zoom on down, and there you see on the left-hand side, it is Tom Penny, Tommy Runeblades as we call him, taking on Kelvin Law, sitting at 8-3. Team LSS looking to play spoiler. Tom picked up a win in the last round on Chane, taking down Viet Fam. Viet Fam was sitting at 7 wins going into that round, so very much in contention. Tom maybe looking to make things a little bit harder for Kelvin as well. Kelvin going to go ahead and start things off here with a pitch of a Heaven's Claws and Channel Lake Frigid. Nice tool against Chane.
Yeah, and the way that he pitched, you knew that hammer attack was coming afterwards.
Absolutely. Blizzard's going to go ahead and make this a Frosty 4, giving Tom some real restrictions to contend with on the next turn, but does have the block here. Shrill and Mauvrian Skies committed to defense. Channel Lake Frigid. Check out these equipment suites on both players' side. Pretty much what we're expecting, though. Maybe Starvo picking up an upgrade from Heavy Hitters, going to look to get that Crater's Fist into legendary status with the newest release here.
Yeah. a couple of interesting inclusions in Kelvin's list. You're losing a lot of the crush effects when the best attacks got restricted, right? So he's moved a couple of Crush the Weak into his list, and in a matchup like
Nice
this,
tool here.
yeah, that's a great tool to have.
So Tom getting into it with Belittle Minnowism now banned in CC, still present in the Living Legend format. One of the best things about Living Legend, going back revisiting these classic combinations, just it feeling like the good old days a little bit, doing Belittle Minnowism shenanigans and using that to go ahead and power through a Channel Lake Frigid. This was a huge percentage of what this card accomplished during its legal time in CC.
Yeah, just searching up the blue Minnowism to give you more resources to go wider on your turns. Especially for Chane, where you're banishing the cards off the top of your deck and you've got so many more options of things that you can play.
Kelvin now on defensive decisions, going to decide how he wants to slow down this offense from Belittle. And we know how this game's going to go. It's about scaling for Chane. Turns are going to get more and more explosive, go deeper and deeper into that banish zone, have more and more virtual cards in hand every single go around. Belittle is going to be met by the one Crippling Crush available. Only one, of course, now restricted in the Living Legend format.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. Sometimes the cards just don't come up in the right order for you, and you're forced to use it to block, and it's the best use of that resource.
Craig, how familiar are you with the Living Legend format? Have you gotten a chance to practice it much? I believe you played over in Barcelona, is that correct?
I did not. I had a pretty up and down weekend in Barcelona. I had an absolute blast being there with my teammates, but by the time Sunday rolled around, I decided I was going to take it easy for the day. But I can tell you, I railbirded my teammates, throughout the event, and it was so much fun watching them just living and dying by every fuse.
Yeah, just like the good old days. But we did see a pretty diverse format here for this go around. Grasp of the Arknight going to be activated for Tom. Goes ahead and makes that rune chant. Now it's time for Chane. Soul Shackle present. Going to get that engine going. Little go again on this turn as well. So let's see what else is coming out from Tom here.
Yeah, and I love how deliberate he is with each of these actions.
Yeah, Rosetta Thorn going to be the finish here. Another powerful tool no longer have access to.
Well, it will have go again from the Chane activation, right?
I believe that is correct. So getting a little wide on the Chane. One resource still left. I suspect Tom just looking to set up an arsenal here, take things a little slow in the early turns, be happy with small victories. And look, you played this under the one Channel Lake Frigid. Again, yes. A restricted card. And that's a really big deal that Tom knows he's already played through that Channel Lake Frigid. Does not have to worry about it showing up on one of those big 5-6 Soul Shackle turns.
Yeah, it looks like Kelvin pitched a blue to activate the Crown of Seeds.
Yeah, and I think maybe I saw a little communication there. It looked like maybe Kelvin thought this was a 2-2. This is just a 2 right now. Though.
Yeah.
Only a raw 2 from the Rosetta Thorn.
Well, there was one from the Rune Chant, but it got sucked up by the no rune boots.
Yeah. Fair enough. So Rosetta Thorn is blocked out. Turn passes back to Kelvin. Let's see if he's going to look to maintain this Channel Lake Frigid on this turn. Looks like just Polar Blast fueling up this Winter's Wail. A little bit of disruption, a little bit of damage, playing slow and steady is Kelvin. And I think that's the next question for us to talk about, Craig. Kelvin's macro strategy in this matchup. You know, a lot was made of damage versus fatigue against Chane and exactly how you were supposed to approach the matchup. Do you have any sense of exactly how it goes in this Living Legend format under these new deck configurations?
So it was interesting, the old iterations of these decks, you could show up with Bravo, bring in a whole bunch of D-reacts, say, if I fuse, that's good, I'll try to disrupt them, force through some damage early, but then I'll just pivot in the mid-game to just blocking out all of the time. I think in a more diverse field, you don't have the option to show up with your deck crafted that way, so it's much more difficult to say, I'm just going to be blocking them a lot.
I think it's worth talking about the other restricted cards in Kelvin's deck. We're going to be keeping a close eye on them throughout. A big one I want to mention, Awakening. That is out there. It's floating around. It's potentially able to close off life gaps. It'll be interesting to see how Tom wants to manage his life total. Is he more inclined to take things like a Winter's Wail hit to maybe give Kelvin a smaller window to find that only one Awakening and use it to really go ahead and reclaim some tempo? Howl from Beyond to start the turn here for Tom. Followed up by Chane activation, Soul Shackle 2 online. go again at the ready.
Awakening is the ultimate pivot card, right? Where you only need a 2-card hand, or maybe only a 1-card hand if it's in your arsenal, and you end up pulverizing the opponent on the next turn.
Hollowed Rights coming through 4-7. Tom thus far not really affected by things like Channel Lake Frigid, by the one of Frostbite, just going ahead and playing through those pretty comfortably. Nice resource-rich hands so far. Expect to see Rosetta Thorn do its thing in the aftermath of this Unhallowed Rights attack.
Yeah, and if you're on the Chane side of the board, this is exactly what you want to do in the early turns, is still be able to present some pressure, some damage, while you're starting to accumulate these Soul Shackle tokens. And then later in the game, you can transition to the very wide turns.
And it's less about the damage you score at this point. It's really just more preventing the damage that Kelvin might do to you. You want to take 2 cards out of hand, making fusion much more difficult for Kelvin. There is the classic 2-2, our first 2-2 here of this match. Something we've all faced many, many times.
Why are these Tales of Aria equipment so good, the weapons?
Because I didn't work at LSS at the time, and I couldn't ruin them.
Okay. So who can we throw under the bus to say is responsible for this?
Look, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus because I love these cards. Like, for all the power that Rosetta Thorn has, and, you know, I get that it was a card that people kind of memed around and couldn't wait to see rotate. I loved playing with Rosetta Thorn.
Me too.
I think it's an incredibly satisfying card to play. And yes, Tales of Aria, maybe the strongest set in the history of Flesh and Blood. Brought a lot of great stuff to the table as well, though.
Oh, like you said, I had an absolute blast playing in the high-powered formats where everyone just got to do really fun, powerful things.
Yeah, and revisiting that a little bit here with Chane. Speaking of fun, powerful things, how about Seeds of Agony? Seeds of Agony's heyday was honestly a little bit before my time. I was just getting my feet wet in the classic constructed metagames at the time that Chane was absolutely terrorizing things with Seeds of Agony. Was, of course, eventually banned in CC. So really not a huge part of my personal Chane experience. But if you were around during that era, you know what a terror this card was.
Yeah, I mean, just getting to peel off essentially free damage from the top of your deck that doesn't cost any resources is such a powerful effect.
Another Howl from Beyond starting the turn here for Tom. Again, lining up well for a potential 2-2 on the back end. Chane activation, going up to Soul Shackle 3. Looks like a Shrill of Skull form at the ready. It is a blue one, but we know this card gets buffed up very effectively. Just good, efficient damage output here from Tom. 8 go again is the play.
That is a blue attack.
Not bad for a blue attack.
Blue attacks aren't supposed to be swinging for 8.
Not bad at all. Kelvin considering the pitch thus far, trying to figure out exactly how he wants to defend. And I do think Kelvin thus far is taking a pretty defensive posture, but a couple of 2 blocks coming down to be involved in the defense here. This is going to be a damage leak. Never mind. Sink below from Arsenal. Makes perfect sense. Refreshes the hand a little bit, does Kelvin, and fully covers up this Shrill.
Yeah, and I think Kelvin's, like you said, executing the game plan perfectly, where he's going to prevent as much damage as possible. It's not, let's trade a little bit, He's saying, no, I won't take any damage if I can avoid it. And in that way, later in the game, if I need to, I can take a bunch of damage and then have my big turn. I can fuse my Crippling Crush or my Oaken Old or whatever it might be.
And Tom content to take a little damage from Blood Debt here, leaves the Seed in Banish, just wants to go into the next turn with a 5-card hand. Kind of a 6-card hand, honestly, with that Seeds already at the ready. Maybe potentially getting bigger as Soul Shackles at 3 go ahead and put more cards into the Banish zone. And all Kelvin has to offer on this particular turn, it is a warm 4. No Frost attached here. Just 4 vanilla damage. Card in hand for Kelvin, I believe, is a Pulverize. So, could put that in Arsenal. Of course, always able to clear with Crown of Seed should that not line up on the next turn cycle.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about Awakening, the Pulverize is a card that you definitely want to end up back in your deck. He had the opportunity to block with it on a previous turn, and obviously just hard casting this would be super difficult for him. But he's chosen to preserve the card, arsenal it. He has the Tunic on 3. He's got the Crown of Seeds, so he's going to put this back in his deck and then potentially search it up later.
All looks good here. 3 cards banished. Eclipse, Riftbind, join the fray there. Shadow Puppetry also goes. Turn back to Tom. We did see Cop used on that turn to go ahead and filter a card from hand. And Tom with an Art of War as part of his hand this go around, I believe. I didn't see exactly what he copped to the bottom, but could be a good reason why he wanted to go ahead, maybe searching for some more resources, maybe searching for a key piece he needs to extend this chain nice and wide.
Yeah, and what is usually the downfall on Art of War, banishing an attack action from your hand, is a benefit for Chane. They can still get access to that card.
And it is going to be an Art of War turn. He's going to choose his modes here. Certainly suspect to see the Bounding Demigod banished. 2 more cards head to hand. Shadow of Ursa among them. So now resource rich for Tom as well. Plenty of cards loaded up in the bin. This could be the first big turn from Chane of the game.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting. It looks like he's chosen the +1 attack mode on the Art of War. I believe that's what the die is indicating. And, sometimes Chane runs into problems where they have too many attacks and not enough action points. So, he could have gone go again with the Art of War, and he's chosen +1 attack instead. So we'll see if he's able to execute and make 3 or 4 attacks this turn.
Tom's been working on the dev side of LSS for quite some time now. From the moment I began working at LSS, I told all the other devs that Tom was my favorite. They laugh, but I mean it. He's my favorite. They don't take me seriously when I say it. Absolute favorite. He just makes all my days better. I love seeing him in the office.
Do you just keep like a very, a very like visible pecking order in the office where you're just like grinding some people down and lifting some other people up?
This is my personal opinion, which means very little. And I'm willing to move Tom down should he ever disappoint me. But throughout his run, he has been at the top of my list.
And it sounds like other people need to step up their game.
Exactly. Yeah. I see many of them out there in the audience. I'm talking to you out there. Let's go. Pick it up, all of you. Seeds of Agony going to go ahead and start the chain here for Tom. Again, looking to make this the first big go for Chane. Art of War at the ready. Seeds of Agony at the ready. Pretty well-stocked bin. And it's going to get even better stocked as this Shadow of Ursa comes down. 3 power attack, but puts the Bounding Demigod pretty critically down there in the banish zone. Start things off on Kelvin's side with that Crown of Seasons activation. As we said, we expected the Pulverize to go ahead and head back into the deck. It has now done so.
One of the things that always felt so good about playing Starvo was all of these blue pitches that you had, and you'd run into a deck like this that has little points of arcane damage, and you just feel like you're getting the absolute most out of every one of your resources.
Yeah, and we do see those Null Rune boots ready to go, which will play a very big role in trying to stop some of the damage from Tom on this turn.
Yeah, you're often, we already said it. He wants to put the Pulverize on the bottom of his deck with the Crown of Seeds. He's going to have floating resources left, being able to use the Null Rune boots to prevent damage. It just all works.
Tom's going to go ahead and close the chain here and then start things back up with a Plunder Run from Arsenal. Again, talking about infamous cards, previously banned cards, showing off the power that is available to you in this Living Legend format. It is the Plunder Run from Arsenal, famously buffing and offering card draw on this turn. Tom's going to go ahead, activate Chane, get the 4th Soul Shackle here, get go again on this Riftbind.
Oh, this is a big Riftbind.
Yeah, clean stuff thus far from Tom on this turn. 9 damage represented from this Riftbind.
And draw a card.
Not bad. 1 resource floating. This turn still has more to offer from Tom. It is time for that Stalagmite to be cashed in alongside Spinal Crush, Evergreen, playing a little defense. Looks like 7 of this will be covered thus far, and the Crater Fist getting in the mix as well. So a full defense of this 9 power Riftbind from Kelvin thus far. Frostbite headed the way of Tom.
And it's a little interesting getting Stalagmite involved here. I guess he just wanted to make sure that he covered this, but the Frostbite token that he's giving him, it doesn't line up well against the resource already floating.
Yeah, Tom's ready to play through it with the Bounding Demigod now deployed, coming in for 5 here.
Still has the on-hit from the Plunder Run potentially, which will...
Could load up the Arsenal?
Yeah, well, maybe it draws him a card. Oh yeah, out of action points. So yeah, definitely just an Arsenal card here.
Yeah, a little action point restricted here was Tom. Didn't get quite as big as maybe he could have, but as we mentioned, does get an arsenal here, is going to use it. Little bit of damage leaks through, and the soul shackles continue to accumulate. Most importantly, Tom's life total remains very healthy thus far against the Starvo. And as long as Kelvin isn't able to effectively fatigue from this position, things are going very well on the Chane side. Let's see, though, if Kelvin can rebuild. Of course, we are still going to be talking about things like Awakening. If this life total starts to separate a little bit more, that is a card that can come back very effectively. Still a counter available on that Stalagmite ready to go. So one more point of defense that could go ahead and blunt some of Tom's future turns. But we are starting to chip away at the defensive suite. Greater Fist made its first block already. Double Seeds available here. And, you know, we keep talking about the specter of fatigue, but Seeds was the thing that you used back in the day. That's how you defeated these fatigue plants, should you ever encounter one. And I believe Tom also has a Seeds in Arsenal right now. So absolutely Seeds flooded on this particular turn cycle.
Flooded with Seeds. It's definitely worth noting that the other piece of the puzzle to beating the fatigue strategies is the Eclipse, creating that 6/6 token that can, you know, attack with Go again
Huge
every
deal.
single turn. And it'll be interesting to see if Tom wants to take, you know, a bit of an off turn from his banished cards in order to preserve all of these Seeds, because they're so easy to play to turn on the Eclipse turn.
Absolutely. Here are several Seeds being deployed, one from Arsenal, one from the Banish Zone. Gorgtome started things off here, went ahead and fulfilled that Rune Blade requirement of a non-attack action, so we know things like the Rosetta Thorn will be online. A little bump of that Soul Shackle should be on 4. Got it straightened out there. This is going to be Howl from Beyond. This is our third Howl from Beyond. We've already seen this match very effectively providing buffs for the Chane onslaught thus far. Double Seeds Howl, considering a third Seeds is Tom.
Yeah, and I think he is considering that dilemma that we were talking about, where maybe not even just Eclipse, but just spreading out your damage, swinging a little bit of those resources to the next turn. The big Riftbind turns, you want all of the Seeds for those turns. So we'll see if he decides whether or not he wants to deploy it.
100%. It's time for another Chane activation. We're up to Soul Shackle 5, and that means this Bounding Demigon from the Banished Zone will in fact have Go again, as well as a Howl buff, some Seeds buff. Pretty threatening looking Bounding Demigon overall.
7. Wow.
A little 7 Go again. Crown going to get in the mix, start trying to contribute some defense to the turn. It was the classic Tunic Crown combination here, making a nice 5-card defensive hand at the ready. Flash resources used for Null Rune, soak up some of that arcane damage. Now we've got to deal with the physical over on Kelvin's side. Still 1 resource floating. You know what that often means when facing down a Rune Blade. It is 2 and 2 that will potentially close this chain at a minimum. Could be other salvos left in Tom's hand as well.
Yeah, and I think Kelvin's done a very effective job of preserving his life total. You know, you think that the chain turns only going to get more and more powerful as the game goes on, but there is this tipping point where they can no longer play all of those cards that they banished, or they've just run out of cards from their library pretty quick. So it seems like Kelvin has, you know, decided he's already on this fatigue game plan. It's kind of the way these cards lined up and the way the game's playing out, and I really like it.
And it's time for another Seeds from Tom. He's going to go ahead and deploy that one as well, and then follow up with the Unhallowed Rites. Gets a rebuy here of the Blood Deck card he is looking for. It's going to be Howl one more time, putting a high value on those Howls and keeping them in deck for those later turns. Evergreen going to defend here. It is going to go ahead and hit is this Unhallowed Rites. A little bit more damage making its way through. Tom up to a lot of shenanigans, but critically, we have crossed the threshold, and it is time for Eclipse. A well-navigated turn from Tom, and you hear the crowd goes wild on that Eclipse. Absolutely nuts for Ursa, the Soul Reaper coming down.
The Soul Reaper.
Not a bad card, man.
Love it.
Not a bad card at all. And this is going to do a lot to Tommy's offense across the next few turns. Warmonger's Diplomacy, though. This is another big one over on the Starvo side. It is going to be the one of Warmonger's Diplomacy coming down and looking to reclaim some of that tempo.
So it's interesting. If you're sure that the Ursher is coming down on the board, you're often willing to take more damage on that turn and just preserve one of your big 3-for-7, 3-for-6 attacks to make sure you clean it up as soon as possible. But the way the turn played out, I think Tom was pretty cagey.
He was deceptive, yeah.
And he made Kelvin block with a bunch of cards from his hand. And then when he deployed the Ursher, it was already too late. Kelvin couldn't go back in time and put the cards back.
I think it's a great point, Craig. This turn is going to look a little bit different being played under Warmonger's diplomacy. I'm assuming we're off to war in Tom's seat. See how we can put the turn together. It is going to be Shadows of Ursa. Not a bad start for a turn played under Warmonger's diplomacy. Go ahead and get that combat chain a little bit wider. Flush out your banished zone a little bit. Give yourself more options. Nice clean natural go again on that as well.
Yeah, Tom's going to be taking a little bit of blood debt damage this turn, that's for sure.
I think he can live with that given how the game has gone thus far. And it is just going to be Ghostly Visit coming down here. Offering 4. Has an arsenal for the next turn. Has a bunch of cards ready in the banish zone. I think the real question is, what is Kelvin going to be able to produce on his turn? Can he go ahead and possibly deal with that Ursa? And looking at the hand, I'm not sure he's got a great hand for cleaning that up.
Yeah, and I think it's disastrous if, the Warmonger's diplomacy turn, you know that the opponent's not going to be able to use their chain, they're not going to be able to use some pumps. So that's the turn where you want to preserve your hand and clean up that Ursher token, and he wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, turn is now passed back to Kelvin, and it looks like just Arsenal here. And if you're Tom, you have to feel really good about how that sequence went under the Warmonger's diplomacy. Again, the only time he will face down Warmonger's diplomacy in this entire game. Took a bit of blood debt damage, but has a very well-stocked banish zone. Has Ursa at the ready. And finds some more nice stuff to go ahead and add to the banish zone. And look, I will say, the setup all looks good on Tom's side. The life total is still 35 for Kelvin, though. There's a lot of road to cover. Chane can do it. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you got to start doing it. There's only so much deck left, and you have to go ahead and find your windows here.
Well, and we've only seen one Art of War so far out of the Chane deck.
Very true.
We haven't, I don't believe we've seen any milled due to the Soul Shackle tokens. I might have missed them, but, if he's able to draw one, he uses draw a couple of extra cards, he draws into the second one. Now we're talking about this super wide, super powerful turn.
Yeah, and I saw a quick flash there, Craig, and I think this may be another Art of War turn. Not 100% sure on that, but I saw a quick peek at Tom's hand, and it may be time to go ahead and do our second setup here for a Chane and try and get some of this damage across. A pretty critical piece, though, in Kelvin's hand. It is Blizzard, which could potentially steal this turn back. Let's see how resource-rich Tom is. Is he able to play around this Blizzard effectively? Does he have the right mix of pitches to go ahead and produce offense and still account for the 2 additional resources he may need to pay on this turn? Let's not forget about Stalagmite either. That card also floating out there, potentially able to go ahead and make this turn more expensive. And I think that's a pretty red-heavy hand on Tom's part.
I was going to say,
it looks very red to me.
Tom's been playing very deliberate here, and I don't think he would just run into, a Blizzard that would lock him out of the turn unless his hand was just so uncooperative.
Yeah, and second Art of War, going to go searching, see if it can go ahead and maybe find some more resources for Tom's hand here. And double buff. So if Tom has the output on this turn, I think he's in a really good spot. And actually, I think his modes were go again and +1 on that. So not going to be looking for more cards. Let's keep an eye on those resources. They're going to determine what happens on this turn and maybe what happens on this game, quite frankly. This is a huge turn to determine the outcome here.
Yeah, the combination of the Blizzard plus the Stalagmite might just lock Tom out of a big turn here. He'll take a mountain of blood debt at this point.
Yeah, and if I'm Kelvin, I feel like I have to shove here. The resources are just lined up. All the Art of Wars in the deck have now been used. You have to use your tools that could potentially make this harder for Tom. It's like Seed's damage is going to go ahead and come through in this instance, and facing 6 from this Demigod. And there you see the Stalagmite push forward. 1 Frostbite comes across. Certainly Tom knew about the possibility of that. Does not know about the possibility of a Blizzard thus far.
And this is very interesting. Kelvin's going to take all of this damage. he might finally have that big attack that he needs to clean up the Ursa that it hasn't actually attacked yet this game.
Yeah, Ursa hasn't yet made its influence felt, but we know the longer it remains, the more likely it is to go ahead and do some real damage in this scenario. So it looks like go again on this bounding Demigon has in fact resolved. I don't believe we deployed Blizzard in this instance.
Yeah, I think Tom still has too many cards in his hand right now. And if you want that chance for the blowout play, Kelvin has to be kind of patient with the Blizzard.
Tom's going to go ahead and deploy the first shadow puppetry we've seen thus far. So more go again available for Tom.
Yeah, this is actually critical on this turn when you're using both Art of Wars to buff your attacks. Having as many go again attacks as possible is just huge.
Yes, so critical. You're able to make this chain as wide as possible. Riftbind going to be the play here, coming out of the Banish Zone.
And this is a massive Riftbind, but this is also the Blizzard situation that we're talking about.
What is the last card in hand for Tom? Does he have the blue available? He's moving quickly. It looks like
potentially there's a yellow.
Yellow. I believe that's yellow seeds. So does effectively pay for the Blizzard. Some restriction on the turn output, but had it when he needed it for sure.
Yeah, and he's not going to be able to finish his turn as strong as he was looking to, but he still has the option to get another Blood Debt card out of his Banish Zone if he wants to, or just to deploy the Ursa if he wants to.
It still has Chane activation on this turn as well.
Exactly.
So. Yeah, a well-timed Blizzard, certainly. It did blunt what was going on to some extent, but I think Tom made it out alive. That could have been a real big break point. Working on double-checking these life totals for you folks at home. I think there should be some more damage to Kelvin's life total at this point. We'll get that sorted out, make sure it is accurately reflecting where we are at. Autumn's Touch coming through here on the defensive side. And there is that Ursa. Chane going to step in, create another Soul Shackle, and go ahead and allow this Ursa to attack once more. And then Bounding Demigon comes down to finally close out the chain.
Yeah, and it looks like we were right. Kelvin's saying, hey, I have to get this Ursa off of the table. Like, it sucks. I'm taking just an absolute boatload of damage this turn. But I'm going to save these last two cards, and I'm going to clean up the Ursa.
So here is that Autumn's Touch. Finally, Kelvin finds an opportunity to go ahead and clear that Ursa. Was that a Blizzard he pitched to clear?
I'm not sure. Yeah, it looked like an ice card, but
It may have been a second Blizzard in hand, possibly.
he was between such a rock and a hard place that previous turn where the damage output was so high,
Yeah.
but also he has to get the Ursa off of the board.
All right, Soul Shackle 6. This is a big one. Only about 2 turns left for Tom, and finally, we get these life totals updated, and you see Kelvin has taken a massive amount of damage across these last few turns. He is at only 13, and that feels like a very vulnerable range.
It is definitely a tight spot, but on the other side, Tom, he knows that he's staring into the end of his deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to happen here. It absolutely has to be respectable damage output. You have to fade all of the problematic catch-up mechanics that Starvo has. And one more time, I'll say it. Awakening, it's online now. Like, those life totals are very, very separate at this point. It could be an opportunity for something like a Pulverize to come down, push that life total. Maybe more critically at this point, blunt the first attack on the next turn. It's maybe more of a defensive tool than an offensive tool.
Yep.
But we are reaching the climactic moments of this match for sure. And you see Tom ready to deploy. These non-attack action seeds at the ready. Howl from Beyond going to go ahead and offer a buff to whatever comes next on this turn.
So Tom is also at that critical point where his pitch stack matters so much. He knows exactly how many cards are going to be milled away from his Soul Shackle tokens at the start of his turn. So he's starting to be able to tell exactly what his hand texture is going to be in this endgame, which is so interesting.
Yeah, not Tom's first rodeo. Certainly aware of the implications of what exactly is on the bottom of that deck. Trying to put this together in such fashion that he can get over the last of Kelvin's defenses. Going to go ahead and reload a Howl from Beyond once more. Huge priority on those howls being in the deck, particularly on this last, what we believe to be the last turn cycle, as he heads to Soul Shackle number 7 on the next turn. He wants to take the entire grip here. He does not want to leave Kelvin with any options, just wants to offer damage, get as wide as possible, and then it's time to try and get over the line with that last burst of the Banish Zone. A couple cards still in hand. Looks like a Ghostly Visit rolled up. We see double Riftbind Demigone in the Banish Zone right now. Insidious Chill pitched here for Pulse of Eisenloft. Nice D-React there. Usually used mostly for fusing, but of course ready to play on the defensive side as well.
Yeah, always strong. That card just did everything for all of the decks that it saw playing.
Starvo.
Oldham.
Starvo.
Starvo.
It's all about Starvo, man. That's what will always, all these pulses, they will always sing to me for what they did in those scenarios. I will always remember cobbling together fusions off 2-card hands, seemingly unfairly. Riftbind, the next salvo here.
Yeah, I believe this one's going to... Oh, no, we're still not triggering that blue seeds yet.
For damage being offered here on this Riftbind. And if I'm Kelvin, I got to protect my life total. I need to take as little damage as possible here. Need to head into this last turn safe, healthy, wise.
So I as we look at the game from this point, I appreciate Tom's block with the headpiece earlier so much more. Mm-hmm. Where it's just, hey, I need to cycle my bad cards, get the perfect hand, because once I'm in the driver's seat, none of my equipment matters anymore. So it seemed like kind of like an innocuous block early on where you're not getting a whole lot of value out of it. But we can see he still has a husk in play, he still has a grasp with no counters on it in play. Like, he has not needed this armor, but he has needed to have these very strong pressure hands.
5 blood debt cards this go around, and I misspoke. There is going to be another cycle for Tom after this, as well as these 7 blood debt cards at the ready. Kelvin at 11. I believe Tom with a resource-rich hand here, but what he's got to do, he's got to get wide. He has to go ahead and make multiple attacks on this turn. Going to lead off with Minnowism is Tom. Another Minnowism in hand, I believe.
And Kelvin's in an okay spot this turn as far as being defensive goes. He's got the tunic counters to activate the crown, to end up with a 5-card hand to block with.
Pretty good.
If he does need to pitch a card, we've already said that he can use the resources so efficiently.
Let's note that pitch zone right now. Invert Existence. Ready to come around potentially on the next cycle. Could offer those last bits of arcane damage should Tom find the right window. I think we are going to play one more turn after this, quite frankly, and I think it is going to be the key turn, not this one. So let's see how many cards Tom can take this go around. Facing down Starvo at maximum defensive capabilities. Tunic at the ready, card in arsenal, Crown of Seeds ready to offer a very big defensive hand. But this is also a very big Riftbind. 10 damage coming through from this Riftbind.
One, there's more Riftbinds behind it.
Absolutely is. You see double Winter's Grasp and a Sink Below. Committed to defense here. Clean defense, no damage leaking thus far.
Yeah, and if your plan is just block out with your hand, this is a great spot for Sink Blow. It's some of those zeros, the null blocks that we see out of Starvo, potentially going to the bottom of the deck and replacing it with a card that can actually block.
Next play is another Minnowism from Tom. Creepered in, used to gain that critical additional action point. Huge win there for Tom. That means this chain is getting even wider, and it is Riftbind once more, a red one. Quite a bit of damage being offered here from Tom. Coming in for 9 on this Riftbind. Still more actions ready, and you're looking at Kelvin's face. You gotta read it. He's like, really?
He knows another Riftbind's coming behind.
Really? This is what you're doing on this turn?
Just an incredible late game closeout here from Tom.
What are the cards left in hand for Kelvin? How much defense is available? We know a lot of what Tom's next turn cycle is going to look like. Very small deck at this point. Autumn's Touch committed. Crater Fist committed. 4 defense. 5 comes through.
I believe we had 1 from the crown floating, but I might be wrong.
Crown, you may be correct in that, Craig. Thank you. Good catch. Kelvin gonna fall to 7 here. And Tom has 1 more salvo left on this turn. Thinking about a Rosetta Thorn. It is going to be Rosetta Thorn here. Interesting. Prioritizing keeping that Riftbind across to the next turn cycle, I believe. Wants to go ahead and go with only Rosetta Thorn here. And it looks like about 6 cards left there in deck, Craig. So it should be a full redraw up to 4. Those last 2 cards going to go ahead. Or excuse me, the last 4 cards, once these Vexing Malice and Invert Existence head to the bottom of the deck, will be put in the banish zone for the next turn cycle. And the Rosetta Thorn brings Kelvin down to 3. No Tunic counter available. No Arsenal available. I believe it's dark on our screen. There's no Arsenal there, right, Craig?
I believe Kelvin kept his last card. He took the 4 points.
Excellent. Okay.
And he said the Arsenal next turn is going to be more important. He doesn't want to fall to a point where a Rosetta Thorn just kills him.
Yeah, I get it. So Crown is available on this turn, but Tom, 4 cards in hand, 7 cards in banish zone. This is it. This is the ball game, Craig. Can Tom find these last 3 points of damage? What do the defensive options look like for Kelvin Law? Has Tom perfectly pitch decked his way to a chain endgame that every chain player dreams of? This is what you practice for. This is what you set up time after time. Can you go ahead and get to this point where you offer quasi-inevitability and in hand 2 Seeds of Agony, worth noting for Tom?
And the question on the other side is, has Kelvin just very carefully and nimbly navigated this game, preventing damage to the maximum each turn in order to, fatigue the opponent?
Yeah, has been very deliberate, never swaying from that game plan, knows what he has to do, knows what he has to defend, knows the threat of a late game chain.
Remind me of the text of Invert Existence.
It is 2 arcane damage, and you have to banish from your opponent's side an attack action and a non-attack action, I believe.
Okay. And it's interesting, we know that Kelvin played a Warmonger's Diplomacy earlier in the game.
Correct. So I believe that is online as an option. So there is arcane damage, like quite a bit of arcane damage being offered on this cycle from Tom. Is that going to be a critical piece of how he puts this together? Cards in hand, double Seeds, Howl, Ghostly Visit. And it needs to be resource rich here. I think that's the key to this turn. Getting the extra action point out of creepers is how this turn is going to unlock for Tom.
Yeah, that's a great point that you're making where, yes, being able to pile on that additional attack because you got the action point out of the creepers. But also, this isn't necessarily the last turn of the game.
Fair enough, Craig. Fair enough. It could extend for another turn.
Tom can say, I can pitch away 3 of these cards on this turn, draw up those 3 cards again, and we kind of do the dance another turn after this, where maybe me threatening the last points with the Rosetta Thorn or the Invert Existence, close it out next turn.
Yeah. It is worth noting that Rosetta damage is Quasi. Oh, look at this. It's a snag from Kelvin Law. Now, this was the anti-Chane tech back in the day. This was how you beat Chane. And Kelvin at the ready with snag on this critical turn.
Well, I mean, this has showed up at the worst possible time for him, right? Like,
fair enough.
All of these big rift binds.
Theoretically, he was at the ready.
And you know, you draw the snag on the next turn, and you're going, oh, come on. Like, it would have prevented, 6-8 damage, whatever it was.
Yeah, in this spot, not going to do quite as much, just going to be able to use as fuel for Crown of Seeds and those Null Rune Boots on subsequent attacks. So clean block on this Bounding Demigon. 2-3 blocks committed.
And I'm not sure what Tom is considering here, but a lot of times you want the Rosetta Thorn to be the last little bit that leaks through. And Kelvin's being very careful to leave that Crown of Seeds prevention floating so that he can combo it up with the Null Rune Boots and prevent 2 arcane damage when normally he couldn't.
Let's see what the next pitch is here from Tom. Little resource light this turn, I believe. A lot of reds. There's Ghostly Visit. It is time for Spellbound Creepers. That is going to bring down the seeds.
And seeing the way this turn is playing out, it makes me think that this is the last important turn of this game, right?
I agree. And now it's time for Bounding Demigon alongside Seeds. Starstruck on defense here. Crown soaks up. Bounding Demigon coming in for 2. Winter's Bite on the defense. And the turn is passed.
This is so interesting. I don't think Tom is going to have what he needs to finish off this game, but it is so interesting that he forced a situation where Kelvin no longer has an arsenal. He doesn't have the Crown of Seeds to prevent damage.
Can he find the window here? I don't know that the damage is left at this point.
No, I think he's just out of resources in order to close out the game, but he was that close, and you can see he did have a plan that he was trying to execute.
Yeah, and Kelvin seemingly stabilizing at 3. Does have a hand with a couple 2 blocks in it. But I just don't know how Tom produces a significant amount of offense out of what's left in deck at this point. Just the combination of resources, action points, there's just not that much that's going to come out on this given turn cycle. Can he find a miracle here? Put something together.
And Kelvin also has that last point of armor in the tunic over there if he absolutely needs it.
Great point. Players very deliberate at this stage of the game, taking their time. They know we're about done here. Something's going to break one way or another here.
During the end game like this, where it's pretty deterministic, you'll see the players be much more patient with each other.
It is time for a chain activation. One more time. Seed's going to try and fuel the turn. Rift Bind deployed with Go Again from Tom. Defended by a flash. Ghostly, last card in hand.
Brian, if you had told me that Ursula the Soul Reaper was going to be on the board for 3 or 4 turns in a row, and the Starvo player was still going to eke out a win, I would not have believed you.
It feels like it just did not produce enough damage over the course of the game. That's what it really came down to. Couldn't find enough from that Ursula.
Wow.
And that is going to get the fist bump, and Kelvin Law hangs on in an absolute nail biter, able to go ahead and pick up an absolutely critical victory here at this late stage of the tournament, preserving his chances at going ahead and punching his ticket towards these celebrational finals.
I thought that Warmonger's diplomacy turn wasn't that impactful, but looking back, it might have been. Yeah, it might have been the exact turning point of this game.
Yeah, it was just enough. It took just enough momentum away from Tom in that scenario where he wasn't able to keep that damage train going. And had he just squeezed a little bit more out of any turn in the game, literally any turn in the game, just a bit more output, I think it would have done the job.
But just beautifully played from both sides, right? Where the margins are that thin and we see them playing almost perfect flesh and blood.
I think there's a real question. There was a turn very late in the game where there was an offering of the choice between a Rosetta Thorn or a Riftbind from Banish, and Tom chose to go with the Rosetta Thorn, maybe like wanting to take the more guaranteed damage, wanted to save the Riftbind for a future turn. I wonder if in retrospect it was just supposed to be a pure damage turn.
Right those couple extra points might have been the difference.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see that play out. But ultimately, Kelvin, absolute dominant performance thus far in this tournament, doing an excellent job to potentially punch a ticket to the finals. We are going to be closely monitoring standings as we head into this final round, as we go ahead and set the stage for who's going to be going into our ultimate showdown to see whose card gets made. And I have to say, seeing Kelvin's card, that wouldn't break my heart if he won this tournament. It's quite a nice card to make. I'm looking forward to developing it.
Yeah, there's some good pieces to work with there.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's something cool going on. And of course, an incredibly deserving champion at the same time. Like, how could you take anything away from the all-time XP leader? Nobody has played more competitive flesh and blood on the face of the earth than Kelvin.
Who's been more invested into the game than this person?
Yeah, I can think of probably two people in the world who maybe have played more games than Kelvin. It's James White and Chris Gehring, who helped him develop the game through the early stages. But short of that, I don't know if anyone has really shown the type of devotion that Kelvin has. Really, really cool stuff. And, any champion that would have come out of this celebrational is going to be deserving. But seeing the XP grinders do very well.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it means a lot. And Brodie Spurlock also doing an excellent job and maybe potentially locking up a finals berth in this last round. But
yeah, we might see a Clash of Champions tomorrow.
Could be all-time XP leader than the person gunning for that throne when we get to the end state. But we are going to take a quick break. Then Flake and Craig will come back. They will set the stage for you. They will tell you exactly how the standings have broken and who is looking to punch their tickets to the finals of the Celebrational. Don't go anywhere.
Brace yourselves for a living nightmare. From the depths of the savage lands, captured, maimed, and now reborn in the arena. Please, stay away from the edges of the arena. This monster's bloodlust knows no bounds. The very essence of savagery, he may be wounded, but he's armed. And dangerous, Kayo!
It's the final round here at the Celebrational. Day 2, Flake is back. Brian just completely, you know the pecking order he was talking about?
Oh yeah, you're down the list.
Oh, I'm not even in the book. I'm waiting for volume 2. So yeah, ultimately, friends, we do have a matchup here that has implications, some winning in, plus a little bit of extra sauce on the side, basically. What we will not show you is Brodie. Brodie's playing a winning in, but there are some scenarios where he cannot make it in. I mean, there's kind of like some moving parts. If Saturn and Uranus are kind of like aligned properly and the stars are in a certain configuration, this can happen and that can happen, the atmospheric pressure and all that and other nonsense.
Is this how you do matchbreakers in Canada?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we do. The Stanley Cup is a crazy thing. So ultimately what we're going to get over here, I believe it's Saint versus Kelvin Law. Mm-hmm. And we had quite the powwow outside. You, me, and Brian trying to figure out. Okay, so I believe this is how it's going to go down. And correct me if I'm wrong. If Kelvin wins, he is in.
Correct.
If Saint wins and Elliot of 1-2 Juice loses,
Saint is in.
Saint is in.
Yep.
If Brodie wins, he's locked.
Yes.
If Elliot wins and Kelvin loses,
Yes.
Elliot is in.
There you go.
That one take, Flake, for that one. I can't believe it. That is the best accomplishment of the weekend for me. Wonderful. And that's it.
And as for the Living Legend format,
we are down to, what are you talking about?
well, the last round, but you had asked me coming into this.
Oh, sure.
What is the top dog?
Yeah.
And my answer was, Starvo until it's proven otherwise.
Correct.
And what are we seeing here in the last round?
We
Playing
are
for a berth into our finals.
For all the marbles,
Yeah.
at least kind of, it's going to be a Starvo mirror, ladies and gentlemen. So that's where we're at. Starvo still has legs, as it were, as we saw in that thrilling match just a moment ago, which was hanging on by a thread, but getting
Razor
there.
thin.
How many of those matches have you seen, Chane versus Starvo, where frankly Starvo comes to the end, it's like the aggression is over, it's just buckle up and see if I can get there, just see if I can survive that last-ditch effort, that Chane Armageddon at the end of the day. Kelvin Law got there. Kelvin Law's playing for a chance to play in the finals tomorrow.
Yep.
Woo! Okay, that's where we're at right now. The crowd is slowly gathering. The players are shuffling up. It is going to be a Starvo mirror. It is Saint versus Kelvin Law. Kelvin Law, the #1 XP player in the world by a country mile. And then Saint of Fabled Hunters and I guess Fabled Runaways, Team Runaways as well.
And I'd say he's probably the #1 collector in the world.
Yes, the owner of the only Quad 10 graded card ever. As you can see, you can go check out Saint on Fabled Hunters on YouTube, as well as just a really nice dude. And just no matter in what capacity you see him, and also making me look bad in the gym, in the hotel.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too hard to do,
Well,
though,
thank
right?
you.
Yeah.
What did I walk into? What is this?
Although, to be fair, while the two of you were in the gym, I was still sleeping in. So.
Yeah. Well, the best part was when we're like, okay, you guys have 3 or 4 minutes. Like, we're just going to run to the bathroom. The attempted sprint up the stairs of you and I, there was like two very galloping strides. And then it was like, what are we doing? Like, we didn't have it.
Glorious.
Yes, we did. No one saw us. But still, that's where we're at. So again, Saint versus Kelvin Law. We saw Kelvin in the matchup just prior, right? Playing like playing Starvo the old-fashioned way. And even though you're not showing up with, all the ammunition you used to, you're still firing at a pretty decent clip.
Yeah, it was impressive just seeing him understand the matchup so well and mitigating the damage starting from turn 1, right?
Sure.
Just he opened the game by just blocking as much as possible. And then it was razor thin right until the end, and he was able to close it out.
Well, we can talk ourselves to death here, but it's all going to get resolved on the table. So let's go to the game. Again, it's going to be your final round of day 2 of the Celebrational here in Queenstown. Saint Hung, 9-3. Kelvin Law, 9-3. Both of them have an opportunity here to set themselves up. Again, at the end of the day, you always have that conversation and you're doing all the matchups and the breaker math and everything. At the end of the day, both players just play the game to win.
Yep.
You can just put yourself in a better position just by playing and winning. There's no scenario in any universe where it is optimal for you to lose. So just play the game and let's see. So again, here we go. The final round, round 13 of the Celebrational. Craig Krempels and I here, Flake, are so happy to have you on board to just close out the day with one hell of a flashback here to Starvo versus Starvo. The fist bumps to start it, smiles all around. This is going to be incredible.
Yeah, this mirror matchup is pretty interesting. There's some nuance to it. There's some important inflection points. Blocking with the stalagmite can just be absolutely critical. We had talked earlier in the day about locking out a Rosetta Thorn with a stalagmite defense. Well, you get the same thing here. If they've fused the Starvo and then they've got one card left that they're planning to follow up with a hammer attack, you can just keep them off of that.
All right, well, there is, we're going to open up with a Winter's Bite again. The turn zeros, this is not a devastating situation in any way, shape, or form. I know that Kelvin lost holding on to a Pulse of Eisenloft. You want to hold on to that card and hope that the drop is going to be something big, something like a Crippling Crush or a Starstruck. Find that Oakenold, especially the Oakenold, because it's a one-card fuse. In hand, also a Blizzard. It's going to be pitched just to throw the hammer here. And what this does typically is it's giving Saint Hung an opportunity to filter the hand. But what if you find what you want here? Is Saint just going to take it if he finds all three elements?
Yeah, it's very possible that he says, if I'm starting the game fusing from the get-go, I'm okay with taking 4 and battling through a Frostbite token.
So he did pitch the Flash here to pay for the Winter's Bite, and now the pitch of Blizzard to go ahead and send the Winter's Wail again. Pitching the ice card means that this Winter's Wail comes with a Frostbite Chaser on top of this, so Saint does have to do some math. As you can see, he's kind of calculating, okay, what is the implication of taking this Frostbite if I just hold on to this? So he does like the cards, and this is also good information for Kelvin, knowing that, hey, he's got some stuff.
Yeah, I think Saint's just going through all of the iterations, considering all of his options, and eventually he decides, he doesn't have fuse from the get-go. I'm going to just cover this with a couple of my cards, and that's definitely the right line to be taking.
Blocking with a red Autumn's Touch and a Spinal Crush. Kelvin Law noticing now, I guess, that's a lot of high-impact damage. It's not going to be disruption necessarily in terms of this particular matchup, but still, dealing or taking away one of those red Autumn's Touches, that's a potential 9 dominate that you don't have to deal with. Early on here, both players with the Tunic up. It's now to Saint. I see a Flash in hand. Gonna just Ice Hammer here. Pitching a Shock Striker.
Not even an Ice Hammer.
Yeah, it's just a warm hammer, a summery hammer.
Yep, very honest work.
It's winter back home for us, but here the sun shines. It's beautiful. We have daylight past 9 p.m.
Yep, my wife is watching at home with the cats.
I did see that picture.
A shout out to Jasmine. Thanks for shoveling the snow off the driveway, babe.
She's like, yeah, anytime, probably.
Yeah. Next time she's coming with.
For sure. So for vanilla damage, we're going to go ahead and toss a 2-block in front of this. Again, no implication of a Frostbite here. Kelvin.
Yeah, and you got to think if Kelvin's letting multiple points leak through here, that he's going to have something good on his turn.
Looks like Kelvin's using the stealth mode sleeves here. So he's got... It's hard to tell if there's something in the arsenal. All right, so we found what we needed, and it's going to be a 9 dominate go again.
Doing what you want to be doing.
There it is. Beautiful. 9 dominate go again. No on-hit implications here, but again, damage is damage. You want to get closer to the finish line here. This is a timed round as well.
Yeah, and depending on what we see Saint do on his side of the board will be very revealing to the cards that are in his hand.
Saint considering, what does he have? How do you want to approach this? Kelvin presenting not really the bread and butter of the Starvo list. It's not an Oakenold, a Crippling Crush. It's not even a Starstruck, but it gets the job done. Here's the first utilization of the Stalagmite, hoping to maybe just stop the follow-up here. And a Sink Below as well.
Yeah, and this is an interesting line that Saint is taking. The Frostbite token doesn't necessarily blow out Kelvin because he has 2 cards in his hand, but then it forces him to make the decision. If you want to swing with your hammer, you've got to give up making an arsenal for the turn.
Yeah, so that was a 6-point stalagmite block.
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about. Damage beyond what's printed on the card. And it's a conversation I would have when I used to play in ProQuests and just mentioning, why are you running that? I'm like, I will show you when it gets down to it. So another flash in the pan here, Evergreen Flash and Winter's Bite.
And how great is this? If you're Saint, you completely covered a fuse to dominate attack last turn, and you were left with enough resources to fuse a dominated attack on your own.
The problem is this Evergreen is not exactly terribly imposing. It's a 7, it's a blue, so it's coming in for a 7 dominate. But you're right. I mean, anytime that you can get away with surviving a big Starvo turn, and then still be able to actually return fire, you got to feel confident about that. You got to feel good about it. Kelvin here, with the Pulse of Eisenloft in hand, that is a massive piece of the puzzle for so many different implications, not just fusing Starvo, but also fusing Oakenold and all the other attacks.
Yeah, and Kelvin immediately, being put to the decision that Saint had to make last turn, where it's like, do you get your Stalagmite involved in this turn to make sure that Frosty Hammer doesn't come through?
Looks like he's just going to take it. Again, no on-hit implications, but this one does. We're going to pitch that Winter's Bite 4. Frostbite is the bad news that comes with. Considering here. What does he have in hand? That's the question. It is a crippling crush. So he's got some nastiness. And I think that precisely here, yeah, he's going to take it because the on the other side of the coin, Saint is kind of saying, okay, what you got? And we're going to flash it and we're going to see how this rolls. One Frostbite is easy to blow through when you're showing the goods here. Flash, Pulse of Eisenloft, Starvo online. Saint wondering, okay, that's the prologue to what kind of bad news. And he's not going to like this. This is Crippling Crush. It's going to be a 13 dominate. No cards left, though. So that Frostbite did actually stop, potentially, the hammer.
Sure.
Now, one float there. Okay, so never mind. I don't think that he had enough, but he did have to pitch away a lot to get there. But 13 dominated. I think that's what you want. The hammer's kind of like,
Well, if he had 2 floating, there's the Tunic resource that's available.
If he had 2 floating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Frostbite makes it so that there is only 1 floating.
Right, there you go. So exactly. All right, so that's that goes away. You're right. If you did get to pay through that, or if you didn't have to pay through that, there was going to be the hammer, the extra credit scene kind of.
And if you're looking for positives, I think it might be best here, depending on his hand texture, for Saint not even to get his equipment in the mix at all. Just put a card in front of this, discard a couple of cards. You're going to take up your Tunic, Arsenal, have that potential play for a 5-card hand moving forward. And you have to say to yourself, hey, sure, I just got crippled and he just, took away my entire turn. But the flip side of that is the life totals are only about even at this point, and he no longer has a Crippling Crush in his deck. I still have mine. It's not a bad spot moving forward.
13 dominate, Crippling Crush does have the crush effect. If it does do 4 or more damage, you have to discard 2 cards at random. Saint knows that this isn't ideal in any way, shape, or form on any planet, but at the same regard, you're not going to commit. Yeah, he's just going to say, let's go. So I even like this play of giving no cards to this, getting rid of 2. You're going to commit 1 thing to the arsenal, and maybe you get a hammer swing out of this.
Yeah, a Frosty Hammer might be better than just blocking 3 points here.
So ditches a Hypothermia and another Earth card. Looks like Evergreen, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
So now Saint has an opportunity here to either swing Hammer and Arsenal, to swing Hammer and Arsenal a card.
And the life totals, like we said, are even Steven at this point.
Both players at full Tunic capacity. Yep, there we go. Didn't even get to keep the ice card. So the 2 discards were actually quite potent here because there's no Frostbite Chaser on this one. So Kelvin can just comfortably take it if he does have a follow-up to that devastating turn he just put forth. Trying to get a look here at Kelvin's hand. I see one ice card.
It is funny seeing you lean forward like you're going to get a better vantage point.
Yeah, I can't get around that. Some things are just in my head. I'm just kind of like peeking around.
Yeah, we all do it.
So there's one ice card in hand. I believe a second one for Kelvin. What is beyond that? I'm not entirely sure. He's just going to take the damage, though.
Yeah, it looked like I believe I saw a Winter's Grasp and a Blizzard.
All right, so Saint able to actually poke through for damage. But again, in this new Starvo Living Legend format, you're only dealing with the one Crippling Crush. You're only dealing with the one Oakenold. So Saint had to take it. There's nothing you could do. But we're going to throw just an Evergreen. So 7 damage. No real on-hit. There's no on-hit threat here. There's no go again, no dominate.
Well, if I'm Saint, you have to know something is up here, right? Your opponent just kept all these cards and then made this very honest attack, after taking damage. What is going on here, right? So if Saint, I think if he takes a little bit of time, he'll be able to sniff out a pummel in this situation.
Saint now using the Tunic resource to activate Crown of Seeds, paying for that activation, cycling the card from Arsenal to draw a card. So you're up to a 5-card hand.
Mm-hmm.
Feels good. Again, he's just tapping away, trying to make sure that all the math lines up, as the 7 attack Evergreen is not really that imposing, but you don't want to just let anything slide that you can cover up.
Well, it's very interesting, right? Because, if you're like, oh, Kelvin doesn't have anything, and I have a fuse, I might want to put 2 cards in front of this, keep my 3 fuse cards, and do that dominate hammer attack turn, right? But if you put 2 cards in front of it, and he does pummel it, you're now discarding one of the last 3 cards, and you can no longer have that fuse turn.
And here is that pummel, pitching the Winter's Grasp in order to go ahead and make this Evergreen an 11, plus the on-hit discard a card. Now, the discard a card is not at random, so Saint does have the agency to choose how he wants to pay the price on this one. But the damage is unreal here, as Kelvin Law is going to bring Saint down to 16.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they don't like blocking.
And I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's fun.
Sometimes it's cool to just play some Crash and Bang Flesh and Blood this way. And
yeah, just haymakers back and forth. It did look like Saint at first thought that it was a random discard, and then when he found out it wasn't, he seemed kind of relieved.
Yeah, I mean, there are, it's the same thing with, for example, Terra Sunder. Terra Sunder is discard 2 of choice.
Yep.
But some players, when they see Terra Sunder, they freak out. And it's like, no, it's all good. It's still very bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things the card did burn up, but we did save the fuzzy dice in the mirror. All right, showing the goods. Flash, Insidious Chill, Autumn's Touch. He almost threw Starvo out the window.
Yeah, take that.
Showing a little disdain. It is a red Autumn's Touch. 9 dominate, go again. Kelvin Law feeling all right.
And it's his turn to play towards the 5-card hand.
So I said 16 earlier. It's actually 17 because of the Crown of Seed prevention.
Yeah, 1 point of prevention there.
No on hit, no discard from this, but getting you close to the end game here. And so far, you're right. Blocking has been a luxury, frankly, for both players. In hand for Kelvin, there's a Pulverize, a Sink Below, a lot of red cards. That might even be a Starstruck. 5 cards, actually.
Yep, 5-card hand.
Crown activated with the 1 prevention floating here. We're going to Stalagmite here. I really like this for exactly the reason you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, you're either going to deny them that Arsenal card or prevent an entire 4 points of damage from the hammer.
No, he's still thinking here. Again, Kelvin doing the math gymnastics here. That's a Sink Below in hand. Pulverize. I believe that's a Starstruck. That could be a Blink or a Flash. I believe it's still a Lightning card from what I can see.
Sure, and with the very awkward texture of Kelvin's hand, he's much more inclined to be blocking with cards. So I would think he'd want to do something like put 1 card in front of this dominated attack, and then the Sink Below is a very clean block on the Frosty Hammer.
There's the Frostbite, just waiting in tow because of the Stalagmite block. So now, like you said, Saint's got to make a decision here. Arsenal or 4 damage with Hammer. And it looks like he is going to be paying through. Yeah, with the extra card, it was a red. So just enough to go ahead and threaten with the Hammer. The pitch of the Insidious Chill as well means that this is going to come with a Frostbite threat as well.
I like how Saint was so efficient at cleaning up the board that he moved his hero right out of the play zone.
I will say this: I am guilty of shuffling or putting Kodachis into my
The weapons into the graveyard all the time.
and then I'll pitch and I'll be like, "Where the hell did they go?"
Yeah.
Kelvin blocking that very efficiently. Again, that sink below are almost meant for hammers at this point. And 17 apiece. So, despite taking it on the chin with that crippling crush, Saint has been able to actually equalize the game here. And if you look at equipment set, each of them look very, very at parity here.
Very interesting game state.
Starstruck is one of my all-time favorite cards, and there it is. It's just going to be paid for the old-fashioned way, 2 float, but this is a 2 float that isn't as imposing. Usually when you're coming up with a big Guardian attack with 2 float, you kind of check the arsenal, like you kind of know what's coming. In this case, no dice. It's just change that's going to be left on the floor, but a Starstruck is not as imposing against a Guardian because they have the attacks that are so high. This is just pure value here.
Well, and this is extra interesting too because, he's committing his whole hand to play this Starstruck when, a lot of the times you want to end up with an arsenal when you're playing Starvo so that you can play towards the 5-card hands so that, when you crown, you're digging deeper to find the fuse that you're looking for. So preserving your hand just to make one big attack is kind of an interesting line.
Just 10 damage. Again, the on-hit implication, or rather the crush effect implication, is not terribly scary in this case because basically what it says is if this crush effect occurs, you cannot play attacks that have a base value equal to or less than the amount of damage done. This card here is an absolute killer against low-to-the-ground aggression-type decks like Ninjas. Even Lexi feared this card greatly.
And I think Saint is taking a very cagey line here where he's saying, I have the hand, I'm going to fuse again, I'm going to send a big attack your way, but I need to make sure I don't take too much crush damage here to prevent me from making my attack. So he's been preserving that armor, and this is a great spot to put 4 points of armor in front of the Starstruck. Oh, and just come back for a massive attack yourself.
Well, he had a Starstruck in his hand as well, but he's going to go for the crippling crush instead, the old-fashioned way, the way Grandma used to play it. Just no fuse, no dominate, no nothing.
Yeah, these guys are just throwing haymakers every turn.
You got to love it, though. You got to love it. I just love to see the players just say, we'll start making decisions when we're at single digits.
And this is so funny because Kelvin's hand lines up so bad against this particular attack.
Well, what's that, a blink?
I believe he's got all 2 blocks plus a blink, which is a no block.
This is pretty nasty. And the first Creator Fist is going to be tossed in front of this to block out, to just at least get 8 points of damage here to avoid the crush effect. You're still taking 3. Saint's got to feel okay here to say, we're pretty much, again, like you said, even Steven. Like, the Quicken token is not going to really get much value. But then again, it might. You never know.
The Quicken token can be problematic on certain turns where the player wouldn't be able to fuse, but now he essentially has a fuse turn because of the Quicken token.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? I changed my mind. I think that Quicken token is incredibly imposing because Kelvin could not fuse, go Autumn's Touch for 7, and then Autumn's Touch for 7.
Yep, or the hammer behind it, or whatever it might be. Yeah,
absolutely. So keeping that Quicken token on the board might actually really change the complexion of this game because Saint is at 11, Kelvin's at 14. The difference here is, both players have played their crippling crushes. The difference is Kelvin's was fused and dominated. Saint Hung here is, they're really just going at it. They're just saying, throw them down, and eventually we'll get there. But Starvo mirrors can have so much nuance. They can be so technical, or they can be just bloodbaths.
Yeah, and even when we look at the equipment suit, both of the players are in very similar positions.
Yep. I guess other than the one block of the civic steps, everything seems pretty much even keel.
Yep.
There is a pulse, I believe a Volthaven in hand, another pulse, an Autumn's Touch, and a Sink Below. So the fuse is there. The problem is that to a certain degree, if you're going to be playing the game of trading damage, one big attack that is fused and dominated into a hammer can really spell doom.
Oh, absolutely. It is a little wild seeing these guys play, kind of as reckless as they are, where they're willing to take so much damage. But we look at the life totals and they're both in the same position, right? Where you're saying, well, sure, it's a little dangerous for me to be this low in such a powerful deck, but hey, it's dangerous for him to be this low in such a powerful deck.
Saint, you're suiting up because it's about to get gritty.
He's representing is what he's doing. Little Fabled Runaways t-shirt, the LSS hoodie. The man's all in.
All right, Kelvin's trying to think here again. There's no more, secret spices on this one. It's what you see is what you get. 7 damage, break ground, no on hit. But that represents half of the life, and Kelvin happy to take it.
Yeah, and I thought one of the cards in Kelvin's hands was a Sink Blow, which obviously doesn't pitch for a ton and, it doesn't help you fuse.
There it is, Volthaven and the Channel Lake Frigid. So Lightning.
Wasn't that Lightning Ice Ice?
That might have been Lightning Ice Ice. Was it? Maybe it wasn't Volthaven? It might have been Candlehold. Candlehold is Lightning Earth. And then you show... That may have been an incorrect fuse. I could be wrong unless we saw the card incorrectly. The Earth is there anyways with the break ground, so the cards were in hand.
He did just draw a card off of the crown, so
okay.
we can't be absolutely sure.
Right.
All right, he has another Earth card in his hand.
Okay, perfect.
He would have had it.
It was there anyways. Either way, 9 dominate, go again. Kelvin showing why he took that 7 damage. The Quicken token here just gets burnt into oblivion. You can't go again twice.
And we're in one of those situations where, Saint has to decide between how much damage he's willing to take and how big of a turn he's going to have swinging back.
There's the opportunity here to use the Tunic to activate your Crown of Seeds, get a free card, and look for perhaps something to block, maybe another D-React. You know that there's going to be a follow-up to this, so that's what's happening here. The 1 prevention from Crown, the draw for Saint. Oh, not convinced that that's the right move here.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider here. Often you want to be using the Crown after the attack, so if you put a 3 block in front of the hammer, the Crown absorbs last point. But, similarly, he does have a couple of pieces of equipment with only 1 armor left on them, so he can make a very similar play there.
Okay, so still draw. He's rolling it back again. No, okay. Doesn't like it. Not happening here. He was just showing him. He's like, have you seen my hat made of leaves? So he's going to... Okay, that makes sense here because it's a Sink Below from Arsenal. And sometimes when you're doing it, you're preventing the 1, but what are you looking to find? You might just find a 3 block, which becomes a 4 block anyways. So he's going to Sink Below, seeing maybe if he wants to go ahead and cycle a card anyways. Kelvin holding on to a bunch of fuse cards. He also has a Sink Below in hand, which is not what you want to have here, but you can always just go ahead and...
I think it's a great insurance option to have if he puts that card into his arsenal, where he's saying, all right, a big dominated attack is not going to threaten my life total that much because I can still block with a card out of my hand, a card out of the arsenal, and be preserved through the turn.
Here's what I love. Pulse of Volthaven doesn't care if it's an attack action or a weapon. This is going to be an 8 attack Frosty Hammer. So this is going to be an 8 attack with the on-hit threat of another Frostbite. Saint at 6. So this was a 9 dominate go again into an 8-point hammer. Kelvin found the right recipe here to really make Saint sweat. And Saint was really kind of feathering in terms of, do I want a crown? Do I not want a crown? Use the sink below anyways. This is not dominated, but you still need to respect this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great turn out of Kelvin. And again, Saint's got to decide, do I want to put some armor in front of this? Yeah, he's at 6 now, but the opponent's at 7. You're saying, I need to keep up some pressure on my side of the board so that he doesn't just dominate me out of the game. But I can't take so much damage that I just lose to him dominating.
Saint knows he has to block this, but it's a matter of what card goes into the arsenal, what card do I want to hang on to. He does have a sink below. You're probably going to see that go and block, unless it's a matter of just, hey, let's throw 9 in front of this and pocket the sink below. Do you think that this is a turn perhaps where Saint would just completely absorb this and almost pass the turnover?
No, looking at the texture of his hand, if he has a 3 block, I could see a 3 block plus a sink plus one of the one armor pieces completely covering this. And it'll leave him with 2 cards in his hand. He can send a Frosty Hammer, still arsenal card, have the 3 counters on the tunic, and he's in a pretty good spot.
Looks like he's only going to be blocking 5 here. No, he's also feathering some of the other equipment.
And Kelvin being a very good sport here, saying, hey, show me all of the armor that you want to block with, and then we'll move to the reaction step.
Sure, and based on the fact that, the cards were fused and revealed, it's not a matter of like, hey, you're playing around a pummel or this or that. Everything's sort of up in front of Saint here. So he's going to go ahead and show up with 2 of the armor pieces, and then you go through the reaction phases and you go through the back and forth. Attack reactions pass. We go to defense reactions. Sink below is the option. He's going to take 2 and come in with a frostbite as well. So Saint now down to 4, and just a couple cards left in hand. He should be able to actually respond here perhaps with a frost hammer and threaten a little bit of disruption, a little bit of uncomfortability. And despite how devastating that particular turn was for Saint from Kelvin, look at the life totals. It's going to be 4 to 7 here.
Yeah, but I think the big edge here goes to Kelvin because he still has a lot more armor sitting on the board. So that's the safety net that he might need for this great fuse turn that we're going to see.
Oh boy. All right, showing the goods here. Kelvin Law at 7 knows that there's a Starvo activation coming up.
And how good is this that Saint still gets to do this through the Frostbite token because he has the tunic ready?
Break ground. Dominated. Go again. Now, again, it's a very interesting kind of some creative accounting that needs to be done in order to pay through the Frostbite, to activate the tunic, to get the resource to get through this.
Yeah, he started by activating the tunic, pitching a blue card. So it would leave 2 resources. When the tunic resource resolves, he's up to 3 again. Now he can pay for his big attack.
And the last little bit of nastiness here is a stalagmite to block the 1, plus potentially that sink below.
Well, he's doing the same thing that Saint did last turn, where he's like, what do I actually want to block with here? And he started to put the cards in front of it, and he was like, oh, no, we're not in defense reactions yet.
But once again, look at what value the stalagmite's getting. It's not just that 1 block, it's the follow-up. It's going to be a 5 block off of the stalagmite. And with the 6 potential prevention prior, this is an 11-point piece of equipment.
Huge. Yeah, I mean, he's covering all 7, preserving his life total. The only upside here is that Saint does get to hang on to that card to put into his arsenal.
All right, looks like full coverage on this one. The Quicken token, that's for you, Saint. And now we're down to the nitty-gritty here, Craig, wherein both players can't really give up too much. They have to understand that at a certain point, one of the 2 are going to find the goods, fuse it, and go ham here. But both players don't have many margins of error. This is where it comes down to, if I just keep hammering you, you will be likely not be able to have all the pieces. All right, so fun little fact here, Craig.
This is a big update.
This is a big update. Kid Wonderbread himself, Brodie Spurlock, is locked for the finals. That means the winner of this game will face Brodie Spurlock in the finals of the Celebrational tomorrow.
So this is now a win-in match.
It is absolutely, it's as dire as it gets. One of these 2 players will be facing off against Brodie Spurlock of Texas to see who will win the Celebrational, who will be the Celebrational champion and have their legacy cemented on an official Flesh and Blood card. And I will say this, if you read Brodie's card. May God have mercy on our souls.
If you read Brodie's novel.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. All righty. Evergreen.
All right, and this is exactly what we talked about 2 turns ago, where that quicken token is nearly as good as a fuse from the Bravo in this situation.
Yeah, it has seen significant value here. Civic Steps has been a liability in this case. You're blocking a little bit, sure, but let's be real. You got to sort of preserve life and see what happens. It's an Evergreen 7 attack, go again. And it just means, like, what's the follow-up here? I do see another Earth card. If that's another red Earth card, I can't quite make it out yet, but that could spell doom. And at this rate, Craig, it kind of comes down to just presenting awkward numbers and preserving yourself from your opponent having like 3 or 4 card attacks. You want to create situations where you're just preventing your opponent from being able to pull off the fuse, to pull off the big fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, even holding them off of a 2-card 7 attack is a good spot to be in. And Saint kind of deep in the tank because he still has a lot of options here, despite his low life total. He could get the Stalagmite involved if he thought that would lock Kelvin out of another attack, but Kelvin has 2 cards, so it's not likely to work. He's going to play a Blizzard. I actually think that this is very interesting.
Okay, so he's going to pitch through the Blizzard, which I think I like because this just opens up the hammer, and I think that you kind of have to do that here.
Yeah.
It did. The good news is the Saint found value out of Blizzard, which was a 0 block anyways.
Sure.
7 still on the stack here. You have 1 piece of equipment left. It is an incredibly valuable one. It is an iconic one, even that 1 block from Feindel's Spring Tunic. And Saint might be considering giving a card up like Tunic because it has 0 counters. You're 3 turns away from finding value out of it. How deep will this game go? And it looks like he's seen it, and he's going to just toss it in front here along with an Autumn's Touch. This is a 5 points of block plus a Frostbite. So notice how Saint has actually disrupted twice here to prevent the follow-up hammer. A very astute play here from Saint Hung.
Well, it'll be interesting because Kelvin could still have that blue pitch in his hand to follow up with hammer, and he does have it. So kind of an unfortunate situation if you're Saint, where you're saying, man, if he had like a blue and a red and I'm in a good spot, or if he's like a yellow and a yellow, I'm in a fine spot, or 2 red cards, I'm in a great spot. And instead it's just 2 blue cards, and Kelvin is able to play his way right out of this.
I feel like, I mean, Saint getting caught with that Blizzard, it's not a card you definitely want to see. However, finding it in this juncture was very good for him. I think he found max value out of that Blizzard in this case, but still, I think what he wanted was 3 blocks, maybe a D-React, some way to sort of weather this storm. In his hand, is that a blink?
Yeah, I mean, it's this really tough spot where you're saying, if this works, I get to preserve my hand. It looks like he has the fuse in his hand. So he's saying, man, like, as long as he just doesn't have like 2 blues, I'm going to my turn with the fuse, and I'm set up. He doesn't even have a Stalagmite anymore to disrupt me, and I'm going to present a bunch of damage. Instead, now I've got to block this damage. It's in a tight spot, and the Blizzard essentially didn't do anything. It was sitting in his arsenal. He could have crowned it away instead, and it's like, oh man, that close, right? That close to just stealing this game away.
But how many scenarios have you been in, Craig? Again, you're a world-class player, top 4 in U.S. Nationals. And how many games have you played where you're like, man, I just needed that one more resource? Or if this was a 3 instead of a 4, if there was no on hit, it was a whole different scenario. But that's the game, yes. And that's what you have to get through, and that's where champions are made, is how they navigate these awkward turns in these tight situations. Anybody can fuse and Crippling Crush and Oakenold. It's when you don't have that at your availability. When you have awkward pieces, it's maximizing the value of those cards in order to just push yourself a little bit closer. So as we go through the Frostbite here, we're going to pitch a Blink, another no-block card. He got caught with 2 no-block cards in his hand, and the Winter's Grasp means that this hammer is coming in 4/4 with a Frostbite.
Yeah, and you're exactly right, where it's this awkward. I really want to attack with the hammer, take a card out of my opponent's hand, and leave them with the threat of a frostbite. And he can't block with the blink, right? So he could choose to put the ice card in front of the opponent's hammer and then just attack with the warm hammer of his own. But he put the priority on making sure it was icy, forcing the opponent to block it.
Sink below in hand, as well as an evergreen. There's a pummel there too. This might be a 2-turn kind of conversion here. This might be where Kelvin might try to just disrupt as much as possible. I don't think, is that a blue? It is a blue. And that's a pulse of Candlehold, a yellow pitch, and a pummel in hand. Kelvin is locked and loaded.
Yeah.
If Saint is not suspecting a pummel here, like the doctor said when I was born, Craig, it's going to get ugly.
That's quite the delicate doctor you were working with.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for attack here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how close this game is. Saint did see a pummel earlier in the game. We'll see if he's able to sniff out a second one.
Blocking, that looks like just enough. Saint looking at it is like, what color is that pummel?
Oh, man.
Does he have the cover up? He does not.
He does not.
There it is.
Oh, incredible finish.
Unreal. Kelvin Law, the XP leader of the world, in a very, very dangerous endgame here for both players. Well, we have to talk about Starvo.
No choice.
Yeah, not a choice at all. It's going to be Kelvin Law on Starvo versus Brodie Spurlock on Lexi.
Lexi Livewire.
Unreal. So it's not going to be a mirror, but Kelvin Law, the #1 XP player in the world, is going to be facing off against Brodie Spurlock, Kid Wonderbread himself, who's hunting down that #1 XP spot, is going to be facing off tomorrow. Fun?
Oh, this is an absolute blast. I can't wait for like if we could play the last matches right now, I would be all about it.
I'd be so gung-ho for it. However, that is for tomorrow. We got the finals tomorrow, but before that, no. Bring the pen and the pad. We're going to need this because
we can take some notes on what we're about to see here.
Yes, friends, if you have somebody with a doctorate, if you've got an abacus of a quantum computer, we're about to witness the psychosis that is Brodie Spurlock's card. All right, get ready for it.
Listen, wait, first,
Yeah?
if there's young children or those that are easily confused,
Yes.
please ask them to leave the room right
Correct.
now. Yeah.
This is the first card that has its own rating on it. So here we go. Follow along, friends, for this merry-go-round of nuttiness. The card is Silent Auction. At the start of your turn, follow along.
It's an aura.
It's an aura, and generic action aura, 3-block, blue pitch, 0 cost. At the start of your turn, each player may pay 1 life. If no one pays life, destroy this. Reveal all but 1 card in your hand. Then you and target hero each secretly bid 0 to 5 life. Are you with me?
No, you've lost me.
Hang tight, we're not there. This is just the first stop, okay? Each player reveals and loses the life they bid. If the targeted hero bid more than you, they may discard a card and choose a revealed card for you to discard. Otherwise, search your deck for a card, add it to your hand, then shuffle.
At what point did we target a hero?
About 14 times, as it says in this book.
Okay.
Okay, so did you get all that?
No.
Well, let's walk through this again. It's very reading the card explains the card, and I also want to explain to you, the viewer. Craig, you're my witness. You saw the first iteration of this card.
There was scrolling
Yes.
going on to see all of the text on the card.
I saw you looking through Discord, and you're just kind of like, what? Okay. And like Mara's like, no, this was the first iteration. And I'm like, oh, you're trying to read it. And as you're reading it, then she does one of these. She's like, you're scrolling. So there it is, the silent auction, ladies and gentlemen. That is what's on the line if Brodie wins.
Listen, if you figure out what that card does and you can explain it, tweet it to Flake so that we'll know.
This is the first card that requires a puppet show to explain. That's the level of confusion that we have on it. Now, Brodie Spurlock is a world-class player, obviously. We know that. But what the hell is this? This is insane.
It's a little bit complicated.
Slightly. All this to say, this is going to get sorted out tomorrow, because tomorrow is the finals of the Celebrational, where we will be crowning a Celebrational champion. So there's going to be a box break tomorrow, is what I've been told. Oh, right now? Right now?
That's
unreal.
Exciting. Yeah, nice.
Unreal. Okay, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. What's after the break? And after that? Party time, ladies and gentlemen. So if you guys want to stick around, that is excellent news. If you guys want to stick around to see the box break of heavy hitters, I highly recommend it. Will we hit the Fabled?
Yeah, that's the question. Have we found a Fabled yet?
We have not. We have not found the Fabled, so that is still a mystery. So if you want to stick around, you can check out a box break of heavy hitters. Maybe you find the Fabled. Maybe you get a glimpse at the last one of the last cards to be revealed. That's the one thing I like about this, is that they never give away the Fable to be spoiled.
We do not have a copy of this.
Never seen it, have no clue what it does, what it looks like, or anything. If it's a gem, if it's a reprint with the cool new art, whether it's a location, I have no freaking idea.
First Fabled weapon, maybe?
That could be unreal cool. What do you know, Craig?
I don't.
I didn't mean it like that. But we're also going to be giving away this tomorrow. It is the Queenstown Celebrational Championship Trophy, which is amazing. Kelvin Law, the #1 XP player lifetime in the world, against Brodie Spurlock, the #1 XP player in North America and #2 in the world. So it pays off to go to 17 armories a week, apparently.
Fantastic.
Wonderful. Craig, it has been a joy and a pleasure today. I will see you tomorrow.
Tonight for drinks?
In 5 minutes. Yeah. Friends, thank you so much for joining us today. It has been an exceptional day. We will be back tomorrow. Stick around for the Heavy Hitters box break. For Craig Krempels and myself, be good to yourselves. We'll see you tomorrow. Adios. Tonight, I'm hearing, I can't hear it. I'm hearing that there's a box break after this. Tonight? I don't know, man. I'm hearing ghosts in the rafters. That's where I'm getting my information.
Sending some mixed messages out there to the audience.
I'm getting mixed messages.
That's fair.
That's fair. All right. So we're just going to stand here until we get a transition screen.
Witness, a guardian of grand virtue, draped in the blinding light of Solana, with fistfuls of wealth and an ego even bigger than his pockets. We are so lucky he has chosen to grace us with his presence. Will his virtues illuminate his path to victory? Behold, the golden sun, Victor Goldman!
I'm back for the first time. My name's John, also known as Flukenbox. I've got a box of heavy hitters, which we're going to crack live. I will try and be quick, but bear with me. We're at the Queenstown Celebrational, and I believe most of the set's been spoiled, but there's a few little secrets I've been told are still hiding in here somewhere, so I'll try and find them for you. Hope everyone's doing well. I'll show you this first. These are the double-sided perforated tokens that are brand new to heavy hitters. I think it just means limited play is going to be a lot easier without having to look for all the tokens, but here we go. Brute, Guardian, Warrior, Commons, Brute, Guardian, Dual Class, Dual Class, Dual Class. Someone asked me to do this slow, so I will. You have a generic, a piece of equipment, a reprint, Lunging Press Blue, and our first rare is, I can't read these backwards necessarily, but Test of Might and Stacked in Your Favor. Our foil is a Thunk, and as you can see on the very back, we hit a Aether Arc. I'm not sure if all of these expansion slots have been spoiled, but that was an expansion slot hit. I'm going to skip over most of the commons for you. You have a Clash of Might, another rare, and a foil Draw Sword. Majestic Hero on the back, again in the expansion slot. Only the adults will come in Majestic Rarity. Gonna skip ahead to the rares again. Fatal Engagement, Stonewall Impasse, and a foil Beast Mode. My understanding is there's still a Majestic that hasn't been spoiled, so we'll see if we get lucky and find it, but I don't think we've seen any of the special rarity printed cards like Marvels or anything in person yet. Stacked in Your Favor was our foil. Alrighty. Got the deck. Bet Big, Majestic, and a foil Wage Might. I'm not sure if we will be streaming the entire case or just this box, but someone in my ear might tell me soon. Clash of Vigor and a foil common. Hey, director Ethan Mansant is telling me to rip them all, so I'm going to. Shift the Tide of Battle, Majestic. I'm looking forward to all the warrior support. Our foil is a common. Looking forward to all the warrior support. There's some nutty cards in this set. If people are in the chat, I can't see you, but welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Let us know what your favorite cards are. Reinforce the Line, Clash of Agility, and a foil rare. Fatal Engagement, and foil common. The lighting is so tricky in here that I didn't see that was a Rainbow Foil Legendary. Balanced Justice, Rainbow Foil. I'm hoping the Cold Foil version is extended art, but I don't actually know that for a fact. Let's hope we see something cool. But that's probably the biggest hit of the set outside of anything Cold Foil. And a foil common. We had some technical difficulties upstairs where we were supposed to stream, so I'm down in the dark casting corner here. Apologies if you can't see all the foiling, but you'll see a whole bunch of boxes being broken very shortly. Pre-release, world premieres tomorrow, and then pre-release is next weekend, where you'd expect the Fable to be spoiled if I don't get lucky. And then box breakers like myself will have free reign and we'll be box breaking all week. Alrighty. Take the tempo. Cast bones. This is a crazy powerful card. Brute action with someone that doesn't quite look like a brute. If you haven't seen this art yet. Res, foil. So I've got half this box left, and I'll try and speed through the rest of this box. Cut the deck. And a big dog foil. So apologies to anyone watching this to try and see what the draft orientation is. I might do one more pack slowly so you can see that. And I'll do it facing myself so I can actually read the cards. So Guardian, Warrior, and Brute, commons. Guardian, Warrior again. And then it's dual class, dual class, dual class, commons. Generic common, equipment, generic again. And I've got a rare, majestic tenacity, and a goblet of the blood-run. This is a really cool looking card, even though it's only a common foil. But there's your pack distribution. Shout out to Logan, who asked. Slap happy, down but not out, and vigorous engagement foil. Also, Mum, this is not a nightclub stamp. We were luging all day, which I'm not sure if a toboggan and a luge are the same thing, but we're on a mountain and we get to ride down on these little go-kart things and catch a chairlift back up. Very, very fun. You get stamped on the way in. Performance bonus, says the foil. Last pack of box. Theoretically, but not theoretically, this is box 2. We opened one box that was pre-recorded. I'm sure it will get posted at some point. I won't spoil what we hit, but we did find a majestic that hasn't been spoiled yet in that particular box. So that was box 1. We hit a Rainbow Foil Legendary, and did we hit a foil majestic? I can't remember. Someone will watch this and tell me. Box 3. So we're opening, obviously, Belgium packs their paper. Clash of Vigor, cut the deck, and a wallop. There we go. A Rhinar, Reckless Rampage, Majestic Hero. The new art, but same old Rhinar. Golden Glare. Wage Vigor. And here we go, an expansion slot card. I believe this has been shown already, but Judge, Jury, Executioner. Very cool. It's nearly like comic book art in that card. Is it? Yeah, it's an Azalea specialization. It looks like an Azalea specialization. Alrighty. Flash of Agility, take the upper hand, and a Agile Wind-Up. Have I seen this? This is a Brute Warrior. 3-cost instant, discard this, create an Agility token. But it's a 7 attack. Very, very cool. I actually don't know how I would play that since it's an attack that says instant in the text box. I'm not sure if you do that while you're attacking. Someone will have to tell me. Send packing, Majestic. Someone in my ear tells me it's either or. Very cool. Agile Wind-Up. Send packing. When this attack is a Brute action, 3 cost, 6 attack, 3 block. Send packing yellow. When this attacks a hero, banish a card from their arsenal. When the chain link resolves, if this didn't hit, return the banished card to its owner's hand. I have seen this today, but it was probably spoiled while Ethan was working. Ethan, I will bring this up to you, my friend. This is a very, very strong brute card, actually. I'm pretty scared of it. It's on the side for you. A few of the... I think all the spoilers are done, but a few have only happened in the last few hours. And tokens. All right, reinforce the line, seduce secrets, majestic, and a vigorous engagement foil. All righty, over the top, cut the deck, pound town. Is our foil. Rawhide Rumble, Slap Happy, and a Test of Vigor foil. Beast mode, and over the top foil. Here's a cold foil, rare, high roller. I wasn't sure if rares came in cold foil in the set, but there you go, confirmation. I've definitely seen a common cold foil, so it's exciting because there's some very strong rare equipment in this set. So hopefully we get the full allocation of them in cold foil. Hold them is the foil there. Knucklehead, Clash of Agility, and a Wage Vigor. And another, if you haven't seen these yet, these are double-sided token cards that are perforated. Very, very cool design. You get mini versions of each token. It's going to help a lot in Limited for sure. Pack Call, Clash of Might, and a Battered Not Broken. Bauble has been reprinted again. I don't think this is any different art. There's a theory that this bauble has been slowly opening. It looks like the same bauble, but someone with better eyesight will probably tell me I'm wrong. Test of Vigor, Beast Mode, and an Agile Wind-Up yellow. So skipping ahead. Down but not out. Test of Agility, Rawhide Rumble. Halfway through this box, Hot Streak, I want one of these in cold foil. Standing Order, Majestic, and a Bone Breaker, Bellow. Another Cracked Bauble. Don't know if seeing Cracked Bauble in a limited set is good or bad. Does it mean we're going to see decks having to run baubles? Who knows? Smashback Alehorn. I don't know if I've seen this, so I'm going to read it out. Create an Agility and a Might token, Go Again. It's a zero-cost brute action with Go Again. That's not too bad. And that's the blue foil. I wonder what the yellow and red say if that's the case. All right. Reinforce the line. Clash of Bigger. Money where your mouth is. Stacked in your favor. Take it on the chin and bigger than big is the foil. 4 packs left. And then we'll be on our last box. Over the top, the Golden Sun. Majestic. Is this, yes, the Victor specialization. I'm not looking forward to facing him in CC, let me tell you. I've actually just wrapped up an interview with James White. I'll post that on my channel, Flukenbox, but he does go into the design of Victor and another hero in Heavy Hitters, what their origins were, which is very cool. Look out for that one. Down but not out, Run into Trouble, and an Assault and Battery foil. All right, last pack of box 3. Pack Call, Wage Gold, Majestic Commanding Performance. Foil, very cool. This is a warrior action. Your next warrior attack gets +3, costs 1. Until the end of your turn, when this is defended by 1 or more attack actions, destroy a card in their arsenal. This is very, very strong. I'm a Dorinthia main. I cannot wait to play that. Arsenal Disruption is amazing, and telling your opponent if they block, they're going to get punished is exactly what you want with Dorinthia. So and probably all the other warriors, but I only know about the one. This is the last box of this case. Thanks to LSS of the team for letting me open. I believe Saint was originally supposed to do this, but he's been playing. I'm not sure what his record is, but I think he's at like one of the celebrational, invitational events. I would much rather be here opening packs, as you know. Alrighty, Wage Gold, Double Down, and a big bop. Foil common. Sorry about the mess piles, guys. I'm having to open things a little upside down. But I will make sure to show you the hits when we're done. So far, our biggest hits, sort of hiding. Now you can see it. The new gold foil promo for the calling. Someone will win one of these by Sunday. Ripple away. This was spoiled today. I'll read it out if you haven't seen it yet. Generic action to cost instant. Discard this. If an action card would create one or more tokens this turn, instead it creates that many -1 of each of those tokens. 2 cost for attack. Very, very cool. It has a similar art to Crouching Tiger. Has a little tiger on the bottom. I'm not sure if that's regional or synergizes with the Tiger deck. We'll find out. Draw Swords, foil. Alrighty. Rawhide Rumble, Slap Happy, Money Where Your Mouth Is for the foil. Might tidy up these piles somewhat before. Beast Mode, Wall of Meat and Muscle. Ooh, there's a legendary. And a Fatal Engagement. Looks like a rainbow foil. It's a Brute Legendary. Apex Bonebreaker. This has been spoiled. This is crazy good because it blocks for 3. The first Brute Arms we've ever had that block for 3. When this defends together with a card with 6 or more attack, create a Might token with Temper, block 2. This is going to see a lot of play. 2 rainbow foil legendaries in this case. See if we can pull up some more heat before this is over. Wall of Meat and Muscle foil is our rare foil. All right, Clash of Agility. Parry Blade. This is very cool. Being able to block with a weapon is something new to Fab. Take the upper hand. Rawhide Rumble. And a Mighty Wind-Up foil. Halfway through box number 4. Smack of Reality, Cut the Deck, and a Clash of Might. Here we go. Miller's Grindstone, Cold Foil. Second rare weapon, Cold Foil. We got both the hammers. Miller's Grindstone, I believe, will see quite a bit of play. It's a one-handed clash weapon. I believe Victor will be playing that. Concuss is our foil in that one. Beast Mode, Clash of Might, and a Wage Agility. Rawhide Rumble, Cast Bones, and an Agile Engagement. Another foil common. Getting low on packs here. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope you're excited as I am to up the ante to watch the world premiere tomorrow. I'll be playing that, so expect a couple of tweets. It's sealed. Wish me luck on some strong Majestics to help carry me to some wins. Pack call, Clash of Might, and a Wage Might. Rising Power. I haven't been paying attention to this, but there you go, Agility and Gold as a full-size token. I don't know how rare they will be or how often they're included, but I really like these mini ones you can get. Bigger than big. All right, Test of Might. Fatal Engagement, down but not out. Test of Agility, stacked in your favor and starting stake. We have a expansion slot hit, Coercive Tendency. This is the Assassin attack reaction for Arachne. Look up the top 3 cards of Defending Hero's deck, put them back in any order, then banish the top card of the deck. If you complete a contract this way, your Assassin attacks can go again this Chane. One of the very first spoilers for heavy hitters. It's quite strong. See if it catapults Arachne into S tier. 2 packs left. This is the second last pack. Wage Gold, Clash of Vigor, and Double Down for Majestic. Last pack Magic. Stacked in your favor. Take the upper hand. And an Agile Wind-Up. Hey, Sonata Galaxia. Last pack. Expansion at slot again. Runeblade action. This costs 1 resource less to play for each rune chant you control. This is an XX card, typical Sonata card. Search your deck for Runeblade Aura with cost X or less. Put it in the arena, then shuffle. If X is 2 or more, it gets to go again. I believe this is very strong. Hopefully it sees some play. Big hits have been the 2 legendaries, probably covering them up a little. A Balance of Justice and a Apex Bone Breaker. Thanks for tuning in. LSS, thanks for letting me stream this and be one of the first to touch these packs and open them. Guys, I will see you soon at the calling. Tune in. Thank you.